less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your man's Uncle Freezy, the #1 chief rocker in Knicks universe. What's good? Blue tears, orange tears, blorange tears. Bim, let's go. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Scream. What's good, party people? Happy Father's Day. Happy Juneteenth weekend. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day to all the youngins that will someday be fathers. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers that think they've made it. Happy Father's Day to all the grandfathers that have grown old enough and wise enough to see their sons become fathers. Happy Father's Day to them seeds that one day will become fathers, and good ones. Happy Father's Day to all those ladies out there that help fathers be good fathers. Happy Juneteenth weekend to all of those that know the importance of Juneteenth. Right? Happy Juneteenth to everybody that knows the struggles that our ancestors went through for a decent level of respect. Happy Juneteenth to them. And I'm saying good morning to everybody. So I found it important to get on this morning, not only to have a place for Knicks fans to come and hang out on Father's Day and Juneteenth weekend to talk about stuff like the draft and all that stuff. We got plenty of time for that. We'll probably get into some of that today. But what I really wanted to get on today and talk about was father and son memories, fathers and daughters memories, right? About the good thing that happens between fathers and their children and how it relates to Knicks universe and sports in general. Right. Let me first start by shouting out my people. Danny Lee was good. Harlem Girl was good. I see you. Was good. Bodega Wi-Fi is in the building. Rome Far Rock was good. I see you. King Ribby is in the building. What's good? Subliminal 209 is in the building. White Falcon. Lily Phillips was good. JJ is in the building. Dripmore. What's good? What's good with you? Shout out to y'all for coming through. Right? What I wanted to talk about is the Knicks and family, and how the two go together. The New York Knicks and family, and how the two go together. Right? As soon as I start talking about family, and Benny starts barking. Benny had been quiet for 2 hours. As soon as I mentioned family, Benny started barking. Imagine that. Let me see. There's something that I'm looking for. I want to find it. Geez, being a producer of a show, y'all, hey, doing this and production at the same time can be a beast sometimes. It can be a beast sometimes. Let me see if I can find the thing that I'm looking for. I can't find it. I ain't worried about it. I'm just rock with y'all. So y'all know how this thing. Joe Madden is in the building. What's good? Yeah, I tell this story a lot, and I think I tell the story because I want fans and people in general to understand that it's okay to be different. C-Mac is in the building. What's good? I tell the story a lot because it's okay for people to be different. It's okay. Like, for instance, Joe Madden and myself are different, right? Do I love Joe Madden? Yes. I love rocking with Joe Madden, right? He and I are different, though. We have different experiences. Starting with age, right? Joe Madden is old as dirt, and I'm not. Joe Madden is as old as dirt, and I'm not. Right? All right. So I'm kidding. I'm kidding there. But Joe Madden and myself, we have a lot of differences. And I'm just using Joe as an example. Joe is younger than me, probably by about 20, 25 years. Right? Right. And then there's the ethnicity. I'm black and he's not. He's something else. I don't really care. I don't even look at him like that. I know that I'm black, and I know Joe Madden is not. He's he told me, but it don't matter to me. You know what I'm saying? Right? We come from different backgrounds, right? Our families are at different stages, right? Like I have kids, my kids are in their upper 20s or something like that. Right? But Joe Madden and myself have a thing in common. Right? Joe Madden and myself have a thing in common. And that is we both love talking into this microphone. Y'all thought I was gonna say we both love the Knicks. Y'all thought I was gonna say we both love the Knicks. But yeah. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. But Joe Madden and myself, we both love the Knicks. Right? We both love the Knicks. Right? Right? And so, with all that said, we have all these differences, right? And the differences don't make one better than the other. It just means that at certain things, we are not alike, right? So, when we view this one thing we have in common, the Knicks, we're going to be looking at the Knicks from different perspectives. Does it mean one perspective is more right than the other? No. It just means we view things through different lenses. It means that we view things through different lenses. And just like you guys in the chat, you all have your different levels of intellect and experiences and financial experiences and all these different things, right? So when you guys say something in the chat, trust me, I don't judge what it is that you're saying unless it's mean, right? And if it's ill-spirited, I'll jump on you and may boot you out the chat, right? But if it's just, a different experience thing, man, I don't judge that. I don't judge Almighty Finesse. I don't judge Sherwin M, right? I don't judge White Falcon. I say, bring it, bro. If you smart, if your stuff makes sense, man, bring it. Bring it on. It makes the show better. Like, did Jay Busby say something? It make the show better. That's what we here for, right? And I say that on Father's Day to say the people that helped us cultivate those different experiences usually were our parents. Usually were our parents being there for us and help guide us and cultivate us and show us new stuff, right? Right? Make sure y'all do what Dripmore say. Make sure y'all do what Dripmore say, man. Dripmore, who else gonna show you love like that when you in the chat? Who else gonna show you love like that, bro? Y'all know what it is. This is the channel where a whole bunch of people from anywhere come in and everybody is equal. Everybody is equal, basically. Y'all saw it. That's why CWC came in yesterday and tried to hog the microphone. Because here, you know what I'm saying, we show love. And I try to do it in that uncle type sense, in that sense where you could come hang out. I ain't gonna judge you. But this is about the Father's Day thing, though. So I'm gonna tell my story real quick about the Knicks and how I came to love the Knicks, and then we'll move on to other stuff. Right? So when I was a kid, my pops was a young dude trying to find his way in the city. Right? Like, if you ever saw that movie Dead Presidents, you can kind of understand where I'm going with this. My pops was a young country boy from South Carolina who moved to the city to get a job. His family back home was poor. You know what I'm saying? He got a factory job working at Ford. You know what I'm saying? Old, country boy, don't know nothing from nothing. Moved to the city to make some money. Right? Get married, have a son, fast forward, or get married, have kids, blah, blah, blah. During this time, the Boston Celtics were the cream of the crop of the NBA. But my pops didn't like the Celtics. He didn't like Boston. Right? He ain't like Boston. He ain't like Boston nothing. Right? He ain't like Boston nothing because in South Carolina, they didn't have a TV to watch. They had to listen to stuff on the radio. And the team that was on the radio every Saturday was a team called the Brooklyn Dodgers. The Brooklyn Dodgers was on the radio every Saturday. You know what I'm talking about? The transistor radio. For some of y'all may not be old enough to understand what it is, but just follow me, right? So he became a Dodgers fan and everything related to Jackie Robinson, right? Years later, the Dodgers moved to Los Angeles. And my pop's fandom was everything Los Angeles because they grew up, they were so poor, they didn't have an attachment to the big city. They were in South Carolina. So their attachment was to Los Angeles teams. Jackie Robinson, LA Lakers, LA Rams, all of that, right? That was him. He was LA everything, right? So when I'm a kid, I was, and this is a Father's Day story. Now, this is a Father's Day story. I want y'all just to bear with me while I get this out the way. So growing up, pops would say something like, my pops would look at me like, "Hey, Uncle Freezy, what you doing?" "Man, I ain't doing nothing." "Go get me a Budweiser out the refrigerator." "Go get your own Budweiser." "Uncle Freezy, don't make me go upside your head now to walk up." "Man, you always threatening people, man." So I go get the Budweiser and shake it up and give it to him. And he'd be like, "Go get me another one." And he'll take that one that I shook up and put it on the table because he knew the trick already. He knew every time he made me get up and go get a Budweiser, and he like, "Go get me one out the back and hurry up." And so if he told me to hurry up, he knew I wouldn't have time to shake it up. so I go get him a Budweiser, and he'd drink it, and then he'd be like, "Oh boy, And anyway, he would talk to me about how great the Los Angeles Lakers were. Man, the Lakers was Jerry West, Wilt Chamberlain, and he'd say stuff like, "Wilt Chamberlain, I saw Wilt Chamberlain get a flat tire and his girlfriends were in the back seat. He would kiss his girlfriends and change the tire at the same time." Just all these bullshit, all these BS stories about how great Wilt Chamberlain was, right? About how Jerry West could do no wrong and all these type of things. Yo, shout out to Jay Boogie. I think I saw Jay Boogie in the chat. What's good? Akuma's in the building. Cash, what's good? Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. So my pops would tell me all these stories about how great the Lakers were. Mind you, I'm a kid. I'm like, this is early 70s. So I'm like 5, 6 years old. Right? So he messing around. We sitting in the living room, and I hear the greatest song that I ever heard in my life. It's a song called Sweet Georgia Brown. And y'all know it. Y'all know the song. So my pops is talking about Wilt Chamberlain. I run to the TV. I'm like, and don't judge me, but I'm like, "Pops, what's this?" And he was like, "Man, that's the Harlem Globetrotters. They ain't nothing." And I'm like, "What? They have a team in Harlem?" This is how young and naive I am. "They have a team in Harlem?" And he like, "Yeah, and they don't never lose either." And he laughing. Ha 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 ha. They'll never lose. And in my mind, I'm a kid. I'm 5, 6 years old. I'm like, "Wow, there's a team in Harlem and they never lose. I got to go see them. Where do they play at? In Harlem?" He's like, "No. They play where the Knicks play at." And I'm like, "Well, who are the Knicks?" And he's like, "Ugh. I don't want to go down this road with you, Uncle Freezy. Just think about the Lakers. The Lakers. I'm trying to make you a Lakers fan." "But why do they play at the same place as the Knicks? Do they play the Knicks?" My pop's like, "No, they would beat the brakes off the Knicks. The Knicks are trash." "But the Knicks have a young core, though, Uncle Freezy. The Knicks have a young core. They got some young guys. They're going to be good eventually." So my pops is like talking to me about the Lakers, and it's like a year go by. I'm checking the Daily News. And for those that don't know, the Daily News is a newspaper in the New York tri-state area. I'm always checking for the Harlem Globetrotters, but I'm always seeing the New York Knicks box score. I'm like, why don't they put why they don't put the Harlem Globetrotters box score in the newspaper? And he laughing. The Globetrotters. You still talk about the Globetrotters? So Jay Boogie, my pops, this church my pops was a member of. He ain't never go. Don't get it twisted. My pops ain't never go to church unless somebody died, or he would get that every 2 years. Oh, I'm getting back with the Lord thing. A lot of people do it. Don't judge my pops, man. He was a good guy. Had some problems, right? Everybody go through it. Everybody go through that thing where they question their faith and try to get back right, or try to, whatever. My pops was going through that stage. So he got 4 tickets to the Harlem Globetrotters, and he put them in my hand. He is like, go get a couple of your boys, and I'm going to take y'all to go see the Harlem Globetrotters. Well, I go outside. I talk to my boys, right? My main man, Keith, from across the street. You know what I'm saying? Keith from, and as soon as he saw them tickets, he was like, oh, boy. Yeah, man, we're going to go see the Globetrotters. This is like a Tuesday. The Globetrotters play the Washington Generals on a Saturday, right? Saturday. We got tickets. We right up front. I don't know how my pops got these tickets. We right up front, right? So Keith can go. Shantae can go. I don't know why they name a dude Shantae. Why they name this dude Shantae? A dude named Shantae? Anyway, I'm sure he go by a different name now. He better be going by a different name. But anyway, the Saturday come, my pops don't want to go. And I'm like, Pops, why you don't want to go? It's the Globetrotters. He's like, man, the Globetrotters. And he's trying not to tell me that the Harlem Globetrotters are like Santa Claus. He's trying not to tell me, right? Right? So anyway, I grab another one of my friends from off the block. And see, I'm from Jersey City, right? So the church was taking a bus to the garden. So I grab another one of my friends, not my little brother. Now, not my little brother. I grab another one of my friends. Think about that. I got a little brother, or had a little brother that was like 4 years younger than me. I didn't take him. Nah, I wasn't taking him. I was taking my homies, right? The bus pulls in a parking lot. All this traffic from Jersey City, New Jersey to the garden. We go into the tunnel, all the stuff. It's all dog. We in traffic. We go from Jersey City to Manhattan. Horns is blowing. Bam, bam, bam. Bus jerking, stopping, going, traffic, all this stuff. Y'all know Manhattan. Y'all know what Manhattan is. So we get there. We walk out under this dark thing, this parking garage, and they walking us to the garden. And I see the lights. Madison Square Garden. And it's like the most beautiful thing that I had ever seen. Right? I'm walking to the garden and I could see Madison Square Garden up in lights. And back then they used to have this overhang. You had to walk up under this overhang to go in. SB Sports Talk Sports. SB Talk Sports is in the building. Happy Father's Day, sir. What's good? SB, you got to give me your telephone number so we can get up, bro. You got to give me your number. So anyway, we go into the garden, right? And Knicks players are out front shaking hands, right? This is like 1974-ish, 75-ish. Right? Yo, Knicks are out there shaking hands. And like this guard had made the all-star team, some dude. They said he was cool. At the time, I didn't know who he was. They had just traded for another guard from another team. He's supposed to be all super handle, skill. Oh, he the Messiah. This new guard, he the Messiah. He like the Moses. And then all these super tall dudes, you breaking your neck to look up at them, right? You like all these dudes. I didn't come to see them. I went to see one person. It was a guy named Meadowlark Lemon. right? Because I like tall point guards or whatever position he played. I know he used to have the ball in his hands all the time. I like tall guards, right? The other team come out. We like 3 rows back. We right behind the general's bench, about 3 rows back. Right? At the time, I didn't know those were the perfect seats. At the time, I wanted to be closer, but at the time, those were perfect seats. Right? I mean, in retrospect, they were perfect seats. The generals come out and everybody is booing. And listen, the garden wasn't packed. It might have been half packed. It might have been 8,000, 9,000 people in there, spread out all over the place. Spread out all over the place, right? But me and my crew, me and 3 of my homeboys, right, from the Hill, Jersey City, right? We are right here, 3 rows back from the Washington Generals. And we waiting, and we waiting, and we waiting, and we waiting. And so finally, I'm like, yo, I'm going to go to the concession stand and burn up this $5 my pops gave me. Man, listen, $5 in the early 70s? What? We were poor. So when he gave me $5, that was like Christmas. $5. He gave me $5, 4 ones and 4 quarters. $5. So anyway, I'm gonna speed up and get through the story, but I want y'all to understand something here. I want y'all to understand the reason why I'm here doing the Father's Day thing, not just to babble on about my love for the Knicks, but about how I get to my love of the Knicks. So we are out there, 3 rows up behind the Generals, and we're like, where the Globetrotters at? Where the Globetrotters? And then, little kids, we thinking like, well, maybe they bus broke down. Maybe on the side of the road. And we out there chewing bubble gum and doing whatever 6-year-olds do, 7-year-olds do. Right? And then over the intercom, we hear this song that's familiar to us. Sweet Georgia Brown. And these dudes come out the tunnel with the most beautiful uniforms you ever saw in your life. And in the layup line, they are doing all these things like getting on the ground, dribbling, showing their handles, doing all the stuff that y'all see on 2K right now. They was doing it in the 70s. Nobody else was doing that stuff. Just the Globetrotters. All the stuff that y'all see on the N1 mixtape and all that stuff, nobody was doing that stuff back then except the Harlem Globetrotters. Right? Nobody was doing that stuff except the Harlem Globetrotters, right? And so they come out and they're doing these things, and this man named Curly Neal runs towards us and looks us in the eyes and gets on the ground and starts dribbling in a circle. And you can just see the ball like, bah, 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 bah. And we're like, oh, they gonna win the championship. They gonna win the championship. Right? And we're like, yo, this dude is too good. They're gonna win the chip. Right? And so here's the thing. The dude Curly Neal stays with our group, right? And does all this stuff. And like, y'all want me to shoot it from here? Y'all want me to shoot it from here? And throughout the game, right? So Meadowlark Lemon gets mad at a guy, and I didn't know it was staged. Right? Meadowlark Lemon goes to the basket, one of the Washington Generals falls on the floor, and then Meadowlark Lemon goes to the rim and trips over him and falls. They both fall on the floor, and some fat referee with a shirt that's too small calls the foul on Meadowlark Lemon. And all the kids are like, no! And so Meadowlark Lemon says, I'm going to get you, sucker! Almighty Finesse, don't judge me. That's how we used to talk in the 70s. I'm going to get you, sucker. That's how we used to talk in the 70s, Almighty Finesse. I'm sorry. It's just what it was. It's just, it is what it is. So Meadowlark Lemon chases this dude. Andy N, you might know Andy. Black Andy might know. They might have seen this. Meadowlark Lemon chases this dude, right? And then he gets tired. He's like, I'm tired of chasing him. I'm going to wait till he sit down. And so the dude Meadowlark Lemon was chasing sat down right in front of us, right? And Meadowlark Lemon puts on this long trench coat, right? And his detective hat, and is creeping around the court, right? Like nobody can see him, right? And so I'm like, oh, snap, there he is. The kids are like, and we dry snitching. There he is. There he is. We snitching. Meadowlark Lemon grabs this Gatorade cooler, right? And he's like, I'm going to get that sucker. And he got the microphone on. I'm like, why is he whispering? But everybody can hear him all over the intercom, PA system. I'm going to get that sucker. Except the sucker didn't hear Meadowlark Lemon. He's sitting there. He's the dude that tripped Meadowlark Lemon is sitting there on the bench like all tired, like. So Meadowlark Lemon grabs this water cooler and tiptoes over there, right? And he gets in front of the dude, and the dude is like, no, don't throw water on me. Don't throw water on me. And we like, get him, get him, get him. Right? And Meadowlark Lemon runs back and throws the stuff in the cooler at the guy. But the guy moves out of the way, and Meadowlark Lemon looks us in our eyes and throws the stuff in the cooler on us. Right? Come to find out, it's confetti. It's confetti. So me and my homeboys, me and the Jersey City crew are sitting there with confetti and stuff all over us. Because when he started doing, we were like, no! And he doused us with confetti. Right? So, to make a long story very, very short, from that day going forward, I had been a Harlem Globetrotters fan because I loved it. I loved the entertainment portion of it. I loved the Garden. And truthfully, I'll let y'all in on this. Truthfully, I personally think I may love the Garden just as much as I love the Knicks. Right? Because it wasn't a Garden, it wasn't a Harlem Globetrotters thing, and it has never been a New York Knicks thing per se. It has always been about my experiences in the Garden. Right? So fast forward, my pops, and I'm saying this on Father's Day. This ain't the conversation. I'm not doing storytelling on every live stream. This is just for today. This is just for this Father's Day edition. Right? So about a year or so later, the Lakers are in town. Right? The Knicks had won a championship already. The Lakers are in town to play the Knicks. The Lakers are good. The Knicks are good. My pops takes me to the Garden to go see the Lakers, right? And the Knicks wind up beating the red hot Los Angeles Lakers with Wilt Chamberlain, by the way. With Wilt. On the spot, I tell my pops, hey, man, I'm a Knicks fan. And he just threw his hands up like, oh, God damn, I knew it. I knew I should have left you home, Uncle Freezy. I should have left you home. You going to come in here and you going to like the Knicks? They sorry. Now, Matt, he from the country, but he lived in the city. So he's like he was like, he wasn't born up top. He moved there when he was 19, 20. Right? He moved there. He a transplant to the city. Right? He moved there. He from a little postage stop in South Carolina. Right? Take me to the game to go see the Lakers. The Knicks wound up winning, and I'm orange and blue forever. Knicks forever. Right? So when you guys think that Uncle Freezy just troll y'all, just say certain stuff, you know what I'm saying, to get a reaction out of the chat. Sometimes, we all joke with each other. Sometimes, we just joke with each other, just play around. But mostly, and for real, I have different experiences that lead me to my Knicks fandom. I remember the two young cores in the 70s. One young core won a championship. The other young core was a bust. Clyde and Phil Jackson and, all them guys, they were young. They were brought up together, right? Then there was another young core of Bill Cartwright, Mike Woodson, Michael Ray Richardson. There's another young core. Then there was that young core ain't did nothing. And then there was another young core of Darryl Walker, Trent Tucker, Rory Sparrow, Ken Bannister. That young core ain't did nothing. Then there was another young core of Patrick Ewing, Rod Strickland, Mark Jackson, Johnny Newman, Kenny Skywalker. That young core wound up doing nothing together. Pat Ewing and another core would do something, but that young core didn't do nothing. Pat Ewing, Rod Strickland, Gerald Wilkins, Mark Jackson, Kenny Walker, Johnny Newman. That young core didn't do nothing. Right? Then there was another young core of Greg Anthony, Hubert Davis. That young core ain't turned out to be nothing. Then there was another young core. Then another young core. That ain't never did nothing. Right? Hubert Davis was a ham sandwich. See, guys, see how long it took me? It took me 38 minutes to say ham sandwich. All right. Happy Father's Day, everybody. I want to share that with y'all. The reason why I'm a Knicks fan is because my pops tried to make me a Lakers fan. And by reading the paper, you know what I'm saying, all the Mike Lupicas and all them guys that wrote articles and all that stuff back then, my pops tried to make me a Lakers fan. And my uncle Roy from Boston tried to make me a Celtics fan. He was like, my Uncle Roy, I'll never forget, said, Uncle Freezy, load up that buggy with all the Celtics stuff that you can. I'll pay for it right now. And this was like 1978. 1978, 79. My Uncle Roy was like, yo, load up your cart with all this Celtic stuff, and I'll pay for it right now if you just utter the words, I'm a Celtics fan. I would have got all the dopest Celtics merch. I would have got like $200, $250. And this is like 1978. I'd have got like $250 worth of Celtic stuff. If I just uttered the words, I love the Celtics. I'm a Celtics fan. And I told him he can keep that $200 because I love the Knicks. All right, so I just put the link in the chat, y'all. I want to kick it with y'all for a few. I want to kick it with y'all, man. And listen, I know we got draft stuff on our mind, and I want to talk some draft stuff. And I want to talk some Julius Randle stuff, right? You know, I want to kick it, right? But what I did want to emphasize, though, is today being Father's Day, we should appreciate the fathers and stuff out there. And if you got some experiences, man, share them. Yo, Don P is in the building. What's good, sir?
Yo, what's good? What's good? What's good, Uncle Freezy?
Ain't nothing to it, man. No, I'm chilling, man. I got the Father's Day thing on my mind, man. I want to just get that out there, man, about how special the fathers are, and shout out to them.
Yeah, you know? No doubt. I want to say Happy Father's Day to you and everybody in the chat, man. Really to all, man, who's definitely out there doing their thing, man. So salute to all the fathers out there.
Yeah, salute all. Hey, happy Father's Day, Danny. Happy Father's Day, Joe. What's up, Lucas?
What's up?
Say Happy Father's Day, Uncle Freezy and the guys there.
Happy Father's Day.
Hey, happy Father's Day, bro.
Hey, what's
Thanks,
happening?
buddy.
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah,
Thank
man.
you. Happy Father's Day to everybody.
Yeah, man. I'm excited to see y'all, man. Y'all got big plans for today? Or are they gonna, or is the family gonna say Happy Father's Day, go out on the grill and cook for everybody?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, right.
And then we all woke up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. How y'all doing?
We're great.
Good. Good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, yo, man. Sitting back, relaxing. This is my one day to do that.
Yeah, man. Hey, I got a couple days off unexpectedly. Yeah, and so what I'm gonna do is rock the mic. I'm gonna try to be here I'm gonna hang out here for a little while and then probably do some vibes and stuff later, and then hang out again tonight, and then jump back on in the morning.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Rocking and rolling. Yeah, man.
That Vibes and Stuffs is good, Freezy. I like that show.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We try to do there. We try to just be as natural and real as we can there. Just talk about just stuff like how parking in the city is outrageous.
Yeah, it's crazy. You talking about New York City, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy out there.
Yeah, days pay to park down there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm in the South right now. I be telling people, yo, hey, you have a car out there. That's more of a headache than anything. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's more of a headache than anything. First of all, you gotta find parking, and then if you do park, you gotta park like 10 blocks from where you originally wanted to go to. So
right.
you gotta take a trip. It's crazy out there, yo.
Yeah, man.
And then you have the subways haven't been the safest thing of late too.
No.
And that's where you're paying for parking or you're jumping on the subway.
Right.
It's what it is now in New York.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. It's crazy out there, bro. Yeah, man. Y'all just be, no matter how you get it, make sure you safe.
That's right.
Exactly.
I'm talking about Mitch, man. Yo, New York is not the easiest place to live at, man. I'm telling people.
Right. Hey, man. Yo. So, okay. All right. So the thing with Mitchell Robinson, man, I ain't gonna hold you. I love Mitch as a person. Like, I love his personality, right? I don't know if he's the best fit for a championship contender, right? Because not because of what he does or doesn't do, right, on the floor, but because right now it's what we're going to pay him, right? And so would it be an issue? Would it have been an issue if we didn't, well, if we weren't paying Nerlens Noel and Taj Gibson $15 million a year, $16 million, I'm sorry, in salary? If we paid Mitch 15 mil and we didn't have those guys, I'd be like, whatever.
Yep.
It's the cost of doing business.
To me, it doesn't make a difference because you're like between Taj and Noel, they're off the books after this year, and one of them is probably going to be moved. You're hearing a lot of smoke with Noel, so they're probably moving him. To me, I struggle to want to give a guy $12 million for a year for the next 4 years for a guy who really hasn't shown. He's shown a lot of defensive improvement, but on the offensive game, there's nothing. He creates a logjam with Julius Randle and with RJ. And even if Julius is gone, even I feel like with Obi's not the most efficient three-point shooter. So when he plays with Obi, it's kind of the same issue when Obi steps in. So that he gets you 4 defensive rebounds a game, which is abysmal for a 7-foot center.
Right.
He shoots 48% from the 3-throw line, and it's been going down every year.
Yeah. It's been going down every month.
I would say this about Mitchell. The antithesis to Mitchell Robinson, in which we had on the team, was in his cancer. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
He was all offense. You know what I mean? He could get you some rebounds, but if a team wanted a game plan on how to score a bucket on us, just go through innings.
Right.
And
right. Just hunt for him. Just run the pick and roll until you get cancer.
He gonna let you go right by him. So, what kind of a center do we want? We can't have this NBA. We can't have this 2K center to where he could shoot threes. He could get rebounds. He could post up, like
block shots.
Like, what kind of a center do we
protect
want?
the baseline? Protect the rim.
The closest one to that we can get, and you can get him reasonably cheap on a 1 or 2 year deal, and I try him out, is Mo Bamba. He gives you the same rebounds, he gives you shot blocking, and just that ability to shoot the 3 alone spaces the floor. You have to guard him at the perimeter.
That's a good choice.
Even if you're not giving him a lot of shots from the 3 line,
how much are you paying him? But how much are you paying him?
I give him 8 or 9 million.
Okay.
Yeah,
you get him on a 2, get him on a 1-and-1 or a 2-and-1.
That's fair.
And so
you're not locking yourself down. You get him on the cheap, and he fits better a little bit. You're going to lose a little bit defensively, but offensively, it's going to be a lot better because of spacing.
Right. And so Joe, this is what I want to say to the Mo Bamba thing. So I don't think you'll get him for 8. I think you'll wind up getting him for like 12. Right. Not
mid-level, maybe.
And not because Mo Bamba deserves 12, 13, 14 million, but because the market is going to dictate him getting paid that much, right? Because of a number of things. But here's the thing, the most important thing. If you sign Mo Bamba for 12, right, that means you're paying the center position $30 million a year.
That's too much for the center position.
Think about what Nerlens Noel's making, what Taj Gibson is making, what Jericho Sims is making, what Mo Bamba will be making. And so you'll have 4 guys making about 30, somewhere 28, 29, 30, 31 million dollars a year, depending on what Mo Bamba will command in free agency. Right?
Freezy, I'd keep one of those guys, one center, and keep Sims as a reserve. That's it.
See, like the big deal with Noel, like he's cap. At the end of the day, you can't move him, or you have to give up something to move him. Worst thing is he's cap space. And this is Nerlens Noel we're talking about. He's on a contract year, so he's going to give you somewhat production because he's getting paid.
Because he's
at the end, because he's going to want. That's Nerlens Noel. You get him 1 year deals for Nerlens Noel because you pay him any more. That's it.
Yeah, he's chilling.
He's one of them guys. So that's the worst case scenario.
He's a check collector. He's a check collector. That's what he is. He a mercenary. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. With the thing, do you want to pay that much money for a center, knowing that you don't have playmakers that can get bigs involved, for one, and for two, the Knicks haven't had a steady impact one guy at center Think about the Mitch era. The Mitch era has been what, four seasons? So the Mitch era has been 4 seasons, right? When's the last time a center played in New York for 4 seasons? So somebody tell me without saying Patrick Ewing.
You got me on that one. Nobody, honestly.
Tyson Chandler was here just for 3, right?
Yeah, 3.
Was it 3 or 4? Oh, it was 3. Okay.
3 seasons. Okay.
What about Eddie Curry? Baby Shaq, right?
Yeah,
that's the
baby Shaq. Yeah, he was a baby rib Shaq.
Nah, I'm not front on Eddie Curry. I ain't gonna front on him.
Yeah.
But I would say this though, to your point, Uncle Freezy, about the center position. You make a compelling point about the whole. We don't have a playmaker to get our centers in positions to produce. I get that, but when you look at a team, I always bring the Raptors up because I don't think people realize that squad is scary. It's scary. Doc Rivers been sweating. He'll tell you on interviews like, "Hey, listen, this team is long. You know, they lengthy. They hard to get by, and they only one. The Raptors is only one center away from being absolutely dominant. So you have teams out there that are starving for centers right now. I mean, the league is still a small ball league, but I think it's gradually going to become a big man's league again. So at some point, we got to secure a center, even if we do the draft, or we might have to bite the bullet with either Mitch or to a lesser degree get Mo Bamba if we could get him. You know what I mean?
See, the thing is with me is you got to weigh. Mitch is wanting probably anywhere between 10 to 15, we're saying, right? And someone's probably going to give it between Detroit and some of these, stupid teams that are willing to throw out money.
Right.
So which are you ready to do? Say Mo Bamba and Mitch, same contract, same money. Who are you giving it to? To me, I give it to Mo Bamba just because the spacing. The offensive game is better.
I'm gonna say that y'all say Mo Bamba, right? But listen, this is what I'll say to y'all at this point, right? And y'all just hear me out on this. I think spacing is a two-way street, right? The spacing doesn't start at the rim and go outwards. The spacing also goes horizontally, like from corner to corner, from rim to top of the key, right? And our team has guards that are awful offensively. So teams can pack the paint because there are no offensive threats. Like I put up on the screen yesterday, our starting point guards shot 40% or less from the floor, all of them. Right? Derrick Rose and Evan Fournier were the only players to shoot above 41% from the floor in the backcourt. Derrick Rose shot 44.5. Evan Fournier shot 41.5. Everybody else was 40% or below. Right? And so if you don't have to defend out there, out there, that's not Mitchell Robinson's problem. That's a backcourt problem. The backcourt is absolutely garbage. Right? And we like those guys because they're ours. But if we had, imagine if you had who would y'all consider is a good point guard? Just like above average. Just an above average point guard in the league. Jalen Brunson, Fred VanVleet,
D'Angelo Russell.
Let's say Fred VanVleet. Let's just take Fred VanVleet since I brought him up, right? If we had a Fred VanVleet, a guy that could stretch the floor, can you imagine the work that the cutters on our team would be able to do cutting baseline? 3-point shooters in the corner? Can you imagine a backcourt of Fred VanVleet and say Bradley Beal?
Wow.
What can you imagine what Mitchell Robinson, Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, Obi Toppin would look like? But we don't. We have Alec Burks and Evan Fournier.
It's funny that you say that, Uncle Freezy, because the Raptors fan base, they have a lot of respect for Fred VanVleet for what he did for their particular team. But at the same time, they're looking to get rid of him because he doesn't fit. He has those limitations.
Right.
They're looking to get rid of him for real?
They're looking to get rid of him. I call. What do they want?
Huh?
If they're looking to get rid of him, I'm the Knicks. I'm trying to make a call.
Yeah.
Or
Yep,
at least see him what they want.
But see,
I don't know what.
everything.
There's a reason why they're trying to get rid. It's not that they don't like him or anything. He just doesn't fit with what they're trying to do. They're trying to have size at every position. They know that he has limitations on defense. When you watch games, when you watch the highlights or whatever, Fred VanVleet, he struggles defensively against any and every point guard. It's not from lack of effort. He just knows he just has limitations. That's what.
I would say from a Knicks perspective, though, we could deal with lack of defense from point guard because we did, and we still finished 11th in the NBA in team defense. Remember, we started with Kemba Walker and then put Alec Burks there. Alec Burks is not a defender. He just took the most reps. People think Alec Burks is a good defender. Nah. He ain't a great defender. He just took the most reps at point guard. Yeah,
he's just big at guard. When you put him at the 3, he struggles. You see him when he's guarding point guards, he looks like was all defensive player of the year. But when he's guarding wings, he's useless.
But that's because of scheme and not because of ability.
No, and it's his size at the guard position too, at point guard.
Right.
That's all it is.
$40 million, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
Y'all know Fred VanVleet, he's asking for over $30 million a year.
Didn't he just get paid?
No, he just got paid already.
He just got paid.
Did he just get paid from who? What team?
Toronto.
The Raptors. He got paid. Yeah, he got paid. Are you thinking Jalen Brunson?
No, I'm thinking Fred. How much?
No, he got paid 22 and a half. He got 5. Yeah, he got paid
he got like 80 something mil. What was it? 8? Yeah, about 80 something mil.
He got like 21 a year, I think. Or something close, 21, 22. Because I think Jalen Brunson, they say he's going to get that type of contract, maybe a little more.
Maybe a little more. And that's because of cost of living, not because he's better.
Yeah, cost of living.
Oh, yeah, if he comes to New York, yeah. You need to pay that New York tax.
Yeah.
And for the parking, too.
New York, right there.
Right, Joe?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
and they ain't even living in New York. Half of them are living up by me, up in Westchester, up in the close to the sticks. Dolan don't even. He's already paying for the garden. He doesn't want to pay for arena in the city. He wants to be cheap, so he wants to come up here.
I think Dolan lives behind Joe's house.
Yeah. Dolan is Joe Madden's weird neighbor. The dude cutting grass 4 o'clock in the morning. What you doing cutting grass 4 o'clock in the morning, man?
And they're both playing guitar together.
Yeah.
In Joe's garage.
Yeah. Like, Joe, I baked you a pie. Like, Nolan, what are you doing baking pies? Yeah, but anyway, yeah, man. Soulfinger, what's good, bro?
Hey, what's going on now?
Yo, what's going on, man?
Oh, man, all right. Hey, happy Daddy Day to you fellas. Happy Daddy Day to everybody in the chat.
Yeah, man. Hey, we here kicking it, bro. I want to establish a Father's Day theme, you know what I'm saying, for today's show and talk about, you know what I'm saying, like the impacts of dads taking sons to games and being there and helping with the Knicks fandom and all that stuff. My pops tried to make me a Lakers fan. My Uncle Roy tried to make me a Celtics fan. And Iceman that lived on our block, he was a Knicks fan, but he tried to make me a Sixers fan. He's like, Iceman was like, yo, don't root for these Knicks. I'm telling you, they're gonna be sorry now. Don't root for them. Y'all ain't gonna never win a championship.
Sure.
And I was like, Iceman, why you gonna say they ain't gonna never win a championship?
Yo, Iceman was right.
Yeah, he was like, and this was like 70. This is like 78, 77, and I was a little kid, right? Iceman was like, yo, they ain't gonna never win a chip. You see what they doing to the Nets, right? The NBA going, and he was smart, bro. He was smart. He was like, yo, the NBA ain't gonna never let the Knicks win the championship because of what they doing to the Nets. And I was like, what they doing to the Nets? And when you little, you don't understand, right? But for those that don't know, the reason why the Knicks had the league has a beef with the Knicks is because the Knicks were trying to do to the Nets what the Oakland Raiders were trying to do to everybody that watercolor silver. Remember that? Anybody who wears silver, I'm gonna sue you in court.
Yeah.
But the Knicks were trying to sue the Nets out of the state of New York. They only wanted to have one basketball team in New York, right? And it was something about intellectual property, some weird law, and they sued the Nets so bad that the Nets couldn't afford to pay Dr. J, so the Nets had to trade Dr. J to the Sixers just to stay alive, right? And everybody around the league didn't like that, so they hold a grudge. It's a lot of that stuff that the Knicks used to do back in the day.
He's paying for it still today.
Yeah, that we still. But you ever heard that thing? The son paying for the sins of the father.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. It's a lot of.
And that's the thing. That's the thing in life. You do wrong, no matter what, it'll come back and bite you some point. And that's the Knicks did. They did wrong, and they done wrong a couple of times, and now they're trying to. They're still digging out of that hole.
Joe, it sued them twice. Sued them once for $4 million. And crippled the franchise, right? And then 2 years later, took them back to court and sued them for $5 million in the 70s, bro. $5 million.
That's serious money in that time.
Yeah, and so for one, it's one thing not being able to keep your superstar and Dr. J. It's another thing getting sued so bad that you can't build your own arena. The Knicks sued the Nets so bad they couldn't build their own arena. They had to play way out on the island in this place called Nassau Coliseum, right? And a lot of Knicks fans, a lot of young fans don't know what Nassau Coliseum even is anymore, right? But back in the day, it used to be the place where the New York Nets and the New York Islanders used to play, right? Back in the day, you know what I'm saying? And now the Knicks are still paying for it because of the ownership group being so greedy for money. It took the Harlem Globetrotters to court to hold them in a lease in Madison Square Garden. To uphold the lease, they were like, yo, we ain't making, the Globetrotters was like, yo, we ain't making no money in the Garden. We just want to, you know what I'm saying, go to another place where we could just get all the money for ourselves, give some of this money back to charity. The Knicks were like, no, you're going to play them games here in the Garden. You're going to uphold your lease agreement.
That's cold.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, hey, and older fans know that. Like the team that you root for, the Knicks, we used to do a lot of dirty stuff, bro. Sue the city of New York. Sue the city of New York. Y'all remember the court battle because the city wanted to take the land for the Garden and just have the Knicks go play in another spot.
Yeah.
And they were like, no, we're gonna stay right here. And they sued, and it was like they had like the city and the Knicks had like 35 lawsuits open at one time against each other. Like 30 lawsuits. And not major lawsuits, but I'm talking about like for permits and all kind of stuff. They suing back and forth, and man, yeah. Yeah. And so for a lot of people, yo, when they look at the Knicks, yo, you can't blame the rest of the league for how the Knicks operate. You know what I'm saying? Because it's true. But then at the same time, you have to understand too that the Knicks just wanted to establish because before Madison Square Garden, for instance, Madison Square Garden is not the original home of the Knicks.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
The garden existed on its own for concerts and stuff. For concerts and for the Rangers. The Rangers used to play there. You see music, Frank Sinatra. All these people used to, you know what I'm saying, for concerts and stuff. The Knicks used to play in all these random gyms. And then the Knicks moved into the Garden in 67-ish? 68? Something like that. It hadn't been that long. Well, I guess it's been like 50-something years, but you know. But one family purchased the Rockettes, the Knicks, the Rangers, MSG, ITT Cablevision, all this stuff, and put it under one umbrella. And then now it's what you see today, like this package. Like the network that the Knicks the Knicks that follow the Knicks is owned by the Knicks and all this stuff. So it's a lot of stuff to go with it. But anyway, what I'm getting at is the people that own the Knicks did a lot of stuff to keep the Knicks exactly where they are so that they could be stable financially. And teams around the league struggled financially, and so they always had an axe to grind about the Knicks. Like you see the Golden State Warriors, right? Golden State Warriors started out as the San Francisco Warriors, playing in San Francisco, moved to Oakland, became the Golden State Warriors, right? And then back of Oakland, Santa Clara, San Francisco, all these different places. They were constantly like, these teams were in flux, but the Knicks were making money hand over fist by locking down, putting their roots down in Madison Square Garden.
Business savvy. They were smart business wise when it comes to making the money.
Yeah, and they kept the league afloat because a lot of these teams, the New Orleans Jazz, moved
to Utah.
Yeah, the New Orleans Jazz would have folded if it wasn't for the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because there were years the New Orleans Jazz couldn't draw flies.
Oh.
Right? And then they moved to Utah. The Seattle Supersonics, if it wasn't for the Knicks, the Sonics would have folded before the Sonics would have folded in the 70s. Right? The reason why they survived in the 80s is because they got good and people started coming to the games. Right? But in the early 70s, before downtown Freddie Brown and before Lenny Wilkins and all of listen. The Knicks held it down plenty of summers for the entire NBA.
That's when Lenny Wilkins was played in Seattle.
Yeah. He used to play. He used to play for the St. Louis Hawks first.
Yep, and then he went to the Seattle. Then he was with the Supersonics.
Yeah, as a veteran point. Tell me if this will remind you. A team is searching for a point guard, so they trade for a 31-year-old former All-Star from another team. Tell me if that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Lenny Wilkins, Mo Cheeks, a lot of guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
That name to put some butts in seats or whatever, and fan base get excited because of the name, what they did at one time, but not looking at it. That's not the same player you're getting.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But let me ask you this. Let's get back to current day stuff, right? Let's get back to the current day stuff. Soulfinger, would you invest $30 million in a center position if you were the Knicks?
30 million? You mean like we talking about one big a monstrous contract? As in 30, like some of these cats are making 30 a year? Or you talking about over a course of time 30?
No, I'm talking about 4 guys making a total of $30 million.
Depends on who it is.
It'll be Nerlens Noel at $9 million. It'll be Taj Gibson at almost $6 million. So that's half. It'll be
you already stopped me. You already lost me when you said Nerlens.
Yeah, and then it'll be Jericho Sims, whatever he makes, because they're gonna re-sign him this summer, right? I think they're gonna give him some kind of extension this summer because he's on a 2-year second round pick deal like Mitch.
Yeah,
right.
You got to keep Jericho. He's young. You keep developing. You have him continues to develop. Nerlens, I'm moving him. He has the thing is he has a history. I appreciate what he did the year we went to the playoffs. All right. But let's be honest. Nerlens is known for having a lot of injuries. He's fairly, he is what he is. He's not going to get any better. This is like us saying the same thing for Mitch, but but I'd be moving Nerlens mainly because one of those injuries, man. And he can only do as much. I already know with Mitch. Yeah, we know Mitch he's not a shooter or whatever, so per se. But I take into account that what he had, Mitch not going to college or whatever, that plays a difference. It's going to take him even longer to get to a certain degree. And if he stays as he is offensively where he is, but can be a better defender, continue to defend and give it those offensive rebounds, I'm keeping Mitch. If I'm picking out a Nerlens, and Mitch, I'm taking Mitch. It's not me being a homer, but I'm just, call me a homer. I don't care. But I'm taking Mitch because after, like I said, look in the history of Nerlens Noel.
He's a mercenary.
Yeah,
he show up every contract year, like Joe Madden said.
Yeah, hey, Joe hit the nail on the head with a sledgehammer. That's just what he is. He's a mercenary.
Right.
You know.
To be honest, I'd move off of both Mitch. I'd try and get a sign-in trade and get something for Mitch and that trade Noel, and try and get an actual, maybe a center that can give me more of an offensive game. But I'd agree, if I had to pick out of the two of them, I'd pick Mitch.
I'm taking Mitch.
And see, my other thing too is a lot of the other names is out there. Like, you got DeAndre Ayton. You're gonna have to break the bank right there to get hold of him. You're gonna have to pay that man. But also, I look at it as this: he needs a point guard as well to be able to function. So, considering what we got right now, I'll roll with Mitch, because I think, and now I don't want to get in people's pockets, but dollar wise, you can get Mitch
at a better price than you would a DeAndre Ayton, mainly because of the way he was drafted. So when you come down to that. So, but Nerlens, oh yeah, man, I'm getting Nerlens up out of here. I'm putting him on my look. I'll put him on my Huffy bicycle and ride him to the airport.
That's gonna be hard to do.
So can I ask a question?
Nah, I think they can get something for Nerlens. Match contract or second. People, centers are rare now, and he's only making $9 million, and he come off the bench and give a bit of defense to some sort of playoff team.
Yeah, but look at Dallas. Look at the contracts Dallas moved to do to get Christian Wood.
Yeah. That was a good deal for them. They got off a bad salary and got to give up a late first.
Yeah, so we're in a good position to still move. Nerlens was 1 year left. It's an expiring contract, because the third year is a team option. So a team would want to jump on that because they have control of that, and that's jettison money down the line. So we could probably give up Nerlens. We can give up Nerlens and get something back in return. Second round draft picks, I know we got a lot of them, but you can get another second round draft pick or two or whatever. I'm just saying two, maybe not, but but you can get your second round draft pick, and knowing that 2023 is coming, or with this draft, you can do some package deals with those draft picks to get more. That's why you got them, because second round draft picks are going to become very hot commodities. Again, you got high school kids coming out.
They're not. They're not coming out.
Oh, they're not?
No.
I thought they were coming out.
No. No, that's the unfortunate part. They not able to come out, and it's not because of the NBA not wanting them to come out. It's government regulations with how you deal with children.
See, yeah, because I know you had to spoil the high school, or they open it up for 18-year-olds now, though. Still.
Yeah.
So you get a younger guy like that, 18-year-old, that has a possible high upside. You can sign them to draft them with a second round draft pick. With a second round pick, stash them away and develop them where you don't have to put in a bunch of have to rush to get them out there on the floor. So I'm down the line.
Right. The ideal scenario. Let me read the super chat real quick. I didn't even know Paris Duggar was in the building. Jay Boogie, what's good? DJ Cash, what's good? So happy Father's Day to everybody. Happy Father's Day. Y'all have been selling all year that something's wrong in our process. It isn't computing. We know we're on the rise, says Paris Duggar. Paris Duggar, thank you for your generous contribution. Happy Father's Day, Jay Boogie. Happy Father's Day, DJ Cash.
Happy Father's Day to all of y'all, man.
Happy Father's Day, guys.
Happy Father's Day,
guys.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, happy Father's Day to y'all great men. Shout out to the chat, man. Beautiful Sunday it is. I was just watching two of my favorite movies this morning. And
I got him. There you go.
Yeah, I was watching two of my favorite movies this morning, and this is the first time I really watched these two movies and got kind of upset at them. I was watching Pursuit of Happiness, and I was watching, Daddy's Little Girl. Those are two of my favorite movies, so that's how I started my day. But I got upset because I ain't seen none of my men's up here on side this, this window frame, or none of my men's that be in these chats, That's how deserving y'all men are, Y'all Pursuit of Happiness, and y'all always play the role of Daddy's Little Girl, or Daddy's Little Son, Y'all great men. I share life with y'all guys, Especially I don't got close to some of y'all, as far as your kids and everything, And I know y'all great men. I know if I needed to and I had to and I had to leave one of my kids around, one of my daughters around, one of y'all men, I know they're protected and they're safe. So I just wanted to say special shout, happy Father's Day to all y'all great men. Keep doing what you're doing, keep leading, being that, you know what I'm saying, role model in your kids' life. Because you inspire your kids, you inspire your grandkids, which become their kids, and so on throughout the generation. So blessings to everybody in the chat too, you know what I'm saying, and all the fathers on the New York Knicks too, man. Salute, 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 3 capital S's.
Thank you. Same to you, J.
Yeah,
Boogie.
man. Yeah, man.
Same to you,
Appreciate you,
Boogie.
bro.
Appreciate it, bro. Reciprocate back to you.
Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. The reason why we do this right here, man, is or I do it and open it up. People think I do it just because I want to be the most right and correct person in Knicks universe. Nah, man, I do this because it's like a fellowship. It's a place for the homies can come and hang out, right? You know what I'm saying? Come hang out, you know what I'm saying? Fellowship a little bit, make some friends, talk that noise or whatever. Man, I'm not worried about being the most popular person in Knicks universe. I'm more so here because I like the idea that homies can get together and hang out and talk Knicks, right? Talk about stuff without no pressure. You know what I'm saying? In a place that's safe, and in a place where people feel comfortable can just come in and kick it. And then also, and if you have some type of talent, it'll be that place where we can showcase talents. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. So when Jay Boogie said that, man, I appreciate you, brother, for sharing that with me, man. That thing touched my heart a little bit, and in the most manly kind of way. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, man. Hey, love you, brother, and I appreciate you being a positive influence on the world through Knicks Nation, for sure.
Appreciate it, man. Continue to strive to do my best, man.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
yeah, man. Hey, I got this link from you. You sure you want me to whoop up on y'all for an entire football season?
Hey, man, get your money, man. I put it out there, man. There's money to be made this year. Ain't no joking around, man. You got a chance to win $100 every Tuesday for the first 10 weeks of the NFL season, $350 for the Super Bowl champion, $75 only for the run-up, and $75 for the guy, you know what I'm saying, that has the best record. That's for y'all, man. I'm just commissioning it. That's all. And you know me, I don't take nothing out of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in it to get a percentage, no nothing. May the best squad win, man.
There you go. I'll make sure I have the best squad then.
Put your money on the LA Rams. I think they might do something this year.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
you
man.
You said they going Mel Gibson and Danny Glover back to back?
Back to back. Back to back.
They paid no salary cap for them.
Hey, man, look, they all about paying that extra money.
Teams like the Giants and the Bears and teams in salary cap hell, and the Rams can pay everybody.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah. Well,
I got me especially. I'm watching out for the Chargers this year. They woo.
Chargers made some moves. They made some moves on their defensive side of the ball, especially they're gonna have Bosa on one side, and then you got return. You got the Mac on the bro.
Khalil Mack. Yeah, we robbed them in that trade, bro.
Yeah,
we robbed.
Y'all came up on it, but God, the defense was getting there. But man, they added. So that AFC West.
Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa.
Yeah, man.
Well, you know, y'all
got they load up in the secondary.
Well, Freezy, what did y'all give up for Mac? Y'all give up like 3 first-rounders, right?
No, we gave up 2 first and a second. 2 first and a second.
Right? And then what you get back? You got back a couple of seconds, right?
Yeah. Couple of seconds and something else, I think.
He's been hurt though, right? Since he come to the Bears.
Yeah, and he's old now too. He's not the same dude. He's not the same dude. But hey, man, my dog back here barking. Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me see what he's talking about. Every time I try to hang out with the fellows, my dog be like,
he's hungry, Freezy.
Well, I mean, it's countdown, fellas. Countdown. That draft is coming, and we're gonna see.
Y'all on the panel, who y'all taking at 11? Or y'all gonna trade it?
I'm trying to trade it, but there's a couple of guys I like at 11.
I think the move. I think what's going to determine the outlook of how the rest of the draft is going to go down is 4 Sacramento. That's going to be that's going to be the undetermined, undecided. We don't know what's going to happen. But whatever happens from 4 is going to dictate who we going to get.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an impulsive thing.
It's going to be interesting if Sacramento, like they said, they're open for business. Ivy doesn't want to go there, but if they don't find a deal and they have to draft them, I wonder what happens there.
They don't have to draft him. Now I've heard.
See, that's the thing is, where's their leverage? If they can't find a deal, do they just pass on him?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was just saying it's like their leverage is like, so if they're not going to take him and they're trying to trade him, if they can't get a deal, do they just pass on him and take Keegan Murray?
Yes, that's what I heard. I heard that they'll probably take Keegan Murray, and if that's the case, Detroit's going to sop Jaden Ivey up like syrup on some white bread or something. Because
he ain't going anywhere.
Cade Cunningham and Ivy is going to be dangerous. So for us, that's why I said in the prior telecast, we got to make that gambit move, because if Ivy falls to Detroit and Detroit's on the clock, we're not getting him. Plain and simple. Go to Plan B.
What's Plan B?
If we don't get Ivy at 4, we're not going to get him. Plain and simple.
No. He's not getting past Detroit, and I don't even think if he gets past Detroit, he's not getting past Indiana. He's not getting past both of them.
Nope.
And they're not going to trade out. They're not going to trade him away. See, the thing is with me with the Kings is it's like, where's their leverage? Because it's like if they don't find a trade, they're going to pass on him. They have to. So why does Detroit and the Pacers, the Knicks and Washington seem to be only teams to be sure? Okay, we have to trade up. Detroit and the Pistons would be like, all right, bluff, take them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want to give up, Joe? What do you want to give up for the 4th pick from the Knicks? The most.
That's all I was going to ask.
I think they have to get to 7 first with Portland before they can get, because I don't see Detroit wanting to move all the way back to 11. So they're going to have to jump up to like 7 or 8.
Oh, God.
So, and I think that's easy enough done. I think Portland would take vets and 11 pick and maybe a couple of seconds.
What were you saying? So you saying get up to the Portland spot, and then once you get up to the Portland spot, are you insinuating
you got to jump that? You got to jump down to 4.
Okay, are you insinuating trade both them lottery picks to move to 4?
If you're moving, so we have 11. So you move, say 11. I don't know, say a Quentin Grimes, Alec Burks, and a 2nd rounder. Then you get to 7. And then you try and move from then 7 to 4. You jump up 3 spots and maybe some future picks. You don't have to touch Obi or Quickly or any of them. You just move future picks then to go from 7 to 4.
So you saying switch 7 and 11?
Switch 7 and 11 and then try and switch 7 and 4. That's what they're going to have to do, because it's going to be very expensive to get straight from 11 to 4. So you're going to have to try to get a cheaper way, and to get the cheapest way is probably to get to 7 first. And I think Portland want to move that pick. So I think you give them like Grimes, Burks, and a 2nd round pick. They're going to do it.
So Jay Boogie, if you were shot calling, what would you do?
You want me to tell you honestly?
Honestly.
I clean house.
Okay.
I clean house. If it was me personally, I have 4 lottery picks on this team this year. What I would do, RJ would be going for that number 4 pick. I would trade Julius and whatever I got to do for that 7th pick.
Yes.
I would switch back with Charlotte for that 11th, from the 11th for the 13th and the 15th pick. And me personally, I have Ivy, Sohan, Mark Williams, and Abaji on this team this year, and still have my 23 picks next year.
That's a master plan.
Tom Thibodeau is going to quit. You give him 4 rookies and you trade all his vets. He's walking out the door.
Y'all missing the point with Tom. Tom is only here for 3 years. Tom is not getting ready to continue on being here. They know Tom is against what Leon said. Leon said he wants to build through the draft. He's telling you they're not on the same page. So Tom is only answering his 3-year guaranteed contract. Tom is gone after this season right here. He is gone. Period. Yep. He's out of here. because he can't keep up with the Joneses. Y'all act like he's gonna do 5 years. No, he had 3 years of that 5 years guaranteed. That's the only reason why he was still here now.
So let me
Last
ask
season.
the panelists the same question. What would y'all do if y'all was shot calling? Would y'all agree with Jay Boogie, or would y'all do anything different?
Nah, I keep some of our young guys and I try and just move up for Ivy. Keep RJ. I'd move one of Quickly or Obi if I have to get up with picks. But I try and keep RJ in one of the two and build off of that with Ivy. Because I wouldn't try and tear it all down because you're going into maybe waiting another 3 years for a playoff run because you need to see if them 4 new guys pan out. You need to build chemistry. I think it's better just going up and trying to bring that all-star upside in and add to RJ and whatever young pieces you have left after the trade.
Right.
How about you, Peter?
I ain't even, let me say this real quick. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, we appreciate. Oh my God, reading is fundamental. We appreciate this opportunity and platform. Hey man, we appreciate as a group. We appreciate the fact that y'all feel safe enough and confident enough and friendly enough to come in and kick it with this group, man, and just come support a group that's mainly about friends and homies coming in together, kicking it, talking about one thing, as opposed to it being just a Knicks dominant joint. You know what I'm saying? Because for the most part, people generally like each other, and that's what we're trying to get here. So yeah, we appreciate that, and we appreciate y'all too, man. Mostly y'all, because honestly, the Knicks are gonna be the Knicks. The Knicks are gonna nick, regardless what year it is. The Knicks are gonna be the Knicks, bro. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that we can come here and kick it is the one thing I want to stress on Father's Day. So I appreciate all of y'all, man.
Appreciate.
But
you
let me say this though. Let me say this to what Joe said though. Joe, I ain't even gonna hold you. I believe the Knicks should be star hunting through the draft, not through free agency, but through the draft. I think the Knicks should go hunt for their own stars in the draft,
and grow on,
right, and let them grow here in the city.
Agreed.
Right? Because what happens is people look at other teams and how they win championships and think we can do what they did if we take star players. No, Giannis was drafted by the Bucks. Steph was drafted by the Warriors. Kawhi was drafted by the Spurs. Duncan drafted by the Spurs. Dwayne Wade drafted by the Heat. Michael Jordan drafted by the Bulls. Magic Johnson drafted by the Lakers. Larry Bird drafted by the Celtics, right? Quentin Grimes drafted by the Knicks.
Question for Uncle Freezy. Do we have the patience for Stephen Curry, Giannis, and all of the players you mentioned, besides Quentin Grimes?
Majority of sorry to cut y'all. I didn't mean to cut y'all. I was just gonna say majority. No, there's some, yes. But you gotta, just to remember, if you're gonna build a championship team, it's going to take time. I mean, I want a championship, but I want more. I want a dynasty.
I want a dynasty. I'm with you, man.
I want a dynasty. Bump.
You want to be like Blake Carrington.
Yes.
You want a Blake Carrington. You want a dynasty.
Yes.
Hey, anybody out there not know who Blake Carrington is? Somebody.
Not the new one. We talking about the OG.
The old one.
The OG.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
The OG. When he's coming around with Falcon Chris.
See, one of the things Knicks fans need to realize too is, like, and Freezy was saying it the other day, when we get guys in, it's going to take a little bit of time to get guys in, and if they're the guys, then it's going to take playoff losses, heartbreak. It's going to take losses for them to build and get to there. Like Jordan went through hell having to play the Pistons for a couple of years, his first couple of years. You look at, like, they go through losses first. You're not going to come in and have 2 all-stars and within 2 years of development, they're going to win a chip. It doesn't usually happen unless there's an all-star vet with them that's been in the league for 7 or 8, 9 years. So that's the problem we're going to have in New York, is we need to be patient. Once we get the guys in, you need to wait 2, 3 years. My issue is I don't think we have them guys in place yet.
I just don't want to hear when we get a certain player, the best ability is availability. You know what I mean? Because stuff happens. If players like in Sixers and the Warriors is willing to wait for their star players to get healthy, why can't we?
Yeah, my only thing is, I just say is, let's not talk about if we draft somebody. Let's not talk about what he can't do. Look at what he can do, and look at developing the things that his shortcomings to improve him. You know, get your own. Let's get our own superstar.
Right.
Like Freeze said, let's find our own. I'm for moving up, but I'm for moving up for as long as you're not setting yourself back 2 to 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Because we've seen, we don't want to be on that hamster wheel, the same hamster wheel, different color, doing something. You get the player, but then you destroyed everything you built up. You got foundation pieces. You got pieces that you can put in packages and everything else, but don't go over, don't go over the top. And if you can't get it on this one, if you can't get this one, then look at another foundation piece to have. You can't move up to, like I said, I know we're looking at 4, 4 and 7. Those are two numbers those are two spots that are possibly that you could trade, get those trade spots. If not, you can stand pat at 11 and get something. If not, package it up and go back. I mean, if you really look at it, and I know staying pat is not popular, and trading back is really not popular for a lot of Knicks Nation, but we are still in a really good position if you look at it. We can still operate because 2023, from my understanding and where it's sounding, is going to be a very deep draft.
It is.
And we still have our 2 first-round draft picks, a truckload of second-round draft picks, and if that guy is in that 2023 draft that they want, that could be that superstar, and if you got enough assets to package it up and make a run at them, if you want to package up 2 first-round draft picks and some seconds to jump up to get who you think could be the guy, then do it. Because it goes back to what you were saying, Freeze, because I thought about that. I remember that draft you talked about when we had the 3 picks. I was stationed at Camp Pendleton, and I remember hearing, Dante Jones, Walter McCarty, and John Wallace. And John Wallace. I remember that. And I had a homeboy.
3 first-round picks, man. And the Knicks wanted to trade up to 10. And they were like, no, 3 first-round picks is too much to move up to 10. And Kobe Bryant went 13th.
Yeah. And I had my homeboy. He was from Uptown. We was the station with him up at Pendleton.
Where were the Knicks picking that they had to trade up from to 10?
17, 18, 19.
Yeah, we had those right in a row. We went right in a row.
They had 3 in a row.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh boy, and they could have traded up for Kobe. Okay.
They could have traded up.
They could have traded up for anybody. They could have traded up for Steve Nash. They could have got Steve Nash. They could have got Peja Stojakovic. They could have got Kobe Bryant. They could have got Vitaly Potapenko. They could have got Zydrunas Ilgauskas.
Man, God, you just open up
any. They could have got any quality player.
See, that's a good draft. That's the type office personnel we be having. People that don't have no guts inside them to make a boss man move. If you can't make a boss man move, then how do you think your company is going to grow? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to make a move that looks like it might not bring you the money right now, but in the long run, it's the best thing going. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to make boss man moves. But I just want to ask y'all a question because we don't cover it and talked about all types of scenarios, trading up, trading this, get rid of this person, not get rid of that person, what's this and that. My question is, y'all, how would y'all feel if we did nothing this year and come back with the same, everything the same, just with the 11th pick? Because we haven't spoke upon that. We done nothing.
Yeah.
That could very well happen.
You're right, Danny. You're right about that. It could happen. I really wish that Subliminal, as I was calling him yesterday, Scout 209. I wish he would, because he had some other players that we haven't talked about. He's been digging deep in his scouting. But if we did stay with the team, run it back with just the 11 pick, I'm prepared to take the shots on the chin.
What about 42, 11 and 42? You mean?
Yeah. Okay. We 11 and 42. This is just me. I'm ready to take the shots on the chin because that's telling me you digging in and you going hard in for 2023 draft. That's the way I look at it.
And that to me is putting Tibbs under fire because it's more or less saying, all right, we're running it back. If Tibbs can't get us any better with this team, then he's fired at the end of the year or halfway through.
Yeah, but that's
so if you're
that's
staying at 11, you're bringing in a rookie that might not play crazy minutes, and it's the same roster. Tibbs going to play his vets. To me, you're going to lose games, which could be good. You get a higher pick in a great draft. But man, I don't know if I could watch that for another 82 games.
See, that's one of the points. Let me address the super chats real quick before they disappear. So James Labastille, thank you for the generous contribution. He says, "Happy Father's Day if this applies." And Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. He says, "I saw us draft 5 future starters in the NBA." 2021. I saw us draft 5 future starters in the NBA in 2021.
Tissue? Sure.
Okay. All right. Let me move out of y'all way right quick so y'all can get back to it. Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Freezy.
Yo.
I got a new card. I was testing it with you. Did you receive that? Yep. You can tell me yes or no. Okay.
Yep. I was actually just disappearing because I was going to create something and put it on the screen. That's why I was just ready. You read my mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just, it hit my mind when they was doing that because I lost my card and had to cancel and had to wait for a new card and all that. So,
Now, I was just about to create a thank you and put it on the screen. Just about to do that.
All right.
I'm going to still do it, though.
No, you already said it. You don't have to do it.
No, I got to, man. I got to show love.
Oh,
it's
man.
love, bro. It's love.
Yeah, that's why I asked everybody the question of what they would do if they were shot calling. Because I don't know. It's either a choice of building or trying to compete right now by sacrificing some young pieces.
No, man, I mean, sorry. I didn't mean to go. I'm sitting up just talking out loud to myself. My bad.
No, you good, man. Or building a foundation, like the Warriors did. You know what I mean? And I hate to compare it to the Warriors. I hate to compare it because we're nothing like them. We never really, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, like every single draft, we have an opportunity to build the right way. And I feel like us as fans, we always go for we need to win right now. And I understand, like we do, the question is, do we have a right to be desperate? Because we're talking about tanking, we're talking about trading away what y'all want to call ham sandwiches, our young assets, in order to win right now, or for a draft pick who could potentially be a superstar or not, depending on whether you believe in the hype.
Mm-hmm.
So no, go ahead, man. I'm done.
No. I thought you. I mean, because I was going to address you just from me while I'm sitting at Don P. I'm all for the foundation, building the foundation, and then being patient enough to find that star. I'm not about to bring just me. I don't want us to do what we did before, repeat and go after the name of a superstar that's done, or we give up a lot of stuff to get a superstar and go on. I would rather build. I'm looking at like I said, San Antonio is a dynasty, man. They kept building on that after they got their superstar with the big fundamental.
Right.
And then you look at Golden State. They drafted those cats. They drafted Draymond, Steph, and Clay. And then you kept adding the pieces. Then they made the free agency. You brought in the David Lee. You brought in the Iguodala. But they brought in the right veterans to put in around it. That's what I'm saying we should do. I don't want to see us going after all the names that are out there, because some of the big names out there now are two on the other side of 30, for one. And there's more money that you want to deal with. I'm patient. I'm cool with building it like this, and then we find our superstar. Like I said, who is it? Scoot Henderson. Everybody, I've been hearing people his name coming up in the chat. People talking about it in panels. If Scoot Henderson turns out to be that star, I'm just going to use him as an example, and we run it back with what we got, and the players we got get better with experience. And we don't make the playoffs, and we fall back into the lottery or whatever. If we do that, I'm for that. I can deal with that. especially if it looks like you can get your hands on a Scoot Henderson. If you can make a move to get up to get him, if that's the guy you want, that he's the corner, he's the focal point of the spear that can change our organization, we'll do it. You know?
Yeah, I agree with
I'm cool with it. I just don't want to win, because win now. Look at the Lakers, man. That's the results of win now. They sold their soul and everything, and look at them now.
Yeah, same thing with
Brooklyn.
Yeah, Brooklyn. Remember when they had traded
it and all those pieces?
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't work out.
Yeah, and all those pieces were just in the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you said they was just in the NBA. No, I'm talking about KG, Paul Pierce.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The picks that they traded to Boston turned out to be Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
You talking about Brooklyn?
Yeah. Brooklyn. Yeah. So that's what they did. They sold their soul, and look at them. They were sitting up there 1, 2, 3 flat earth fishing.
That's a fact, man. That's a fact. That's why I asked the question that I asked, man. I don't think there's no right or wrong answer. Obviously, I do agree and disagree with some takes, but I'm more in line of just building organically. That's something that I don't ever feel like the Knicks ever tried before. We always looking for the big names to put butts in the seat. But have you ever tried to build organically? I just don't think we ever done that.
Of course.
Oh, I'm rocking with you, Don P.
Hey, Soulfinger, I think we're staying at 11.
But you know what? I wouldn't have a problem with it either. Staying at 11, because this isn't a point guard heavy draft, but it's heavier on wings and bigs. And I know we got a truckload of some players, but look at those contracts. Like I said, Dallas made the move with getting rid of some of those contracts they did to get what they need. We got these expirings, will be expiring, some decent contracts to move. So you can make room. And if you get, some want Tyra Eason. It's a lot of things. I think we need, if we can't find that point guard, at least get that wing, a bigger wing, get us some size, some length.
Well, I got another question for y'all, because I got them lined up. All types of different scenarios, things that we haven't, brought to the table. I got another scenario. Would you try to call OKC and trick them and tell them, I'll trade you this 11th pick and Dallas pick next year for your number one?
Which number one? For the second overall?
Yeah, no, for their number one next year.
Nah, that they're in tank mode, and Victor Wembanyama's generational talent. He's like a 7'3" Kevin Durant. He's not. They're not moving. They're going to tank for him. All them 3 teams, like the Rockets, Orlando, like Pacers, even they're all looking at him. They're not going to move any of their next year's picks. Like that's why Knicks fans don't even want to move the Knicks pick next year.
Yeah, I would rather keep our pick next year. I mean, if I'm calling OKC. And you want to talk about point guard? I will be talking to him, because look, you got I just saw it yesterday. Looking at SGA, going down trying to get Murray out of San Antonio and one other point guard. I want to say it's Washington. Washington is trying to make a move to get them. So if Washington's trying to make a move to get SGA and they're saying he's available, and it's a possibility, and like we said, we talk about point guard, and all like that, and some like SGA, then, I would even look at Trey Mann. I mean, look, I would even ask Josh to get it. I know they're probably hanging the phone up in my face. I had to call back. Sorry, man, I'm just playing. I just had to ask. You know what I'm saying? I had to ask. Hey, I'm just saying, I'm going to keep it a book. Hey, closed mouth don't get fed, man. So I'm going to ask, but
I don't think OKC moving SGA. I think they have him on the shelf waiting until they contend or we're ready to start winning. I think after next year, they're going to tank next year, and then he'll play like his 50 games, and then they're going to start bringing him in, because they locked him in for like 5 years, big money, and I just think he's too good, and it'd be stupid for them to let him go for more picks. Like, they already have enough of picks.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, you can only do so much, but yeah, they're looking at his name has been coming up. But I mean, Washington's trying to do whatever. I mean, if he's available, I mean, well, that's just like us. We didn't see the Halliburton trade coming. We thought it was gonna be Fox, and Halliburton was moved. You like what? We were all like, what? Say what?
Yeah,
See, that's why
that's Sacramento. That's a dumb organization. That's Sam Presti. I don't think's not that dumb.
That's why I feel like we could fleece the Kings, yo. Kings been known for making worse decisions than we made. Like, if I feel like we could fleece any team, it would be the Kings. We're talking about the same team that drafted, what's his name, Willie Cauley-Stein, when they still had DeMarcus Cousins. When they could have got, what's his name, Justice Winslow.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
See, that's another reason why I be throwing RJ's name to Sacramento, because that's what they hit us with, you know what I'm saying, for Halliburton, if y'all remember last year. So if they hit us with Halliburton, which he wasn't even a top, he was after 8. What I don't know what pick he came.
He went 12, but CAA told like 4 teams that he didn't want to go to them because they had log jams the point guard position.
Right. So when the trade deadline was coming up, Sacramento started with RJ. They said if you ain't sending RJ, then ain't no conversation. So ain't nowhere in the world we can even talk about that 4th pick without starting at RJ. The same guys. So that's why I always keep saying RJ. That's the only way. That if we do it, that's the only way. If it ain't RJ, we might as well stop talking about that. That's the only way they're gonna give us that 4.
I want to expound on your point, Jay Boogie. So let me ask the panel this. Is RJ tradable? Is he untouchable? That's the real question. Would y'all, as the GM, as a shot caller, will he be an option for a trade?
For a star, like an all-star, like MVP caliber type player or an all-star, but not for a trade up to move up 7 spots for a guy who to me is going to be an all-star. I have no doubt about it, but he hasn't proven it yet. So that's where I'm at. You're kind of selling yourself there to a 3rd overall pick that you have that you know is at least a fringe all-star type player at the very least, and you're moving him for a guy that hasn't played yet. So I'm not interested in that. The other pieces I'd move, but no, not RJ, man.
What about you, DJ Cash? Can you hear me, DJ Cash? I guess not. Oh yeah, you on mute, bro.
Yeah, he looked frozen, man. Cash, you frozen? No, you muted. We can't hear you.
Hey, Cash, you muted.
Cash can't even hear us talking. He's muted both ways.
Wow.
Yeah, I figured that. What about you, Jarvis?
First of all, man, salute to everybody. Thank you for letting me on the platform. Freezy, appreciate you, my man. Salute and happy Father's Day to all you guys. Me personally, like my man was alluded to. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
Hey, that sound like down south. That sound like somewhere between Arkansas and Mississippi. What dialect is that? What? Don't tell me that's boot.
Man, that's straight Louisiana, man.
I'm messing with you, man. I'm messing with you, man. How you been?
Doing good, fam. How you been?
Man, good. Trying to do the right thing. Trying to do the right thing.
I hear that, man.
My dog back here cutting up. I didn't know puppies bark this much, bro. Hold on, I'll be back.
They do. So, man, what's happening, Jay Boogie, man? You told me once to stop hiding from you. So here I am, man. No more hiding.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that, man.
Appreciate you, but I appreciate all you guys, man.
Hey, hold on one second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Happy Father's Day.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, sweetheart, how you doing?
Yeah, she been dying to say that, man. Go ahead, rock on, y'all.
Yeah, I like my man was alluding to earlier with RJ, unless I'm getting some type of star player in a package, top 10 player, I wouldn't try to trade up just to get to the number 4 using RJ, man. And that's a pick that I can see if you can do something like that. Another way to add with RJ, I would try that, but I wouldn't move him in a package just for the number 4. That's just me personally.
Okay. Yeah, DJ Cash, you back on?
I think my man DJ Cash still muted.
Yeah.
Cash, go out of the chat and come back in.
Yeah, he on his turntables right now. He DJing for real.
Just go back out and come back in, Cash, and then that should be that's it. There you go. And sometimes it just be like one setting that is either hit or bumped or something. But Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says we about to draft 3 more NBA starters, and Obi about to pop. We'll see.
Yeah, definitely. As far as RJ goes, I'll say this and I'll say it again. I'm rooting for him. I question his talent. I question his upside. But the way I see it is this: if Paul Pierce can succeed in this league with his limitations, if Kyle Lowry can succeed in this league with his limitations, then I don't see why RJ can't.
Testing 1, 2.
Okay, yeah, you back, man.
Good now. You good now, baby boy. We missed you for a minute.
Go ahead, man. What's your take, man? I'm gonna shut up. What's your take, man?
Well, what I was trying to say anyway was that everybody's tradable, man. I mean, including RJ. Now, in this particular situation, in regards to Sacramento, I would not offer RJ for this. But for another situation, depending on who the player was or whatever, I mean, nobody's untradeable. So
what about Randall?
Randall? Oh, I'm packing this suitcase. I'm packing this suitcase and giving him an Uber ride to the plane so he can go. That's easy. Randall is easy.
See, I'm all for trading Randall, but does his production not mean anything for this team? Does that not count for nothing?
The production doesn't mean anything, but what is it going to equate in connection with the growth and the success of the team overall? It means nothing. So in other words, you can have the numbers, but if your team ain't doing nothing, it doesn't mean anything. Look at Jordan. Jordan didn't win a title for the first 6 years when he came into the league. He had phenomenal numbers. But once the change occurred, he got 6 titles. There you go.
Good point. Yeah, listen, man. Me personally, I wouldn't trade RJ not in this draft. I personally just don't have faith that anybody outside of the top 3 is worth trading up for in this case. Maybe in 2023 when we see what's up, we got into the trade deadline to where we can see, okay, what is RJ worth?
Well, it depends. I would say it depends on what you have to give up. And that's how you maneuver the deal. That's how you barter. Leon is a good barterer rather. And so it depends, because you look at, like, for an example, that Halliburton deal. Who saw that coming? Wow.
It's the Kings.
Yeah, but I think, just my take on this, that there's a backstory to that hasn't come out yet. And that's what I'm waiting to hear on that, because something is up with that. You don't just trade Halliburton and the package they got. To me, there's something up with that. What that is, obviously we don't know, but yeah,
I think that's ownership.
That's a bonehead decision.
I think ownership. I think ownership had some sort of friendship with Sabonis' father. And the owner really likes Sabonis, so I think he might have forced the Hammers, like, get me Sabonis at all cost, and that's what the deal was.
That was a lost bet on the poker table. He ain't had the money to call the bet. They said, we'll throw Halliburton in, and he lost, and he got traded.
Yeah, that's possible, man.
That's malpractice right there, man.
That sounds about right.
That Pacers GM was probably dancing around the tables. I got what for Sabonis?
Yeah.
And see, that was the thing. I was one of those who wanted De'Aaron Fox on our team, like, regardless of people think about him. But now that Halliburton is gone, they're not trying to give away De'Aaron Fox.
No.
They're not trying to give away him.
Well, I got a question for everybody. If there is any kind of dealings or any kind of trade or whatever that can be done with Sacramento Kings, would any of you guys and also in the chat, would any of you be with the other guy that the Kings drafted if they was to draft? If where Ivy is the kind of express he really not feeling going to Sacramento, so maybe they take Keegan Murray or somebody. But if they are willing to explore like some kind of trade, that other point guard man that came from the national champions, would y'all be?
Davion Mitchell.
Yeah. Because I understand that maybe he's not available probably right now, but depending on who they draft and what the moves they do, you never know who can come available if you don't ask and don't seek for a trade. So, do you think there would be a possibility, and would you be for bringing Davion Mitchell to New York?
The only person that I would like to get, if we can't get the 4th pick from Sacramento, I wouldn't want Davion Mitchell. Whom I would want is Harrison Barnes, and this is the reason why. Because he's on an expiring deal. And if we were to get him and bring him here, he would, because obviously Julius Randle will be sent there. And he would be under the understanding that he would be Obi's backup. And so what that would do is open up the floor for Obi Toppin to start. And if we can get a pick, a 2nd round pick or whatever from it, that's even better to sweeten the pot. But and then after this year, his numbers is off the books. And then for 2023, that just opens up some more cap space for us to do whatever we want to do at that point. But he would be the only person that I would really want from if we can't get Ivy in a deal to draft Ivy rather. If we had to do a deal with Sacramento, that's the person I would want to target to bring here. And then Julius Randle obviously would be the person we want to go out. Now you may have to throw some fillers in for salary to make the numbers work, but that would be the person. Understand coming in to be the backup. He ain't coming in to be the man of start.
He's still okay, Barnes.
Yeah, I don't think the Knicks will trade Randle to the Kings unless it's a move up. Unless they're throwing him Randle an 11 for 4. They're going to deal Randle even for 7. I don't think they'll deal Randle, especially for Harrison Barnes.
Okay, I got a question.
I get it. I like Harrison Barnes. I would get him if Randle was being sent to the Kings. I'd take Harrison Barnes back as a contract.
Oh yeah,
definitely. I got a question for the chat. How do you guys feel about Ben Mathurin and him coming to the Knicks and a possible, say, if they can make a deal with Portland and get that 7th pick? Ben Mathurin to the Knicks. How does he fit?
Trading away RJ. One of them, it's either one or the other.
Interesting.
I'm trading away RJ.
I don't know what the Knicks take him. They didn't work him out.
That's
my concern.
Because with this regime, they work out everybody that they're interested in.
Then you're absolutely right, but that could happen.
That's what I was thinking.
It could happen in the next few days.
It could.
So yeah, if we hear that could be a possibility. That could be a possibility.
I want to hear Jay Boogie's scenario. What's your scenario, Jay Boogie, on this fourth pick?
4th pick?
Who would you give up? What length would you go at to get that 4th pick?
I mean, one is they're not gonna want Julius or nothing. I spoke upon that. You got to look at the coach that's getting ready to come in there. He hasn't even put his footprint down to say about anything because he's been up in the championship, in the playoffs, doing what he do. But you don't just sign on and take a Sacramento coaching job without them allowing you to have all inputs. Like, something like Tom did when he went to Minnesota. You just don't go to these places when you're a coach like that without having to say so. So I just think, Julius is not the type guy that would be inside that system because he's going to bring that Golden State system over there, But, ain't but one scenario you can't do. Well, it might be a possible 2 scenarios, but you best believe they're going to start with RJ. And at worst, they might think about taking Obi and Quick. them two for that pick. You know what I'm saying? But I really don't see us happening far with them with that 4th pick. I believe we're just gonna stay packed, you know what I'm saying, with our pick and just, be like grandma's lap and let the best available come sit up in her lap, you know what I'm saying? You know, I used to sit up in grandma's lap back in the day, just feel comfortable. So, that's what I really think was going to happen. But you can forget about a type Ben Makarin with RJ scenario conversation. Nah, ain't none of that gonna happen.
So I think they could get up, but the thing they might have to, they could give up a young player 11, and they might have to give up some sort of Knicks top 3 protected or unprotected pick. That's what's going to entice them. I think that beats every other pick, because I don't think these other teams like the Pacers or the Pistons are going to give up a top 5 or an unprotected pick because of their situation. But I think the Knicks could be willing to do so. So I think that's what's enticing. But are we willing? Do you think this team's ready to give up some sort of, say, 23 or 24 protected or top 5 protected pick or whatever?
Nah.
Man, I look ain't been that good. I'll be scared to give an unprotected pick, you know what I'm saying, to the Knicks. That we give up something and be like, long as it ain't, it's top 4 protected, you know what I'm saying? And we wind up having the best pick of our lives messing around with this pick and won't even be able to draft.
Of course.
So
I would let me do a couple things first, right? Let me do this first, man. Y'all been rocking, man, and I appreciate that, man. Let me do something real quick, right? Excuse me. Where is it? Let me do that. Come on. Here it comes. Sooner or later. It's like the mailman. There it is. All right, so let me do that, right? And then also, man, this dude with these graphic skills, this dude is good. And then also, let me say this. I think the Randall thing is going to be an unexpected team, right? I could see the Knicks trading Randall, not for draft picks, but expiring salary. And a team that would have the expiring salary to match would be a perfect fit for us. When I say his name, Knicks fans are going to clap, right? What I think the Knicks might consider, right, is Julius Randle to the Clippers for Marcus Morris and Luke Kennard, right? And what that does, and what that does is it brings you back a personality fit for the Knicks.
Yes.
And Marcus Morris.
Mook.
Right? It also brings you perimeter shooting and defense and some defense in Luke Kennard. Right? But what it brings you more so than anything is cap space, because those two dudes come off the books at the end of the season. Right? So those dudes will come off I think they come off the books. According to Spot Track, Marcus Morris will come off in 2 seasons, right? And Luke Kennard comes off in okay. Let me backtrack off that, because I don't want Luke Kennard for 3 seasons.
Rewind.
Yeah, let me. But what I will? How about?
I take Morris though for sure.
Yeah, a Marcus Morris deal, definitely, because he's got 2 seasons, right?
Hey, Freezer, let me I can help you out a little bit. What about if you put Morris and Mann in that? Because I do know for a fact John is working out with Paul George. John's gonna wind up with the Clippers, John Wall.
Okay.
So they might need space.
Right. Hey, man, I'm here to tell you that a Marcus Morris and Julius Randle type swap would be like the universe correcting itself. You feel me? Like, we traded away one who seemed like a good character fit for another that was a good skills fit. But what happens with skills is, if you don't have the mentality and personality to go with it, sometimes you fall out of favor. And that's what I think what happened with Julius Randle.
You could say that again.
Yeah, man. We need people that fit with what it is that we're doing here in the city.
Super important.
Yeah, because you got to have, for the sake of not finding the correct phrase, you have to be in a New York state of mind to play here, right? You can't be a million miles away because New York will eat you up, right? So if you consider doing the Clippers deal where you shed Julius Randle's salary and give Paul George and Kawhi Leonard the multi-dimensional defenders, skill set, shooting, offensive playmaker that they need, then that helps them in the short term, helps us in the short term. Both sides win, right? Right. And we don't have to be ultra aggressive. We don't have to try to get like BJ Boston and all the young kids to come over. Yeah, because by removing Randall, you add in Obi, right? Because without Randall, now Obi gets the minutes that he deserves. Because you get Marcus Morris. Marcus Morris ain't ready to play Julius Randle type minutes, and Marcus Morris ain't ready to be a franchise player, right? You're gonna play Marcus Morris at the 3 or the 4, maybe at the 4. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, you're gonna get a step up in defense, a step up in 3-point shooting. You're gonna get the floor spacing that you need. You're gonna get veteran leadership. Plus, he's already been there and done that in the Garden. He can do it because he proved he can do it. At one point in a season, deep into the season, this dude was shooting 52% from 3. When he was with us, one point in the Knicks season, he was shooting 52% from 3. That's crazy, right? 52%. He was hitting over half of his threes. So I like Randall, right? But if you trade Randall, if you got to move him in a move that makes sense, you want to move him for somebody that can do it here, but also somebody that's not going to be in the way of the development of the kids. Right, because if you got Randall here, Randall's gonna want to win. He don't care nothing about Quentin Grimes working on his handle. Randall want to win, right? But the fortunate and unfortunate thing at the same time is Randall is not a playoff stalwart, but guess who is? Marcus Morris. You get him with all that experience. You bring him here. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, you got a guy to be like Obi. That's all need to be said. Right?
That's true.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. I need them blessings, bro.
I was laughing in the background when you said Julius don't care nothing about Grimes working on his hand. You can just picture Grimes in the gym working on his hand, when Julius walk in the gym, be like, "Hey, yo, let me see that ball. I gotta shoot some jumpers, man."
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Hold on, Julius, I'm trying to work on my hand, man. Let me see that ball, man.
Get over there and
Give me
rebound
that ball.
Me. Yeah.
Give me that rock.
Yeah, man. Julius Randle, he at that age. He at the age where it's now or never. When you get 26, 27, you want to submit your legacy as an NBA player if you care enough about it. He at that age. Marcus Morris is past that age. He already been there and done that with the Wizards and with the Celtics and with Phoenix and all these different teams, man. He don't care.
I like his toughness, Morris.
Yeah.
I like that. That fits in with New York.
He got that Udonis Haslam spirit.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And we all throwing out the trade scenarios. I think Julius Randle to the Clippers is a perfect fit. Leon Rose get that done.
Yes.
Right?
I can't argue that at all.
The thing about RJ is this: be careful about how you handle RJ. RJ Barrett went from a 14-point per game scorer to a 17-point per game scorer to a 20-point per game scorer. Now you're trading a dude that's projected to average 23 points a game for a point guard that hadn't proven anything in the draft. What I'm saying is if you trade RJ, that's fine. But make sure you get the right return. Don't trade RJ for no ham sandwich. Like don't have this just be an exercise in asset management. You don't want it to be that. You got to get. I'm not doing RJ for the number 4 pick. Sacramento. It would be a blessing if you got RJ Barrett in any deal Because the last two-way shooting guard y'all had that was like a 20-point per game guy, Reggie Theus. And Reggie Theus wasn't even two-way. Reggie Theus was a scoring machine.
Hey, that's back in the, you went back on that one, Freezy.
Right. Think about the
a two-way a two-way score.
A two-way backcourt player. Think about because Doug Christie wasn't a scorer. Doug Christie was more like a Landry Fields type guy.
Yeah, he was a defender.
Yeah, Doug Christie wasn't that, especially with us.
He was so trash. His wife decided to put out a show on him.
Wow.
Show out, making some other money.
Below the belt, yo.
Yeah, man.
He ain't below the belt, man.
Yeah, man. Doug Christie got to get his stuff together, and then he's got a son. He's got a son.
Yeah, put his business out there. That's right.
I like that one, Boogie. I like that one.
Yeah, man. And so the thing about if you trade RJ, all I'm saying is make sure you get the right return.
That's right.
Don't just give RJ away for nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you're talking about a 22-year-old with the potential to be a 23, 24 point per game scorer. When's the last time the Knicks had a 23, 24 point per game scorer at the shooting guard?
Can't remember.
Never.
I would say this. The only reason why I say I would trade RJ for somebody like Benedict Mathurin is because, for one, I might be the minority, but I think Benedict Mathurin might be more of a solid player than Jaden Ivey. For two, I clearly see Benedict Mathurin's upside more so than I see RJ. So if we was to trade him, yeah, it would be a loss in production immediately, because I'm not saying Benedict Mathurin is better than RJ right now, but further along, I think he will be way better than RJ. Because
I was gonna say I'm enamored. No, go ahead. Sorry, man.
Yeah, that was the thing with RJ. Like I feel like yeah, he's scoring all these points, but it's not efficient at all. And Jay Boogie said it best. You know, we can't keep pointing to his age, this and that. Like, because what he's been doing in the NBA is what he has been doing in high school. He's been doing this in college, and I said it on Still Knicks Fan TV. If you look at a lot of RJ scouting reports, his weaknesses say that even though he appears to be better than all his peers, it seems as though he's peaked. And that right there is alarming to me. That right there is alarming to me.
That means so that means he doesn't have upside.
That's why.
So even with that said, if RJ has peaked, right, that means he's plateaued at what he's going to be for the next 10 seasons. What's wrong with a 20 point per game two-way defender?
Nothing at all. That's why
there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing at all.
Now the thing is, I agree with you with Mathurin. I think Ben Mathurin is the steal of this draft. I think when we look back at this draft, I think Ben Mathurin has the most things going for him to be the best player in this draft. Wait a minute, we got two people from Louisiana in the same live stream.
Man,
what in the world is going on?
Yo,
yeah, man.
The reason why I like Ben Mathurin, and this is the biggest reason why I like Ben Mathurin. When I look at Ben Mathurin, I see Latrell
Sprewell, and Allen Houston mixed together.
Exactly.
Cash. Did you see? So Sprewell wasn't known as a jump shooter, right? But look at Ben Mathurin's jump shot. It's what you teach middle schoolers. It's the left right 1-2 step into your shot. And you remember, and the coach tell you to bring your elbow up the side of your hip, make sure it stay over your shoulder. So you're not doing a Reggie Miller where your elbows are all wide and you finish straight at the top. Everything is a straight line, like you shooting in a phone booth, right? And it's every repetition. This dude looks like Allen Houston. This dude, in my opinion, and this might sound crazy, but I think the dude's finish looks better than Allen Houston, right? But I think the dude's shot for shot preparation is on the way to be Klay Thompson type foundation. I'm talking about the bottom of his jumper. I'm talking about the bottom of his. I'm not talking about the finish. I'm talking about shot preparation. The reason why Julius Randle's shot fell off this year is not because he was out of shape, right? It was because he got his shot off slow, right? Because his shot prep was trash, right? Because he had to move all around the court, didn't know where he was supposed to be at. So he didn't know when to prepare for the shot or to go screen. So his shot preparation is, these are small basketball things that make a huge deal, right? And so the thing is, when you watch other Knicks content creators, maybe Legion of Knicks will get into it, right? Maybe him and maybe some others that get into the nuances of basketball. Most people stat y'all to death. Like he shoots such and such in the fourth quarter and from such and such. But what they don't get into is stuff like shot prep. Julius Randle's shot is not broken. His shot preparation is broken. And when you keep turning over the guys that you play with, you don't develop chemistry, right? You don't know where to be at on the court. Your sweet spot is somebody else's sweet spot. So in order to make them feel comfortable in the offense, you try to develop another sweet spot.
All right.
And then they in your sweet spot bricking, and you in a new sweet trying to develop a new sweet spot, and you bricking, and it makes it look like everything is off the rails, right? If Fournier would have came in and acquiesced, if Kemba would have came in and acquiesced to what RJ and Julius was already doing, you wouldn't have saw RJ Barrett's shot prep be terrible and Julius Randle's shot prep. Because notice, both of those guys shot 40% from three the playoff year. You bring in a new backcourt, both of those dudes shoot 30%, right? And we blame RJ and Randle. What we should do is look at the new additions that came in. Now, with that said, if you keep RJ, you keep Randle, you keep Fournier, you keep Kemba, the second year of all four of them being together, I believe you could have a situation with all four guys shooting over 40%, right? Now, with that said, I don't like Kemba personally, right? Because of the jab he made at the Knicks when he went sign with the Celtics. Man, if they hit the Powerball, and if they get Kevin Durant, and if they draft Zion, and if they get Jimmy Butler, and if Pat Ewing come out of retirement, I might consider signing with them. Kemba, you got to watch how you talk about people, bro. Because karma's a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Now you said all of that going to Boston, and now you with the Knicks. And a lot of Knicks fans don't want you. Right? But anyway, that's my thing on Kemba. But listen, I'm sorry about cursing, y'all. Sorry about that. Fathers ain't perfect. But anyway, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I want to say to that. Julius Randle's shot prep was bad, but when you look at this kid, Benedict Mathurin, bro, think about Latrell Sprewell's athleticism and Allen Houston's jump shot.
There you go.
In one person. Now, is he gonna be a facilitator? Is he gonna average 6 assists a game? No. Is he gonna be a defender like Quentin Grimes from day one? No. But in a 2-on-1, and Rudy Gobert is at the basket defending the rim, I like my chances with Mathurin versus Rudy Gobert.
This is the other thing with Mathurin. Mentally, he's a dog. In that situation in that situation you mentioned, he's going to try and dunk on him. Look at the highlight. Look at that one play from in college with the TCU.
Yeah,
that's Ben Mathurin unfolded right there. That's him. That's his attitude. That's his mentality.
Obi gonna go to
that's
the
his
rim
mentality.
and finish.
He's going to try and dunk on you, and we know what Sprewell did. We don't have to talk about Sprewell. The thing with Mathurin, he got to work with him defensively, because he kind of checks out at times. But see, that's something that can be developed and worked on. Now, I've looked at him personally. That's the only reason I'm speaking. This is just my personal opinion, that if we can't get Ivy, which I agree with Boogie, I think it's not going to happen. Go after Mathurin.
Right.
Make the gambit move for Mathurin right now, because it looks like Ivy's not going to work, because no matter what, He's whoever makes the move to get him is going to get him, or Detroit. That's what's going to happen with Ivy. We are totally out of the equation because it's not going to happen. So now go after Matherin.
I would say, Cash. I would say go after both. I don't see a scenario where the door is closed on us trading up with anybody 4 through 10. I think 4 through 10 we can make the move. We can make a move. Now you talking about trading up to 3? I think we may have to gut the future to move to 3, and 3 ain't worth it.
Can't do that. Ain't gonna happen.
Right.
I wouldn't want to do that.
2 definitely. Now you're talking about I'm trading up to get a guy, and he's going to be the only quality player left on your team. 1, you're talking about blowing up the entire franchise for this one guy, and I don't think the players 1 through 3 are even worth it. Now 4 with Jaden Ivey, I think Ivy is worth it. My only thing is if I'm the Knicks and they ask for RJ, I'm telling them straight up, you are not only going to have to give me 4, but you're going to have to give me another young player, right? Another young player and a future pick for RJ, right? And I know that sounds like, oh, wait a minute. I thought Sacramento was in a position of strength. No, Sacramento's not a playoff team. Sacramento ain't nobody. Sacramento is the same team. Like when Don P mentioned the fact that they had Cousins and they drafted Willie Cauley-Stein and then drafted Skylar BCA and still had big man off their bench. What's the big man off their bench?
It's off the tip of my tongue.
Sean Holmes?
No, Whiteside. Hassan Whiteside.
Hassan Whiteside. Yep.
They had Hassan Whiteside. They got Hassan Whiteside and Boogie Cousins in the same draft. They picked 1-5 and then 1 number 60.
I remember that.
And then they drafted Willie Cauley-Stein, and then they drafted Skylar BCA, right? And then they already had a power forward that was averaging 18 and 8. That's them. That's what they do, right?
They do the same thing the Detroit Lions did, Freezy, when they drafted all those receivers for like years after year after year.
Right, and the same thing they did with running backs. Remember, they used to have they drafted Billy Sims, Barry Sanders, all these running backs year after year, right? They had Barry Sanders still drafting running backs. Why you drafting running backs and Barry Sanders got to run for his life behind that porous offensive line? But anyway, my point is, teams that come knocking for RJ, you better be ready to pay, right? Because the thing is, your young player can't be worth a king's ransom, no pun intended. And then our young player is worth pennies. We ain't operating like that.
Yes.
We ain't operating like that, bro. This market is we are giving fair market value to every player, right? We ain't ready to give RJ away for nothing. The dude went from 14 to 17 to 20, all under different coaches. Right, under different coaches. This dude played under Fizdale. Fizdale was a mess, right? He got better under Tom Thibodeau, and nobody in here knows what offense Tom Thibodeau ran, right?
That's right.
With no point guard,
yep.
Right? And the thing is, people could point to Anthony Edwards. They're like, well, Anthony Edwards is better than RJ. Really? What if RJ Barrett played to the number 1 pick in the draft? What if RJ Barrett played to a guy? What if RJ Barrett was playing next to Tim Duncan? Right? Because Anthony Edwards plays next to Karl Anthony Towns, who is a legit generational player at center. Right? What if RJ played next to a Joel Embiid? What would RJ Barrett look like? So cats bash RJ all the time, right? About RJ this, RJ that. He don't do this, he don't do that. And I do it sometimes too. I try to be fair with it though. I don't try to bash RJ over the head, right? I try to be fair. The thing is, when you compare all these young guys, like say for instance, people are like, well, LaMelo Ball can do such and such. Well, what if RJ Barrett played in a straight offensive system that didn't require you to play defense? What if RJ Barrett had a Miles McBride and a Terry Rozier to play with? You know what I'm saying? Like we compare RJ. They like, well, what about Zion? RJ's not Zion. Oh, really? Really? What about all those first round picks and all of that they have on that team there? Right?
I know.
Right? We compare RJ to all these things and don't consider the context. RJ Barrett, of all the young dudes that we mentioned, has the worst team and the worst organization. And he has to turn the team around and the organization around, meanwhile being a young kid that just turned 22 years old. Right? We're not talking about people mention Devin Booker. Well, Devin Booker did such and such. Well, Devin Booker's team was trash. The Phoenix Suns used to always draft ahead of the Knicks because Devin Booker doesn't impact winning. And you saw it in the finals. In the finals, that dude had 0 assists in the fourth quarter. In the NBA Finals,
0.
Your franchise player had 0 assists in all fourth quarters of the NBA Finals. 0. That means he could not make other people better and get others involved. And we compare RJ Barrett to Devin Booker. What I'm saying is RJ Barrett perfect? No. Should we always bash him over the head? No. What we should do, if the situation presents itself for RJ Barrett to be traded, if the Knicks feel like that's in the best interest of the team, then they better get fair market value. They better not trade this dude for no number 4 pick. They better trade. Sacramento better be willing to pay in order to get RJ Barrett, because when you look at the Sacramento Kings history, you don't see a shooting guard with the potential of RJ Barrett in their history, period. They are a point guard franchise. That's who they are. They're a point. They are a Mike Bibby franchise. They're a Jason Williams. They're a Nate Tiny Archibald franchise. That's what they are. They stay looking for point guards. That's what they are. But they twos have never been, aside from Mitch Richmond,
right?
Who they traded for, who they traded for. Aside from Mitch Richmond, they ain't had nobody that y'all can remember.
I kind of question that because the Kings had talent too. They just never developed none of them. Because look at Hassan Whiteside when he went to the Miami Heat. He was way better with them than he was.
Look at Gerald Wallace. Gerald Wallace was a Sacramento King.
Yep, and then when he went to Charlotte Bobcats,
he balled out.
He balled out. So my thing
he was
is,
a beast too.
Yeah, with the Sacramento Kings, like they just never developed the talent that they did have. Who knows what Ben McLemore would have been? You know, would have developed them a little bit, despite what some of us may think about him. I see what you're saying about RJ, and I don't want to sound like I'm backtracking when I'm saying about him. I stand pat on the fact that I question his upside. I like his attitude towards the game. I like his approach. I like his intangibles. I think he could be a potential leader for this team. I just really do think that aside from his athleticism, the only other thing he could work on is his fundamentals.
No doubt. And you ain't got to backtrack for us, bro. This ain't judge and jury. We just chopping it up. This ain't judge and jury. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever it is whatever it is. What I'm saying is if the Knicks trade RJ, just get fair market value. Right? Don't just because it's the Knicks don't mean you can lowball us just because we struggled for say 30, 40, 50 years. You can't just do teams like that, bro. What I'm saying is teams come across talent and they mess it up. We don't mess up young talent because we rarely get it. Right? We rarely get dudes that's talking to me about, you remember when Trevor Ariza was a Knick and we didn't let him play. Man, we talking about 20 years ago, Trevor Ariza. We talking about LeVar. We talking about LeVar Postel. That's the young talent we talking about. We talking about Mike Sweetney, Jordan Hill. Those young dudes came along like once every 3 years, and them dudes just wasn't cut out to be NBA players, and you saw it because when they went other places, they were still trash. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not Trevor Ariza, but I'm talking about Sweetney and Jordan Hill and all them guys, right? But what I would say to this, I want Jaden Ivey, right? If it costs RJ Barrett, will I be hurt? Yes. Right. But I would be more hurt if the Knicks gave away a young RJ Barrett for pennies on the dollar in a desperation move. Right. Now, do I love Ben Mathurin? Is Ben Mathurin my favorite prospect in this draft? Cash, you hit my sweet. That's my heartstring. Ben Mathurin. Because you don't see guys that come along that have the athletic profile, the great athlete and the great shooter at the same time. It's rare. It's either you get one or the other. You know what I'm saying? Either you get
one or the other.
Yeah, but to see somebody with the potential to shoot 40% from three and be an elite athlete, bro. And my dream scenario, I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought about checking it out on 2K. My dream scenario is the Knicks lead the draft with Mathurin and with Jaden Ivey. If the Knicks could lead the draft with Ivy and Mathurin, I think I would probably cry for RJ for like 3 minutes and then go buy me a Mathurin jersey.
Parrish Douglas said something that was profound about Mathurin. He said there was an article of Mathurin.
I think
I'm
sorry, say that one more time.
Go ahead, DJ Cash, my bad.
Oh, I was gonna say, just my take. I think the possible generational talents in this draft are Ivy and Mathurin. I think those are two players that can move the needle for a team because of their current skill set and their future upside. Of course, certain things have to be developed, but I think those are the two guys that could really move the needle and could become generational talents. I mean, it's like that in every draft. We can sit here and we can talk and we can debate about, those that have happened in drafts past, but we don't see it here at the moment. And I'm just going out on a limb and just putting my take out there.
Well, when you say generational talents, for real, I gotta give this guy Paulo some love, man, because they don't see everybody keeps slipping to him from, man. Listen, you talking about a dude that's getting ready to come in here and average 24 and 10. I'm telling you that. I mean, I can't just, that's the one guy I wish that we could get our hands on and didn't have the problems at power forward with Julius and Obi. Because this guy here, I just want to speak of him because a lot of people don't really speak too much of him.
What's his name?
The dude Paulo, the dude from Duke.
Banchero.
Banchero. Yeah, Paolo Banchero.
Yeah. This dude can do everything on the court. You talking about at his size that can go coast to coast with the handle, with his head up, and can make a play. I didn't say can't go up the court with his head up and make a bucket. Come up with the handles and his head up and can make a play. A pure NBA ready dude, man. Y'all gonna see him. And besides that, I want to send a special happy Father's Day and a shout out to my man AD Anthony Davis. Hope all is well with you, my brother. I haven't seen or heard from you in a long, mighty time. You know what I'm saying? Freezy probably got your number. Freezy, give him a call and let him know we thinking about him or whatever. But I haven't seen or heard of anything from you in a long period, too much of a time. But shout out to Anthony Davis, man.
AD, yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. Well, let me ask y'all this. The other guy, what's his name, Jabari Smith. Do you see that he have some of the similar characteristics as Banchero?
No, I don't.
I equate him to Rashard Lewis.
I'm talking about so forth as how he move and his athleticism and from that aspect, being able to take the ball up the court or whatever, and just from a versatility standpoint like that.
Nah.
Okay.
Dribble. Nah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Jabari Smith would be like a Rashard Lewis. I think somebody. Yeah, you just mentioned that. I see that.
Yes.
Because highlights sometimes don't tell the whole story on a lot of these guys. You really got to look at games pretty much to get a little bit more of the details with him. I've seen him do it a couple of times on the highlights, but I didn't know how fluid he would be at it. So that's why I asked the question.
I mean, that's a valid question because you are absolutely right. Somebody said it last show. I think it was Logic. Nick Logic, I believe his name was. He said, coaches like Calipari, he doesn't showcase everybody's strengths. per se. You know what I mean? For instance, Willie Cauley-Stein, I didn't know he was a playmaker like that. I didn't know he had handles for a big man like that. I didn't know he was as fast as he was, but they never really showcased that in college. I just thought he was a regular rim runner and a rim protector. That was all. He kind of mentioned it during KP. He was like, I could do all the same things KP can do. So yeah, hey, that's a valid question, man.
You know, a lot of times saying you can do things like other people and showing it,
right?
It's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, Cauley-Stein, I ain't never seen him no more but a potential young Tyson Chandler.
Right.
That's the potential that I gave him. But you gotta want this thing, man. You know what I'm saying? You're born with these athletic gifts, you know what I'm saying? And you work hard. Your dreams is to get to the league. And a lot of these guys, man, they get to the league and just they're satisfied with that. It don't stop there. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? It starts over when you make the league because you're around the greatest athletes it is in the world. And ain't no baseball, ain't no football. This is the greatest athletic skill form of sports it is. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's basketball. And once you get here, you got to elevate your game to a whole entire level. That's why you see the great ones like, you know, the Michael Jordans and the rest in heaven, the Kobe's and all them type guys like there. They elevated their game. So the ones that's coming in, they can continue on saying that far away from my game. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're not going to work hard to catch up to me, I'm going to show you how far of a distance that I can create much further between us, man. You know, Cam is one of these guys, man. I pray for Cam. I pray that Cam comes inside. That's the one guy on our team that I pray when Cam opens, he comes in here and shuts the building down. It's Cam Reddish, man. I hope Cam to take the Eddish off his name and be Cam Ready. You know what I'm saying? Come in here and handle your business because with Cam, it answers so much of our flaws on our squad.
I was just about to say that.
And become, man. If he just come in, man.
I was about to say, because if Cam become that, what Jay Boogie said, we don't need to trade up in no draft.
Yeah. We don't need that. We got him. We'll be talking more about finding ways to get Evan up out of here. Get him up out of here. Get Burks up out of here. I need to make sure that the minutes Julius is getting them 38 and RJ Cam need to be included with that too. Don't take them off the floor. But you got to come in here and show us this is what I am. You know, you're up for contract. How much money you want? $12? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What you want? Because or you want these millions. What you want?
Right.
Yeah,
I think with Cam, it's all mental. And let me tell you something.
That's what I think.
We've heard the expression, the motive should be the money. So he should be ready. I agree with you, Boogie. He got to me, he got all the skill in the world, but it's got to translate in his game. And it's all here, man. For him, it's here. So I would tell Cam, if he was my boy, if you want to get paid, ball out. Simple as that. Ball out.
I just watched these finals, man.
Get your mind right and go to work.
I just watched these finals, and I'm just looking at this boy Wiggins all along, and I say to myself, Cam has so much. Him and Cam is so similar, but the difference between them two is two things, and they're both on the chest. His heart and the name of the organization they play for. But more than if he has Wiggins type heart, he's the reason why.
AJ Boogie, but they question Wiggins in Minnesota. They question Wiggins' heart in Minnesota. Like, is he a winning player?
Right.
Now, guess what he has that Karl Anthony Towns had? You remember Jimmy Butler flipped out in the facility?
Yeah.
Right? Because who got heart? Guess what Wiggins has that Jimmy Butler doesn't have?
A ring.
A ring.
I'm just saying. You can't judge a man's heart. You remember, you remember
his heart.
Right? Like y'all remember Joe Frazier and George Foreman? Man, Joe Frazier, he wasn't the best talker, but he was a confident dude, right? He was a confident Philly dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? George Foreman didn't say nothing. He like, yeah, I'm gonna just go out there and I'm gonna put these hands on him. Joe Frazier was like, I'm smoking Joe. right? But George Foreman got in the ring with Joe Frazier, bro. And y'all remember Howard Cosell. That's what I think Stephen A. Smith tries to be. Stephen A. Smith tries to be the black Howard Cosell. For those that remember Howard Cosell,
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
but the thing is y'all remember Down Goes Frazier? Down goes Frazier.
Yep.
Down goes Frazier. It's because you can't judge what's inside a man's chest, bro. You can't judge heart, right? Like they judge Wiggins, like they're judging Cam just like that now. And I mistakenly judged Obi Toppin like that early in the season. Remember, I used to say Obi Toppin is a dunk contest participant. Remember that? I used to say that all the time. But you can't just judge. You can't judge.
That's so disrespectful, Freezy.
I know, but my man wouldn't grab rebounds, so that's why I was saying it. But anyway, my thing is I was judging Obi off of what I thought he should be, and not allowing that man to become what he was meant to be.
Right.
And it's the same thing that happened with Andrew Wiggins. They thought Andrew Wiggins was supposed to come in and save the Minnesota Timberwolves. Guess what? No matter how many times they draft number one, nobody has saved the Timberwolves. Nobody.
True.
Think about it, for a team like Minnesota to be a former expansion team that's only been in the league 20 plus years. They had the number one pick 3 times already.
They've been living in a lottery.
Oh yeah. Nobody can save them. But Wiggins go with guys that know how to play basketball, and all of a sudden, he looks like the either the best or the second best player on a championship franchise.
And when you said going with guys that know how to play basketball, guess what Tom told Steve Kerr? Y'all remember the story doing this? He told him, "Yo, you got you one.
Yep.
You got you one." And he knew he was gonna go right over there, fit right in amongst some leaders, and play his role and be a factor. He was a factor. He didn't just just walk and get a free ring like some of these guys. He played and earned that, man. Shout out to Wiggins, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cam Reddish, man. Get ready, man.
Yeah,
And
Cam Reddish.
I think
you gotta go get it. That's it.
I think he's ready.
I think
Business.
He's ready.
Yeah.
There could be a situation, bro, next season, right? Where we get us our bouncy young athlete, whether it's Mathelin or Ivy. I'm praying for both, but we can get them and have RJ, have Obi, have Cam as our core going forward, and then the ham sandwiches in their ham sandwich role where they should be, right? And no disrespect to them. No disrespect for them, but Jay Boogie can attest to this. You remember Jay Boogie? You remember when WWF started, when Hulk Hogan beat the Iron Sheik?
Yeah.
Right? Hulk Hogan was the headliner.
He blew up after that.
Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant, Randy Savage, Jimmy Snuka, they were the headliners.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
But beneath them, you had jobbers, you had ham and eggers, you had ham sandwiches, like that magnificent Don Morocco,
the Brooklyn Brawler,
the Junkyard Dog, Hillbilly Jim. Right? You need ham sandwiches in order to make the entity better. And if I'm Quentin Grimes and I'm listening to Uncle Freezy right now call me a ham sandwich, what I'm saying to Uncle Freezy right now is,
I don't like ham. I roast beef.
If I'm Grimes, I'm saying, yo, I have the best job in the world, right? Where I could come in to a championship team and be a role player for the next 10 years, win championships in the best sports city on the planet.
For a Cheesecake Factory.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just what it is. Ain't nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with being the substitute teacher. You still got teacher on your name, right? Everybody not gonna be the principal, bro. It's just how life is.
And I want to say this about Cam.
Robert Horry got 7 rings, and he's a ham.
You know
sandwich.
how he got them, right? He's a ham sandwich.
Being a ham sandwich. Being a ham sandwich, he got 7 rings.
He just played his role, man.
Get that ham and Swiss.
Yeah. and I already know my wife, yo, she mad at me right now. She just walked. I was supposed to go with her to her family reunion function, but DJ Cash was talking, so I was like, "Hey, baby, I'll catch you later."
Oh man, that's
right. So I'm in the doghouse
on
on Father's. I'm in the doghouse on Father's Day. But anyway, she told me earlier. She was like, "Yo, you gonna go to one of these functions, and one of them Knicks players that you see, and that you've been calling a ham sandwich, they're gonna want to fight you." And I'm like,
they're gonna make you eat a ham sandwich,
right? You know how the saying, the old saying go: if you can't get along, you may as well get it on. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. So
Hey, Freezer, they're gonna have you a ham sandwich on some old dry Wonder Bread.
Some Wonder Bread. Like Poppy, you making sandwiches on these 3-day rolls?
Wonder Bread with mold all over it.
Yeah, man. But what I'm saying is every team has a pecking order, right? Like the Bulls had Jordan and Pippen, right? Everybody else was ham sandwiches, right? The Lakers had Kareem, Magic, and Worthy. Everybody else, ham sandwiches, bro.
So
AC Green wasn't a ham sandwich.
Freezy, what's worse than a ham sandwich?
I'm sorry, say it again.
I said, what is worse than a ham sandwich?
No sandwich at all.
Do we have any of those on our squad?
No,
okay.
I don't think so. I think everybody on the team now is a contributor, a valuable contributor.
Got you.
We got a lot of cereal and water on our squad.
A lot of Fruity Loopies.
I'm about to say sardines and hot sauce.
Cereal and water. Where's the milk, man? You better use that faucet.
Indiana sausages and things.
And you know whose heart I do question though? I question KD's heart.
Oh wow, you know KD got rings though. KD got 2 rings.
With who?
Golden State.
Did they need him? They didn't need him.
I think they needed him.
You think so?
Because the reason why I'm saying that is because LeBron then was on them, and they needed somebody specifically to make LeBron work, man. And I think getting KD was the perfect storm for Golden State, man, and solidify them 2 championships. I think without KD, it would have made it harder for Golden State to win them 2 championships that they won in a row, if they would have won any at all. Because that Cleveland team was on them. Right. And then whatchamacallit was still credible and solid role player, but Iguodala was starting to not be the same, and injuries were starting to take over with him. So I don't know, man. I think they needed KD. And KD needed them.
And KD needed them. But y'all remember J.R. Smith got hot in Game 5?
That too.
And you was like, where in the world was this J.R. Smith when he was with the Knicks?
That's J.R. Smith. That's J.R. Smith. I keep telling you.
Y'all remember the spin fadeaway 3 he hit falling out of bounds in Game 6? Like, where was that J.R. Smith with the Knicks?
J.R. Smith always been there. That's why when I always talk about talent, I always equate J.R. Smith to it. He's a person who has all the talent in the world. He just never applied himself. Right. So one game he could be nice. Right. For 4 or 5 games straight, he could be trash. That's J.R. Smith.
Yep.
Yeah, they really needed Kevin Durant to beat LeBron, because you remember they only beat LeBron with KD and when he wasn't healthy. A lot of people don't remember Kyrie and Love did not suit up. Right. You know, that plays a major part. And the man, but I think that's the series where
Kelly Olynyk.
They said they was debating if they should give LeBron that MVP or not, because he averaged a triple-double in that series without them guys.
Right,
man.
And they lost.
You know what I'm saying? So, they needed that man to beat that man. He came back from 3-1, Batman, the backboard and all that, man. They won't never beat that man again, man. You better go get somebody.
You better go get KD. They knew it. They knew it. That's why they whispered in KD ear.
KD,
you know what I'm saying?
Any other team. He could have went to any other team. Yep. Any other team. And the team that beat him, the Thunder at the time, I felt like was a better overall team than the Warriors.
Yeah, he could have went anyway. He could have went to San Antonio. It would have been over.
San Antonio, other team.
The rumor at the time was KD to Houston, because James Harden had just got traded to Houston 2 years prior. Y'all remember that?
Right.
James Harden went to Houston and had to break out. Remember they was calling him Chef Harden? when he was doing that stupid whatever that thing is he was doing or whatever it is.
Right.
But yeah, man. So what I would say to the question that was asked, somebody asked like about the ham sandwich thing. The ham sandwich thing, man. Listen, the only reason why I use the word ham sandwich instead of role player is because a lot of people take role player and try to push it up into starter or superstar, right? And so for me to have a clear line of demarcation, like stop calling, because I said, yo, in a few years, Miles McBride can be a Kyle Lowry type player. And then as soon as I said that, people was like, yeah, Miles McBride is Kyle Lowry. Wait a minute. No, he ain't. You just took what I said and twisted it, right? I said in a few years, Deuce McBride can be a Kyle Lowry type player, right? At the size and with the defense and stuff, and the glue guy. And somebody took that as, yeah, Miles McBride is gonna be Kyle Lowry. He Kyle Lowry right now. No, he ain't. Miles McBride is a ham sandwich, right? He a ham. So that's the reason why I had to clarify because you know, in our excitement, we'll take what one person like we'll take what Jarvis said and twist it. We'll take like if Jarvis say, yeah, you know, Quentin Grimes can have a Kobe impact defensively, right? We'll say Jarvis said Quentin Grimes is Kobe Bryant. That ain't what he said.
No,
that ain't what he said.
not.
That ain't what he said. He said in a few years, Quentin Grimes can have a Kobe Bryant type impact defensively. And you took what he said and said Quentin Grimes is Kobe Bryant right now. No, Quentin Grimes ain't. Quentin Grimes is a ham sandwich.
Right.
That's to squash the conversation, just to squash it, because we don't want to go there. Like making players out to be more than what they really are. Right. And then when they don't perform, we flip on them. He trash, trade him. Nah, if we never had unreasonable expectations in the first place, we would never be in a situation where we would be you know, calling for them to be traded. Just, man, let these young kids play. Let them grow over time. Let them develop and get better slowly. That's the way that you're supposed to do it. Let them get minutes. Let them get minutes. But right now, they are ham sandwiches. That's what they are. They not no main course. These dudes ain't no Ja Morant. These dudes ain't no Giannis. Quentin Grimes is never gonna be Giannis. Quentin Grimes is never gonna be Anthony Edwards or Devin Booker, right? The blueprint is there. It's like you know it when you see it.
He could probably be Klay Thompson, maybe.
See what I'm saying? See what I mean?
Possibly. I'm just saying, potential wise.
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna pull up Klay Thompson numbers.
In his rookie year. Pull it up. Pull his rookie year up.
Yo, you know, you have to be careful what you're saying about Klay Thompson around this time. You know, he demolishing people on Twitter now. Don't let him hear what you're saying now.
Yeah, he murdering
rookie year.
He been punishing JJ over there in Memphis.
Yeah.
Called my man a bum and everything.
Yeah.
This stupid website. Let me.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, man. Who is this bum, man? Who is this guy talking about?
What happened?
And one of the more amazing things to me when it concerning this championship by Golden State is you barely seen Jonathan Kuminga.
And that's scary.
That's what I'm saying. And that other guy too. So and you can't tell me that Golden State is not developing those guys. So sometimes, man, we might kind of trip a little bit more about playing time than what we need to. But man, Jonathan Kuminga is gonna be a solid player, man, and that's just amazing to me that they didn't even really have to use him that much.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, that's funny because my brother and I was just having that conversation this morning regarding Golden State. You know, you talking about what you brought up, Jarvis, how they had Jonathan Kuminga and then really had to use him. You got Poole. You still got the other cat, Juan Constado. Was it Juan Constado? Oh, I got the bow-legged tongue going.
the other cat they got on the bench, and they Golden State got young players on the bench.
And Bielitsa.
Yeah. And then, still got James Wiseman, who didn't even play this season.
Yeah, that's another one.
So, I always talk about, when I talk about dynasties, I always bring up San Antonio. But the Spurs is what I look at. You got to look at what's going on with Golden State, how they got their superstars because they drafted well and they kept adding the pieces, and they've been drafted. They continuously are drafting well. You got to look at Boston. These are the teams we got to start and look at. And like I said, look at the up and coming with the Grizzlies. You got to look at those squads like that, man. Stay pat, stay patient with it. Draft. We can't get our superstar. Get us another foundation piece. And like I said, 2023. Like I said, if Scoot Henderson turns out to be the man, like everybody's putting in the chat and everything, and he can be the one, then you put your chips in the middle of the table, man, and go out and get your guy.
Yeah, man.
I got a question. In this upcoming draft, I think it's in the 2023 draft. I'm starting to hear something a little different about these high schoolers, man. Some of these high schoolers that's not going to be eligible to be in the draft. What's going on with that, Freezy?
They're not coming. None of them.
They're not. Okay.
Nope. Unless they are draft eligible age and has been 1 year out of high school, i.e., G League or a foreign league. Right. Okay. So the fact that Leon Rose loaded up on all these second round picks to get into next year's draft to try to beat the system, so to speak, without getting first round picks in the draft has backfired.
Yeah.
Because the guys that would have fell in the draft because it would have been an overload of talent, it backfired for us. And that's no knock on him because it was a smart approach to see if you could it was like bargain shop basically. Like instead of trying to trade up to get the number one pick in that draft, just get a whole bunch of second round picks and get the talent that slide to you. It's backfiring on us. But I can't fault him for taking a chance because at least he did something.
Yeah.
But these right here on the screen right here are Klay Thompson's early career numbers. This is what y'all have right here, Klay Thompson. I'll show you his face and stuff to go with it. That right there is Klay. Right? Klay Thompson, early career numbers. Right? So we say that Grimes at 21 can be Klay. Well, Klay at shooting guard shot 44% from the floor. He shot 41% from three. He shot 86% from the free throw line. Right? Grimes is nowhere close with all those numbers. Grimes shot less than 40% from the floor. He shot less than 70% for a shooter. He shot less than 70% from the free throw line for a shooter. A guard, a 6'4" NBA player shot less than 70% from the free throw line, and we said he's going to be Klay. Now,
no, not even close.
Right. What I'm going to say to that is just let Grimes develop on his own path, bro. We don't want to call him Klay.
And be what he going to be. Yeah.
That's all. That's all I'm saying. And if I'm wrong, if this dude turns out to be Klay or better, I'll admit that. I'll admit when I'm wrong. When it's obvious that I'm wrong,
That's what you call a great being wrong.
Yeah. I know you're right.
Right. Yeah, we got we just got to admit when we right or wrong, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I know a lot of people in Knicks universe want to be absolutely right and flawless, but I don't care nothing about that. I care about us having fun kicking it. You know what I'm saying? And whatever. That's my main thing. You know what I'm saying? But look at Klay's numbers, right? Klay Thompson started off as a bench player off the bench You know, that first season. Remember, it was Steph Clay and Monte Ellis. Remember that? And this dude averaged 12.5 points a game and shot 87% from the free throw line. Right? That's kind of what Grimes did, but Grimes didn't shoot no. Matter of fact, y'all remember these numbers. 44. You know what? I'll pull up another tab. Just for some reference.
Hey, why he doing that? Yo, how y'all feel about Atkins changing his mind on Michael Jordan, man?
Yeah,
that's a messed up move to do.
Exactly.
That's not nice.
Yeah.
Not at all.
That wasn't a good look.
No.
No, it wasn't a good look, but you know why he did it? He doing it for the security. Because if Steve Kerr for some reason decides to step down, who's gonna be next? And Kenny Atkinson, you know, developmental coach. Most developmental coaches get fired a lot, right? They do all the development. They got the worst record because they do all the development. He doesn't have to really do too much. I mean, he's working with the young cats he got there. You know, he's got his hands involved with Poole, Mobley, Kuminga. You know,
hey, you know what? I know a guy. I know a Golden State Warriors contributor, right? Maybe y'all want me to bring him on the show to talk about Atkinson and Golden State young core.
I don't know why you don't get guys from other teams on the show anyway. See, that's like when the season be going on, I don't be watching the MSG network when the games is on. I watch their network so that I can learn what they talking about.
Right. Me too.
Yeah, bring them guys up here, man.
Okay. Hey, man. Yeah. Matter of fact, I know a guy. I'll ask him to come on, either this week or next week. So he's probably got about 50,000 followers on Twitter. So, but yeah. Look at Quentin Grimes' numbers, right? 40.4% from the floor. That's terrible. 38% from three. That's pretty good. Quentin Grimes shot 68.4% from the free throw line.
Ooh. Say that again. Say that last stat.
Quentin Grimes shot 68.4% from the free throw line.
That's terrible.
RJ, I want to apologize to you, RJ. I ain't never gonna say nothing about you free throw shoot. That's terrible.
Terrible. No good.
Right. From a shooter like that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He shot 40%. That means out of 10 shots, he's only gonna make 4 of them. 4 out of 10 all season.
It's crazy.
4 out of 10, man. That's what I'm saying. And so we bash Mitch for floor spacing, right? We bash Tibbs for lack of imagination in the system. But you got to have, it's not about the X's and O's. It's about the Jimmys and the Joes. You got to have players that are good. Leon Rose selected this dude in the first round of the NBA draft after this kid played 3 years in college. Right? And everybody wants me to exclaim that this kid is going to be great. When I say the kid is a ham sandwich, all I'm doing is putting stuff in perspective.
See, I can laugh at it now because you don't said them. Yeah, he's ham, he's pork, he's swine. He ain't right exact.
He just a ham sandwich, bro. He not gonna save this franchise.
No.
Right. And then with that said, do we need Quentin Grimes to save the franchise? No. So what we need to do is just be in the moment. Just deal with realities. This dude is a quality NBA player, right? That's going to contribute to a winning team at some point. Yeah, but yeah, that's it. But he ain't get ready to be, the major part of no De'Aaron Fox trade. No. All Quentin Grimes is Air Force Ones. He white forces. That's it. He ain't no Jordan 11s. Come on. That's all he is. This dude ain't the Lillard 3s. This dude ain't the Kobe 1s. This dude is Air Force Ones, white on white forces. The shoes you wear to the picnic. That's it. You know, if he turned out to be something.
Interesting. It's interesting you mentioned that. Now let's take what we just see here. Now let's say if we include him in the deal to Sacramento to get the 4th pick, would we be upset to see him go based on these numbers?
No.
Man, you can get this dude. He a ham sandwich, bro. That's why
I'll drive him to the airport.
That's why I called him a ham sandwich, bro, because you can get ham sandwiches from anywhere. You can get a ham sandwich out your kitchen, the gas station, the bodega. You can get ham sandwiches from anywhere. That's why when Cats was trying to tell me, Cat DM'd me, right, and then made me call him on the telephone. He DM'd me and said, Uncle Freezy, watch out. Because RJ Barrett about to get his spot taken by Quentin Grimes. And I was like, yo, Cats told me that people on the internet could be crazy, but you are the craziest. Quentin Grimes taking RJ Barrett's spot. What kind of universe we live in? Right? Quentin Grimes is a 6-point per game scorer. Will he be better next season? I hope so. We need for him to be better. We need him to be better. We need Cam Reddish to be better, right? I'm not knocking Quentin Grimes. I'm not knocking Miles McBride. I love Miles McBride. I love Rokas Jokovitis. I like Quentin Grimes, right? But I'm not about to say Quentin Grimes is going to be the savior of our franchise. I ain't. Come on. Carmelo couldn't save the franchise, and all of a sudden, Quentin Grimes is Klay Thompson. I'm just saying. Hey, Don P, if you listening, I hope you ain't leave because I showed Grimes on the screen, bro. Come on back.
You better off putting the ham and cheese sandwich on the screen.
I did hear that he was kind of working on some things right now, so hopefully they'll translate.
Right, hopefully, yeah.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna rock off, my man. Y'all continue on having a great Father's Day, but just know today don't make you the fathers when y'all been great fathers throughout your whole birth and life that you have with your kids, man. God bless you. Get you a good meal and everything. You know what I'm saying? You deserve that meal, man. You know what I'm saying? And whatever you do, man, don't be no ham sandwich, man, because Freezy gonna put you out there.
We're not eating that today. No ham sandwiches, right, Lucas?
Don't mess around and be a ham sandwich.
No,
hey,
and there were less holes in the Swiss cheese than when I bought it.
Oh, snap. Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right.
Happy Father's Day, Jay Boogie. Thanks, bro.
Hey, yeah. Hey, let me ask you, little man, a question. Hey, because I know when I was young, I couldn't stand the brown. Do you tear the brown off the bread?
Yes, I have to cut all the brown off the edges when I make them a sandwich. Yeah, man.
Yes.
Well, that brown on that bread, boy.
You know what he says? He says, cut off the crust.
Yeah. Hey, and Danny, and he meant that too. Like, hurry up.
Yeah,
serious. Right,
yeah, it's toasted without being in the toaster. Get that out of here.
It makes it hard to get into the sandwich.
Okay. Hey, that
sounds like we got a connoisseur.
That tradition still carrying on, boy.
That's it, bro.
Yeah, man.
Hey, man, y'all be good, man. I talk to
God
y'all,
bless,
man.
Bro.
Yes,
all
yes.
Right,
be good, Jay.
Hey, appreciate you, bro. Love you, bro.
No doubt, man.
All right, so I see what you put on the screen. You know what I mean? And I understand what you're saying. I don't think that Quentin Grimes is going to be the savior of the franchise. What I'm saying is when Klay Thompson came on his rookie year, even before he got drafted, wasn't nobody checking for Klay Thompson. Nobody knew he was going to be the way he was going to be, especially on his rookie year. Nobody seen him being part of the Splash Brothers tandem. I know I didn't. Okay. So I'm just saying for Quentin Grimes and Klay Thompson, as far as their rookie years go, they both came through with the same skill set. I don't know where Quentin Grimes is going to be in the future, but I know that he can shoot lights out from 3, and I know he could defend on the perimeter. And if memory serves me right, Klay Thompson, he wasn't even that good on defense when he first came into the league. He was just good at shooting. And over time, he got better at defense. So I'm the type of dude who look at things not from stats, even though I need to. I'm more of an eye test type of brother.
Okay.
I could look at you and see that, okay, I see your potential. I see where you can go. I see what you can do for now. And maybe I am giving him unrealistic expectations, but Klay Thompson, to me, I never foreseen. He's one of those rare breeds where he's not blessed with athleticism. You know what I mean? He's just had a good jump shot. And he later learned how to defend on a great team.
Right.
He's good. He's a star. But I don't see that out the cards for what's his name? Quentin Grimes. Just like I didn't see that out the cards for somebody like Hassan Whiteside, who we would have considered a ham sandwich back in the Kings days. So I see what you're saying. I get your point. Percentage wise, those are some hard shoes to those some big shoes to fill. I ain't gonna lie, it is. But I'm just
I got a question though. I want to ask about that. Concerning Grimes' free throw shooting. Do y'all think that was kind of more of like an aberration with him concerning how he did at the free throw line? Is that something that has been an issue concerning him? And I'm talking about post Knicks, college, or was he looked upon as a pretty good free throw shooter? Did he have aberration so forth as maybe he started off maybe not too hot, but didn't really get into a rhythm before he went down with COVID and the injury and all that, as opposed to the amount of attempts that he was taking the free throw? Do y'all look at it as an aberration, or do you think he has that real potential to possibly be a 78, 80% free throw percentage shooter?
Without a doubt, I think that there's no excuse for him being a 68% free throw shooter.
I hear that too.
But I think without a doubt, he has the ability to, be at 80% or higher than that free throw shooter on future. I don't see why not.
Right. Now, my thing with Grimes is this. I saw the kid coming out of high school, dominating the high school circuit as the right-handed D'Angelo Russell.
Middle.
Right?
Okay.
That's what he was supposed to be, the right-handed D'Angelo Russell. But the reason why he's not the right-handed D'Angelo Russell is because he's slow. Right? He's not, he doesn't have burst. He don't have burst. He doesn't have
raw natural athleticism and explosion either.
Right. He don't have none of that stuff. Right. What he does have is heart.
Yes.
Right. That's what he does have.
And work ethic.
The kid's got a lot of heart and work ethic. It's the reason why the Knicks fell in love with him, because they like that type of player. They like that Johnny Davis, Quentin Grimes, RJ Barrett type of player. Right. And also the thing with Grimes is he does some things well, right? But the reason why I kind of overdo it with the Klay Thompson debate is Klay Thompson has natural basketball instincts. Klay Thompson is a basketball player, fluid with stuff. He knows where to be on the floor defensively and offensively at all times.
Yes.
Right. And the reason why that is because Klay Thompson is a first-round pick, right? But his father, Michael Thompson, was the number 1 pick in the draft.
Sure was.
This thing is in the genes.
But his father's a totally different player, right, Freezy?
Right. His father, his father was a center. His father was a center, right? But his father was a smart. His father was a Brad Daugherty type center. Y'all remember Brad Daugherty?
Yeah.
Yes. Cleveland. Yeah.
He was a thinking type. He was a Tim Duncan type center. He wasn't a exceptional. He wasn't a David Robinson, the best athlete in the league at 7 foot. Right? He wasn't that type of center.
Oh,
and so
Klay,
yeah. And so with Clay knows where to be. He knows when the weak side man, as soon as the weak side man take off, Klay Thompson instinctually goes and occupies the space that he just left. So when that man double teams Steph in the paint, Klay Thompson is in the corner wide open for three.
Wide open for threes.
Right. And so the thing is, people are like, well, how do you get to be an elite 3-point shooter? It's not about getting shots off, it's about shot preparation. Right? Like the earlier you get to your spot and it's open, the more time you have to get those shots off. Right? No, nobody except Paul Pierce and Kobe Bryant is going to make a living on contested shots. Only Kobe Bryant and Paul Pierce in the whole history of the league, and I'm including Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, nobody except Paul Pierce and Kobe Bryant ate off. They wanted the double team to come so they could shoot over it, right? Kobe Bryant thrived for that moment, right? Most people need to be open to knock down shots.
Right? All the praise that you're giving on Klay Thompson now, would you say that in his rookie year?
With Klay, yes,
Yeah.
Instinctually, yeah, man. At Washington State, this dude was a killer. You knew he was going to be something. You just didn't know what, right? It's like when you watch R.J. Barrett, right? You're like, this dude don't do nothing special at Duke. I'm talking about at Duke. He don't do nothing special, but you know he gonna be something, right? Because I believe Klay Thompson led the Pac-10 in scoring 2 straight seasons with no handles. With no burst. This dude led the conference in scoring. The dude that beat his record was a dude named Landry Fields. I think they came on maybe after him, right? But what I'm saying is you knew Klay was going to be something, right? And you knew Steph Curry was going to be something, right? But when you look at Grimes, you're like, maybe with some development he can turn into.
But Grimes was a McDonald's All-American. I don't think Klay Thompson was.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong about that.
Right. I'm sorry.
I'm seeing from Playback Carter. I think Grimes was a top 5 player in the country.
Yep.
I don't think Klay wasn't coming out of the college. See,
yeah, man.
But that I'm only comparing their rookie years. I can't compare Grimes sophomore and seasons after that because I can't. I'm only comparing him as a rookie to Klay Thompson as a rookie. That's all.
Okay, well, what about this? What about was Quentin Grimes ever the best player in the country?
No.
In college?
Absolutely
he
not.
was never the best player in the country.
I don't think so.
Was he the best player in his rookie class in the NBA?
No.
Was he a top 15, top 20 rookie?
No.
No.
I don't know.
So I would say nah. So
I mean,
the reason why I ask that is so that we can temper expectations. Just let's let him develop into whatever it is that he's gonna be. And instead of projecting him to be Doug Christie or Klay Thompson.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's my standpoint on it. Now, for those that say they see a hidden gem, you know what I'm saying? I don't see it. I'm not saying y'all wrong. I'm just saying I just don't see it. That's all.
One of the things that I've heard concerning Grimes, I heard he was more of a type of player, man, that he has other abilities that he could show, but he's kind of like the type of player that is only going to do what he's asked to do. So if that be the case, and he's continuing working on other stuff, I hope somebody in the camp is recognizing this and allow this individual possibility to play a little bit more, to possibly be able to show a little bit more. If that be the case, I'm not saying I know it because I don't be around him like that to see.
He was a bully point guard. He was a point guard bigger than everybody else in high school, and he bullied guys around. And then when he got at the next level, that style didn't translate.
Right.
That's all it is. And then so what happens is they moved him off the ball, and he developed his new skills. So does he have a lot of new skills that are yet to be uncovered in his transition to shooting guard? Probably so. But when you 6'4", 220, like you 6'4", 210 in high school, playing against point guards that are 5'9", 140, you can bully them. But what happens when you get to college? Are you really gonna be able to bully a dude 6'2", 190? Like you bully dudes that were 5'8", 140?
Nah.
Hey,
don't work that way.
What's up, Andy? How you doing, man?
Yo, what up, fam? What up?
What's up, Andy? Salute.
Happy Father's Day to you guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
I think one of the things I like to see from him is, you know, I like to see if he can develop more of that in between game. So if he has an in between game that I heard that he does, I want to see how it translates and how, you know, and also once you get a person on the hip and be able to create separation, I want to see how that translates, because he's gonna have to do that, man, to kind of go to another level, in my opinion.
Did you say get by a guy? You mean like blow by a guy?
Not necessarily blow by a guy, but like once if he was to happen to possibly get in a step in a position to where he's there like on the hip of him in a way to be able to create and get separation. You're gonna have to be able to get separation somehow, in my opinion.
I guess I just like the fact that Quentin Grimes knows his role and he knows how to play it on the jump, which is defending at the perimeter, which is knocking down 3-point shots. You know what I mean? He doesn't get in anybody's way. You know, he's always on the perimeter. He's not trying to drive it to the rim where, you know, it's going to create log jams. With Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson being in the paint, you could always count on him to hit a three. I'm not saying he's going to be a star or anything like that. I'm just saying that with his skill set coming into the league, I just wouldn't be surprised if he does blossom. At the very most, at the very least, he could be a serviceable role player off the bench who's gonna produce. You know what I mean? So like what's his name? Wesley Matthews, a D&3 player.
Wow, things got quiet.
Yeah, Andy, I was waiting on you.
I'm waiting for Andy to start talk. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, listen, I think you can have a career as a 3-and-D player in the NBA. Play 10, 12 years. We saw tons of guys, and they got even rings. The Danny Green types, the Bruce Bowen types. You need those kind of guys on your team, not only championship teams, but if the culture and the build of the team is going to be good, you can get a ring as a 3-and-D player. So,
but those guys are never franchise players, though, right?
Oh yeah, that's
right.
for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's what. So those guys will be complimentary.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right, like the salad to your main course.
That's gonna be the last guy in the rotation, but you're gonna need him, 3 games out of a 7-game series, on the floor for a couple of more minutes than usual and stuff like that. If someone gets injured, he knows the system. You can plug him in for a couple of more minutes and he can fill his role. The teammates know that, he's going to be in the corner or in his spot to make that shot and stuff like that. But listen, not everyone on the floor has to have the ability to make a shot, because there's only one ball and in one possession is going to be only one, player taking a shot at one time. It's not like they're going to add 3 balls on the court the next season, because, Adam Silver ain't going to do that. So, So for me, I'm cool with lineups having 1 or even 2 guys that literally have no, offensive ability. Right. We saw this on the championship team, like the Golden State Warriors. Listen, Draymond ain't even looking at the basket. Kevin Looney literally was running around 35 minutes and he took like 1-2 shots.
Yep.
And they won a chip.
Yep.
That's Freezy. And that's why I was cool with keeping a guy like Frank Ntilikina on.
Oh no, don't say that.
Oh my
man.
goodness! So you
Hey,
slipped
well,
it
well,
in.
listen. You could draft another Frank at 11. You can
Yeah.
get Dyson Daniels, and you'll have your Frank
Yo.
Ntilikina all over
Yeah.
again.
Ham and cheese,
Freezy,
Nicolina.
you can have Frank Ntilikina in each draft, and it's going to probably be like 10 out of 60 guys, right?
Right.
It's you can be a Frank guy. No, the best thing for me is we had him, and he got literally minimum money from the Mavs to be on the team, and he holded D Booker and CP3 to 4 from 30 or 40 shooting in the whole series. He literally probably was one of the key guys that got Dallas through the Suns.
Right. Right. Definitely wasn't Bullock. And so what I'm getting at, man, is you notice how Dallas just grabbed a Frank off the scrap heap, grabbed a Reggie Bullock off the scrap heap, bro. That's why we call them ham sandwiches, because you can legit get a ham sandwich from anywhere.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So for the Knicks to draft one with a valuable pick makes no sense to me, right? Because we're saying this about Quentin Grimes, and with the picks 34 and 36, you know who went 35 in between those two picks? Herb Jones.
Yeah.
We could have legit drafted Herb Jones, right? Now, for those that don't know who Herb Jones is, Herb Jones, in my opinion, could have played the same role Quentin Grimes played, but we drafted Grimes at 20, whatever it is.
Oh, he would get more minutes with the Netherlands Noel situation and stuff like that. So listen, Fiji, it's always like that. Listen, someone's trash is going to be someone's come up. We traded Shumpert and JR. They got a ring.
Yeah.
We traded like two scrubs for that time. They go to another situation and they get, literally great minutes in another culture or system, whatever. So it's hard to, judge it like that. But mostly it happens like that with the Knicks, right?
Right. And so while it seems like I'm bashing Grimes, I don't want people to think, I don't want the takeaway from our conversation today to be that
definitely.
Uncle Freezy hates Quentin Grimes, because I don't. I just think as Knicks fans, our perspective gets jaded depending on what time of year it is, right? If Quentin Grimes hits 27 against the Milwaukee Bucks on an ABC game, a nationally televised game, and Giannis is guarding him and can't stop him, then all of a sudden Quentin Grimes' jersey should be hanging next to Clyde Frazier. Yeah, that's how we think.
He's untouchable. He should be on the billboards around,
Right.
Gotcha.
That's how we think.
What was the criteria, Uncle Freezy?
If Quentin Grimes scores 27 points in a nationally televised game against the reigning NBA champs, and the dude gets guarded by Giannis, the reigning defensive player of the year, and the dude scores 27, even if we lose, all of a sudden, RJ Barrett can get traded. Quentin Grimes' number should be retired, and he's doing all the interviews on a week. Mark Berman can't wait to interview Quentin Grimes. Right?
So why we trash Moody then?
because and here's the thing that's tricky, because we drafted Grimes.
Right.
Okay.
That's because we drafted Grimes. When you can bring, I swear, you can trade for. It's the reason why people are down on Cam Reddish. We didn't draft Cam Reddish, but he's a Knick, and people don't even discuss Cam Reddish as being a part of the young core, even though he's a talented top 10 pick. But you let me say Obi is a dunk contest participant. People will have torches and pitchforks outside of my house because we drafted Obi. That's just what it is. The Frank Hive, Andy is the treasurer for the Frank Hive, right? The Frank Hive would not let you talk trash about Frank because we drafted Frank. But they constantly talk trash about Dennis Smith Jr., who was another top 10 lottery bust in the same draft? How can one top 10 lottery draft point guard be so trash and you call him out on it, and then the guy that went before him is less productive, and we built a statue out front of MSG for him?
Yeah, I went ball arguing with Frank fans. I swear I did. I can't lose my bed, yo. Andy, I blame you.
Oh,
Sam,
man.
nothing but Knicks. I blame you. I remember when Moutier scored 30 points, 7 assists, I think about 4 rebounds, and Frank scored 2 points, and Sim put on a compilation of hockey assists from Frank Ntilikina, talking about he's gonna be good. I was like, I can't take it no more.
Oh, that's the game that I know you're talking about, the Indiana game that Victor Oladipo got hurt.
I believe so.
It was a Saturday.
Yep.
A Saturday. Frank was guarding Oladipo, and Oladipo couldn't get a shot off. Right? Oh my God! I'm not blaming Sim. Sim is my man. That's my man, 50 grand, bro. I'm not blaming Sim. I don't blame Andy for nothing, bro. In my eyes, Sim nor Andy can do no wrong. And yes, I said that publicly. Yes, I said it in front of thousands of people that Andy and Sim can do no wrong in my eyes, right? But here's the thing. Here's the thing. The thing about a guy, if we trade for a guy from another team, no matter what that player does, he can do no right in our eyes. Look at Evan Fournier. Evan Fournier played for one team for the majority of his career, right? For the majority of his career, he played for one team, Orlando. He was drafted by other teams. Okay, Frank, be quiet. Right?
Who was that? Frank Nicolina's there?
Yeah. He can't. Yeah, he's mad because he keep bringing the ball past half court and passing it to a center. But anyway, no, but Evan Fournier played the majority of his career for one team and was productive. He came here and struggled through the early transition period, right? Struggled through the early transition period. Everybody did. Struggled through the early transition of putting another team together, people getting to know each other. But man, teams want to run Evan Fournier out of town. Right by the end of the season, he broke John Stark's 1,000-year-old three-point record, and people won't even give him credit for that. That's one of the least talked about things that happened this season. We talked about Tom Thibodeau's rotations more than we talked about Evan Fournier being a New York Knicks record holder.
And
think about that.
And I was holding fans accountable for bashing Evan Fournier from the beginning of the season.
Right.
Because I knew what he can do. And the problem wasn't totally on him. No, I understand it's a new system, less chemistry around the team and stuff like that. But the dude can ball.
Hey.
We ain't using him correctly.
Smoke down there, man.
So
all right,
that's
but you
the
need to do
situation
it.
for me.
Smoke on the-
And listen, like you said, it wasn't only on him.
You keep
smoking right here.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
Right. I agree with you.
I just feel like Evan Fournier, he was already, you know what I mean, he didn't have the best reputation for defense, and plus he wasn't hitting open shots at the 3-point line like early in the season. So it was like all around he was meh until like at the second half of the season. You don't think the criticism was warranted?
But Don, listen, he the first game he cooked Boston like we whooped them. And people were thinking that Evan Fournier is going to be the second best player on the Knicks. And, a couple of games later, he got into a slump. But listen, quickly had a slump. And we were like, yo, he got to bench him. He got to bench him like deep out of the rotation. But that, Tibbs still played him, and he dug himself out of a hole.
Right.
But if Tibbs benched him in the doghouse and he would be like out for the rotation for like 20 games, we wouldn't be hearing like IQ is going to be the starting point guard for the Knicks.
Right.
He would be the bum.
Right. But some Knicks fans would still love him. They would say fire the coach. They would fire the coach.
Yeah.
When it comes to young Knicks players, like young Knicks draft picks, if you touch a young Knicks draft pick, people will say fire the coach and the team president, right? I guarantee you, if Obi was to go in a trade, if Obi and IQ were to go in a trade to get you somebody, there would be a sect of Knicks fans that would be clamoring for Leon Rose's head, right? And yeah, as sad as it is, you have to accept the Knicks' passion. It's the reason why we do these YouTube shows. The reason why we do these YouTube shows is because the Knicks fan base is passionate. Passionate, bro. You know, it's Knicks fans, Dallas Cowboys fans, New York Yankees fans, right? Passionate, man. Boston Red Sox fans, and you know, Boston Celtics fans, right? My thing is with some of the guys and some of the guys that we have, I think they get unfair, undue criticism only because they're not draft picks. And I think Julius Randle is one of them. Because if Julius Randle was originally a New York Knick and had that one-off season where he struggled, Knicks fans wouldn't be that. They would be saying get rid of everybody except Randle.
And he was a top 4 pick, I think.
Top 7 pick.
Yeah, something
He's
like that.
Talented.
So,
He's talented, bro. He's talented. Julius Randle, for what he is a talented NBA player. Right? Does he fit here with what we're looking to do? I'm not going to answer that because I would want somebody to answer this for me. What is it are we trying to do? Because you can't say Randle can't do such and such when you don't know what such and such is. That's my opinion. Like for instance, you can't blame Frank for being a bust, right? You can't blame Frank for being a bust when you never knew what offensive and defensive systems you were going to run from one year to the next.
Keeps changing, yeah.
Right? What do you want Frank to be a pick and roll point guard? You come back, you playing it. Oh, I'm sorry. You want Frank to be a triangle point guard? You draft him for that. He comes in the training camp. Hey, we running pick and roll. Right? What are we doing?
I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
But you know, Freezy, that's an issue with a lot of before, you know, with RJ and Mitch. That's a problem for both of them because what you were saying. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Don P. Jump up on it, man.
No, go ahead, man. I've been talking.
Oh no, I was just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I would say that in Frank, it's a special case because I feel like he has a lot more opportunities than any other draft pick that we had. Granted, he has setbacks with different coaches, but there's been opportunities where he was starting.
But Don, he also had, you know, when he started to play good, he got injured, and that's a thing that I can't defend because, you know, and it's not like totally on him. You know, you never know about those, you know, thigh injuries or he had those not hamstring, just
those groin pulls. He kept pulling the groin all the time.
Yeah, the pulled groin. No, you know, I was joking because he's so handsome and young in New York, so you never know. but that's the thing that I couldn't defend. And listen, you gotta have a player that you can rely on for most of the season. You know, I understand that an injury can happen. It happens to the best of the players, right? But if you're going to be, you know, playing 10 games and 10 games out, playing 12 games, 15 games out, you know, playing 20 games and 25 games out, you can't build your system around a player like that. That's why he was, you know, cracking the rotation and, you know, then he was out of the rotation. So I also understand that. But listen, me defending Frank was never a situation where if we were getting a better player in a trade, Frank was gone for me.
Yep.
When he was expecting a huge contract, Frank was gone from me.
Yep.
But I just literally think that he would stay in New York for the vets minimum. And we would be laughing because, you know, guys like, you know, that we have and most of teams have, he's still worth probably around $3 million a year because he's going to be that situational player for you.
Right.
And he doesn't expect, you know, playing time. He can sit on the bench. He's going to go. You're going to need him for these next 10 games because someone gets injured. He's going to be ready. So, you know, that's a treasure as far as I see it. But, you know, I understand that everybody has, you know, his basketball philosophy and you know, team building strategies and stuff like that. So I understand why fans didn't like him also. So I'm cool with that. But listen, there's every team in the NBA has guys like Frank. They have guys even worse than Frank. They have, guys that, if they could trade him for a second round pick, they would, trade probably 5 guys off the roster for a second rounder nowadays. So it's hard, but it's also, most of the teams also don't have the culture set. So like we saw Wiggins, right? He was in Minnesota, like Freezy said. He was in Minnesota. He was never looking like this. He went to a team with the culture set, with the role set, and he's looking like an all-star. He literally is looking like a really, really good player. And maybe that's because, he went to the Warriors. He, got a role. They clearly told him, listen, you're going to do this and that.
Right.
Because of his offensive prowess, if Clay was off or if Steph was off, he could still get you 25 points. And he was saving the behind of those guys in several games this season and several games in the playoffs. I'm not going to lie. If Steph didn't have that last game, I would argue for Wiggins to be the MVP of the finals.
Right. I'm with you.
So listen, he's a great player. Question is, if he would get traded to the Knicks, for example, for Randall, I'm just, throwing that out, right? If he could do the same thing as the main option on a team that doesn't have that culture set, and the system basically not set, because we saw Tibbs being, the coach of the year, and the next season we're a lottery team. So you never know if that would be the case, but we see that he has that potential. Question is if he would go to a team like the Knicks, like the Pistons, or a little bit worse team, let's call that softly, a worse team. If he could put the standard of the Warriors, and put the stamp on that new team, like to set up the culture and stuff like that. That's the question.
Okay.
You still talking about Frank, right?
No, Wiggins now.
Wiggins.
Oh, Wiggins. Okay.
Wiggins. Yeah. The thing is, and we talked about this, a couple hours ago, and I think it still makes sense. The thing is you can't judge a guy based on surface stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Like for instance, with Andrew Wiggins, the first question, if I'm asking Uncle Freezy to evaluate Andrew Wiggins' time in Minnesota, the first question I'm asking is, what type of franchise is the Minnesota Timberwolves? Right? Are they a winning franchise? Or are they a winning franchise that maybe have fallen on hard times, got the number 1 pick and selected Andrew Wiggins, and then now they're looking to bounce back? The immediate answer is no. The Minnesota Timberwolves are a grease fire. They have the coach with the worst win percentage in NBA history.
Here we go now, buddy.
And Kurt Rambis. Kurt Rambis has the worst coaching record in NBA history, right? With the Minnesota Timberwolves. And we thought he was so valuable that we brought him to New York. But anyway, about Minnesota, if they're a grease fire, are their arrows pointing up? And when I look at Minnesota, I don't ever see arrows pointing up. Right? Are they a Toronto Raptors, a former expansion team that has, say, 7 to 8 great years, 7 to 8 terrible years, 7 to 8 great years, 7 to 8 terrible years? Are they that franchise? Minnesota? No. They look good for a season or two, and then spend 15 seasons looking terrible. That's who the Timberwolves are, right? Now I look at Wiggins. Like, was Wiggins brought in to? If you're losing, do you at least have a direction? When I look at when Wiggins' tenure there, no, they did not have a direction. They had 3 guys playing his position. Matter of fact, the Minnesota Timberwolves are the team that traded Brandon Roy to the Blazers because he didn't fit. They traded Brandon Roy to the Blazers because he didn't fit. Now, those that remember Brandon Roy, think about. Yeah, he is. Brandon, in my opinion, I always wanted R.J. Barrett to be Brandon Roy
His career was cut short
because of knee
You know
injuries.
what,
Right,
Uncle Freak?
right.
That yo, if he's like Brandon Roy, then yeah, that's talent right there.
Right. That's what because Brandon Roy wasn't the most explosive. He could get to the basket. When he got hot, he could knock down the three. He could be deadly. But he never had a physical gift that you were like, oh my God, I got like for instance, like you know how you gotta back off Ja Morant because Ja can blow by anybody in the league.
Yeah.
Or how Steph Curry, you like, I gotta get in Steph Curry jersey because if I give him any room to shoot, he'll kill us. Brandon Roy wasn't that guy. Brandon Roy didn't have like a skill like, but he had an overall game, jack of trades game, kind of like R.J. Barrett got, like where he could do a lot of things pretty good.
You don't remind you of like James Harden with his playmaking? Or rather, James Harden don't remind you of Brandon Roy, rather?
Yeah, James Harden is like a double-digit assist guy when he on. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
James Harden is so rare. James Harden is so rare, bro. You never see dudes 225 average double-digit assists. You know what I'm saying? That is so rare, regardless of what their height is. Think about a dude 225. Whatever he's listed at, because they say 225, he look every bit of 240 to me. But double 220 at 225 pounds, averaging double-digit assists. Even Ben Simmons at 240, at 6'10", 240, athletic freak, still couldn't average double-digit assists. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even guys like your big point guards, like just Michael Ray Richardson was never a double-digit assist guy, right? I mean, so the thing with Minnesota, I would say is this: sometimes a good player, a great player, goes to a terrible situation, and the situation overcomes with their production. Like their production is not good enough to uplift the entire franchise. And look at Minnesota. Minnesota had 3 number one at one point. I think they had. Did they have 4 first round? They had 4 number one picks on the roster at the same time.
4, yes.
I think Wiggins was gone. I think they had Cat, Anthony Edwards, Derrick Rose, Wiggins, and like another first overall pick. They may not have been there around the same time, right? But around the same time is what I'm getting at. How does one franchise have like 4 number one overall picks in the building around the same time and still be in the lottery?
Coaching.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Coaching, because Raptors have Nick Nurse.
Right. Yeah, that's why I don't judge Wiggins, bro. As a matter of fact, when he became available, I wanted the Knicks to trade and get him. I wanted the Knicks to get Wiggins, right?
Yeah.
Because he is a multi-dimensional, multi-talented young player with a lot of heart. He'll guard anybody. He'll try to guard anybody, bro. You saw him switch from Jaylen Brown to Jason Tatum in the same possession.
Yeah, it was to assume his draft class was the strongest draft class in the past 10 years.
Freezy, I think what it is fit. All the pieces got to fit. It doesn't matter what the pieces are. If they don't fit, it doesn't matter.
Must have quit.
It's going to work.
If they don't quit, if they don't fit, you must have quit.
What's that?
That's it.
Yeah. If they don't
Freezy, I
fit,
hate to cut you off, Freezy. We're about to get out of here.
Exactly. If it doesn't
happy
fit,
Father's Day,
it
bro.
must have
Y'all have a
quit.
good day,
Me
man.
and Lucas are going for lunch at Cheesecake Factory.
All right, man. Y'all be safe.
Have fun, guys.
Lucas, say goodbye.
All right. Salute. And then the other thing, too, is the coach.
Happy Father's Day, everybody. Have a great day.
Happy Father's Day, Danny.
Happy Father's Day. Peace out.
Hey, happy Father's Day, man.
Thank you.
Peace
I
out.
wish that any fathers out there
And then
a great day to you and your son. Or,
Thank you,
or
man.
daughter.
Thanks.
Later, guys.
Or daughter.
Thank you.
Thank you, little man.
Thank you. And the other thing, too, is not only the fit, it's also the coaching. Because the coach got to know how to utilize the player. In other words, if I'm a 3-and-D guy, don't make me the point guard. We know that's not going to work. We've seen that happen here. We see that's happening here. And so it's about fit and it's about knowing how to use your pieces. Again, I'm going to refer back to the chessboard. A rook is what he is. A knight is who he is.
Yep.
A bishop is who he is. The bishop is not the queen, and the queen is not the bishop. You have to use the pieces respectively as to who they are, and that's how you get the best usage out of that piece. And so, that's been the problem. And in the case of Golden State with Wiggins, it fits flawlessly. All they have to do for them is just run it. Matter of fact, they're getting additional pieces coming back next year. And all they have to do, barring injury, is just run it back.
Right.
I mean, believe me, I have no problem being Kevin Looney on a championship team. And we know Kevin Looney is just that, as you referred to, Freezy, a ham sandwich. We said earlier, Robert Horry, he got 7 championships, and he was a ham sandwich. So being a ham sandwich ain't bad.
Right.
Hey, if the ham sandwich fits into the puzzle and with the right coach, I'll be Robert
You can't have a
Horry.
picnic. You can't have a picnic without a ham sandwich, bro. A ham sandwich may not be the main course, but you got to have that to complement the other stuff that you. So Andy, this is what I wanted to ask you about, man. So I hear a lot of people in Knicks universe are fascinated with this kid Dyson Daniels, right? I like Dyson Daniels.
I do like him.
Right, but my and tell me if I'm misguided or not. I just want to impose on your intellect a little bit to ensure that I'm not, swaying one way or the other in terms of fandom.
Okay.
I love this kid, Usman Deng, better than I love Dyson Daniels. Because I think the kid, Usman Deng, presents a jack of all trades for real at a position that we currently don't have anybody stepping up and dominating. Right?
Okay. I really haven't seen the kid, but go ahead. I haven't looked at him.
Yeah, I hadn't paid a lot of attention to him either, Freezer.
Yeah, so he's one of those guys. I'm telling y'all right now. In my opinion, he's one of them guys that you will be forced to pay attention to in about 3 years. Like when New Mexico, I think it's New Mexico, one of them Pac-10 schools had a young bouncy power forward that could play point guard, and he was athletic. Only they just needed his shot to come along, right? And people was like, but I ain't never heard of Paul George. How come he didn't go to Duke if he was so good? How come if he was so good, how come he didn't go to Kentucky? Right? You draft Paul George in the middle of the first round, right before the Knicks take some dude named Amon Shumpert or somebody. You take that guy, right? And all of a sudden, this 6'8" shooting guard out of college can play the 2, the 3, and the 4, and can guard 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s on a playoff team, right? As a starter.
You talking about Paul George, right?
Paul George, right?
Hey, remember who was in front of him?
Marcus.
Danny Granger. It was Danny Granger on the Pacers.
I thought you meant in the draft.
Danny Granger was ahead. Yeah, he was ahead of him on the team.
Yeah, Granger.
Yep.
Danny Granger.
Danny Granger was never traded. I don't know if he would have seen the same Paul George.
Nah, they played together. They started together in the same lineup. Danny Granger was the 3, Paul George was the 2, David West was the 4, Roy Hibbert was the 5, and they had a point guard named I can't remember if it was Maul Tinsley.
It was Darren Collins. I think it was Darren Collins, 6 feet tall.
Yeah, Darren Collins. Yeah. You're right. I think you're right. But
one of the two.
Yeah, so my point is these guys that fit this template, right? Like for instance, like who is this guy from San Diego State or Long Beach State or wherever he's from? He like a 6'7", 6'8" power forward that guards 1 through 5 and averages like 4 steals a game. And they were like, he's so quiet, you never know what he's thinking. You know, his father was a gangbanger, and I don't know, man, his family background, he might wash out of the NBA and all these different things. And so Indiana took a shot at, think about this. Indiana having Paul George still drafted Kawhi Leonard, right? And then traded him to the Spurs for a point guard named George Hill.
George Hill.
Right. And so Popovich cried when they told him the only thing Indiana will take, they offered everything, and the only thing Indiana wanted, it was like either we do it for George Hill or we don't do it. And Popovich cried. That's a true story. Popovich cried because George Hill, out of all the dudes that Popovich ever coached, George Hill was one of his favorite players. George Hill, just a random point guard dude. George Hill thought the most like Popovich. He was like, if Popovich could be an NBA player, it would have been George Hill at that time, is what I'm saying. Popovich cried, right? Right?
He did love him,
but he
Hill.
knew, and he didn't cry. He didn't cry because he was going to keep George Hill and not trade for Kawhi. He knew that he loved George Hill, but in order for them to move forward and continue this dynasty, he had to trade George Hill for this dude Kawhi Leonard. He was going to miss George Hill. That's why he cried, because he was going to miss George Hill, not because he couldn't get Kawhi, right? And Kawhi Leonard turned out to be an all right NBA player. So what I'm saying is twofold or threefold. For one, you don't have to have the number one pick in order to get the best talent, right? Two, it's okay to draft a guy that nobody else is ever heard of if you believe you can develop him in your system, right? And three, sometimes you have to take the risk to get the guy that you want, right?
The gambit.
You're right. That's it. You can't always do what the fans tell you to do. If you're a GM that do what the fans tell you to do, eventually you are going to be a fan.
It sounds like to me what you're saying. We're trading RJ to get Ivy.
No. It sounds like to me. It sounds like if what I want is for us to get Ivy, but it sounds like to me if we're reading the tea leaves that we may do that Charlotte trade back scenario if Washington doesn't trade up to get Ivy, then okay. So in order for the perfect scenario to play out, Washington has to do something. Either Washington trades up to get Ivy, or they stay pat and trade for SGA. Right? SGA and Bradley Beal in the backcourt in DC to go with Porzingis.
Yeah. So basically, sorry, Fred. I just said basically what you're saying. Though it does depend on what Washington does. If they jump up to get one of those two spots in the draft, or they do that trade, they're the team that can throw the turd in the punch bowl and mess it up for everybody.
Right. And Portland at 7. If Portland trades the 7 pick to a team that has, say, a need at shooting guard or small forward, just a random to say, I don't know, a fringe playoff team, like, I don't know. So Portland trades their pick to a fringe playoff team, and they take Mathurin or Davis there. Right now, the Knicks can't get the guys that they want at 4 or 7. It blocks the Knicks in because 11, honestly, is the worst place to pick. Right, in the entire draft. Once you get to 12 through 20 is about the same guy, right? 4 through 10 is about the same guy to me, right? But then at 11, it's like, what do you do if you draft a Shaedon? Well, not a Shaedon Sharp because he probably won't be there. But if you draft a Jeremy Sohan at 11, it's probably a reach because for one, he can't go left, right? He's a one-hand dominant dribbler. I can't remember if it's left or right, but anyway, he's a one-handed dribbler, right? He's a great athlete, but he's not more athletic than Kendall Brown, right? Does he have the dog in him like a Tari Eason? You don't know. So basically it's like one of these situations where if I trade back, I can get Kendall Brown, Ousmane Dieng, Tari Eason, whoever. I can get two of the. If I do the trade with Charlotte 13 and 15, I can get two of them guys. So why just draft one at 11? Right. So the Knicks are kind of boxed into all these scenarios, like of the draft board has to kind of play itself out for the Knicks to know on draft night who they really want. Now, who they like is one thing, but who will be available is another. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, you know, do you stay pat at 11? Do you try to trade up to 4? If you if a team trades up to 4 and they don't take Jaden Ivey, if they take Keegan Murray, then what do you do? Right? Do you go to Detroit at 5? Right? And offer Detroit the kid and Caputo. All these scenarios we have to take into account because the thing people are telling me all the time, well, Uncle Freezy, Jaden, the draft order is set. Everybody's going to take power forwards. And right, listen, in a guard-driven league, this NBA draft has 4 of the top 5 players are power forwards. In a guard-driven league. That's why this draft looks weak on paper. This draft is not weak. It's just a lack of dominant backcourt players at the top. You know what I'm saying? If this draft had, if we had dominant backcourt players at the top of the draft, this draft wouldn't be looked at as being weak, right? That's my opinion, right? So the Knicks are in a situation where do you trade for SGA, who's a combo guard, who hadn't played? Can SGA play in New York? I'm gonna tell y'all something. I think the biggest mistake the Knicks can make is trade for SGA, right? Because at Kentucky, he couldn't take the pressure of playing point guard at Kentucky, and Kevin Knox was a dominant ball handler early in the season when it was Jared Vent. And trust me, I went to games. I saw Kevin Knox live in person as a Kentucky Wildcat in Columbia, South Carolina, carrying on his back the Kentucky Wildcats, right? Should he have stayed at Kentucky? Yes. But SGA was a point guard. Hamidou Diallo was the 2 guard. Kevin Knox was the 3. Jarrett Vanderbilt was the 4. I watched them. Kevin Knox was running the pick and roll at Kentucky. That's the reason why a lot of teams were enamored with Knox's talent, but not his motor, right? SGA was on that team. SGA didn't click till about 15, 18 games into the season. 20 games into the season, SGA clicked and started balling, right? If SGA can't handle the pressure of being at Kentucky at a blue blood, if SGA couldn't handle the pressure of being a point guard for the LA Clippers, what makes you think he's going to thrive in New York? Think about this. SGA thrived in a place called Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. He didn't thrive in Los Angeles. He didn't thrive in Kentucky, and he won't thrive in New York. Anybody having thoughts of SGA coming here and being that guy? I'm here to tell you, maybe he's matured some, but the 2 other big-time spots he played, he was not that guy, right? But anyway, what I'm getting at is the Knicks at 11. I think what they want to do is trade back and do a 2-for-1. Why not get Ousmane Dieng and Tari Eason, or Ousmane Dieng and Jeremy Sohan, as opposed to just taking Sohan at 11 by itself? My bad. I didn't mean to go on a whole. I didn't mean to take y'all around the block. I didn't mean to do a Sergeant Knicks for y'all. I didn't mean to do a G-Man for life. But these scenarios, when y'all ask me like a simple question, these questions are sometimes loaded. Like, what are the Knicks going to do at 11? The easy thing was say pick a ham sandwich. But if you look at all the possibilities, like, well, what the Knicks do at 11 depends on what the Wizards do at 10, right? It depends on what the Blazers do at 7, right? It depends on what New Orleans does at 9. I mean, at 8. It depends on what the Spurs do, right? Are the Spurs rebuilding or are they retooling, right? Because
it don't. Oh, I was about to say real quick, it only takes one team to really blow up everything for everybody.
I think draft night is going to be the night of cause and effect. And let me explain. I said once before that we may have to make an impulsive move to obtain the person that we want, and that's in moving up. Now, if the draft dictates us moving back, the cause will be some type of shakeup in the front end of the draft. We know it's going to happen directly or indirectly as a result of what Sacramento is going to do. Between that Sacramento and Detroit pick is going to be the shakeup in the draft. Between what happens there. Now, how that's going to affect us is going to depend on the outcome of which players selected by each of those teams, because just as our draft picks or need, or the person that we're looking for may or may not be available, the teams that pick ahead of us, their player may not be available as well, and so they're going to be scrambling, trying to make a deal or whatever. And so, it's going to be, as you mentioned, Freezy, it's going to be so many scenarios. There are so many intricate scenarios that can happen on draft night. We really don't know. We've laid out a ton load of scenarios, but we really don't know. We can all sit here right now and say that we don't know what's going to happen, but we probably will have some idea. We will have some idea once it all begins to shake out. And we're probably not going to know until it starts to unfold, what those scenarios are going to be.
Right.
I just hope it's a win-win for us, that we get, a good solid player, a player that is on the draft board that we want, and that we can, take that guy and start developing him and move forward. But
Cash. Let me ask you this then. Cash, what happens? What happens if the Spurs don't take a big? What happens if the Spurs take a wing player? So it's one less wing player on the board. What do the Knicks do then?
They may decide to move back. That Charlotte scenario, it goes to the Charlotte scenario. It's like, well, if they take, if I look at my draft board and A, B, and C are already gone, and it's 2 picks before my pick, let me call Jordan and see if we can cut a deal, or let me call San Antonio or call somebody and see if we can cut a deal. The phone, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. You all you guys.
What happens if the Pelicans take a wing and not a big? So what happens if a wing or a backcourt player goes 4, 6, 7, 8, 9? Ooh, even the Wizards at 10. So what happens if a backcourt if a smaller player goes 4, 5, 6, Indiana, 7, 8, 9, 10?
Yeah.
What happens then? Are the Knicks forced to take a big? Andy, are the Knicks forced to take a big, or do they still keep their strategy?
Remember, like 2 years ago, when the Bulls took Patrick Williams at 4, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
And people were like, "Oh, the general managers literally was like, what we gonna do now?"
Yeah,
they were thinking he's gonna be like, So and listen, I wouldn't take out a scenario that Ivy's gonna go, for example, to the Rockets, to OKC, whatever, because everybody's saying, "Oh, we got the top 3 picks is gonna be big man." One of those teams might decide, listen, we're going to gamble on Ivy and we're just going to trade one of our guards for someone. Mm-hmm. And then again, the draft boards go like out of the window.
There you go.
Yep. And then then there's panic mode in the draft room. Front office is going to be started calling on 10 phones at one time, asking for trades and stuff like that.
Yeah. How many, Andy? How many? You say 10?
You think they don't have 10? Yeah, but Freezy, to your point, to the Charlotte scenario, listen, I think, and I saw a stat. Someone was saying that trading down for 2-for-1 trades never panned out. That the one guy was always better than the two that you drafted. But listen, that and know that why that probably from my point of view, that why that happened, because the team that wanted that one guy, they wanted him so much that they had a role already for him. Meanwhile, someone got two guys. Okay, one is gonna pan out. We can gamble on the second one. We ain't gonna have that many minutes for two, so we're just gonna use one, but we're gonna play less money and stuff like that. Meanwhile, that team that traded up, they had a specific role for that player. They had the development, route, already ready for him. That's why, probably, they panned out more, better than the guys that you traded down for. But listen, to be true, Knicks fans love all these young guys so much that if we even draft one, this is going to be the topic for the day after the draft. Who's going to lose rotation minutes for this
now,
pick?
I know if the Knicks did their due diligence in the scenario that you outlined, Freezy. I don't know offhand because I haven't looked. Maybe somebody can look it up. Teams that are looking for bigs and probing their roster to see who we like or who could fit into our situation. And if I was Leon, I'd take Duren. And hear me out. I'm picking Duren not to keep him. I'm picking him so that I can go to whatever team that was salivating for him, either him or Mark Williams, that was salivating for him, and say, hey, I got the man you want. Let's make a deal. Leon has done that. Look at his pattern these past couple of drafts, and guys that when you look at the books and see of the guys that we actually selected during his tenure as president of basketball operations, we've had none of those guys. They've always been flipped and moved and then translated into the current roster we have.
Okay.
Remember that move he made for Ed Davis and got 2 second-round picks? And Ed Davis never put on a Knicks uniform.
Yep.
Never. And Leon is good at that. Leon is good with that. So it might be something a scenario like that will actually go down on draft night. So in your scenario, Freezy, I'm taking Duren or Mark Williams. I'm probing those teams, whatever those teams are. I don't know because I haven't done the homework. And I'm going to say, hey, I got your man, but we need to make a deal. This is what I want. So in other words, you always want to have you always want to control the narrative in making whatever type of deal it is. Because if you can control the narrative, or if you can manipulate, in the case of Sacramento, they've probably been manipulated so much. If there's a will, there's a way to do it. Leon's going to get it done, and I'm just going to have faith in Leon Rose's ability to get us what we need, whoever that player may be.
Okay. I understand where you're coming from, bro. I do. In that scenario, man, what I'm looking at is the current roster construction, right? And so if I'm looking at Duren at 11, if he's there, if he falls down the board, what I'm looking at is the rest of the roster. What do I have on the roster that makes me think I can play Duren 25 minutes a night as a rookie, have him be productive, right? So what I'm looking at is, man, I have the perfect fit. I have Taj Gibson, right? Because ultimately, you would want Duren to be Taj Gibson plus. And I'm not talking about old man Taj, right? I'm not talking about old man River. I'm talking about
Chicago Bull
27-year-old Taj Gibson.
Yeah, Chicago Bull Taj again.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at. Like, I want Jalen Duren to be 27-year-old Taj Gibson plus. Like, better outside shooter, better passer, better defender, but somebody in that mold, a 6'9" center, because Jalen Duren measured at 6'8.5" without shoes, right? So now if you're the Knicks, you're not getting a 6'11" center, right? You're getting more of a Bam Adebayo type center as opposed to a Joel Embiid type center. And if you're a Knicks fan, if you're Knicks coaching staff, if you're an organization, are you okay with that? Right? I would say this. If you are okay with that, then I was going to say pull the trigger, but I don't want to use gun references no more on the internet. Right? Yeah, so excuse me for even thinking that. I don't want to use no type of, and I don't want y'all either, like gun references and stuff like that. I don't want to get, and I know I just got sidetracked. But anyway, what I want to say is if you are okay with a 6'9" center, somebody that's not going to be physically imposing, but okay. So if you're okay with a Bill Russell type center as opposed to a Wilt Chamberlain type center, is probably the better way to phrase it. You want somebody that's maybe not strong, but somebody that's fast, because Bill Russell wasn't a strong center, but he was a fast, quick center, right? And I'm not saying Jalen and Knicks fans, hey, chat, don't jump out the window. Don't be going on Knicks fan TV saying, Uncle Freezy said Jalen Duren is Bill Russell.
I know how. That was worse than the Grimes and Klay Thompson, bro.
Right.
You did it worse.
I know. People are gonna be sending super chats to CK2K, like, hey man, Uncle Freezy said. But trust me, and I hear about these things. Trust me. But anyway, what I'm getting at is the player prototype, right? The player prototype, not the player himself, right? The player prototype, right? Can Jalen Duren be a player prototype like Bam Adebayo, like a Bill Russell type, an undersized, quick center, right? That can cover up for a lot of people's mistakes defensively, grab a rebound, push the ball up the sidelines, be a very mobile center as opposed to a stiff center, right? Think along the lines of a Chris Boucher, right? Can Jalen Duren be a better Chris Boucher? And if so, I have no problem drafting him at 11, right? But if Jalen Duren is an undersized center that's looking to play big, I got to pass. Because I already have that on my roster. I have a Quentin Grimes that can't put the ball on the floor. I have a wing in RJ Barrett that's not athletic, right? And what I don't want to do is add somebody else to the roster that has strong physical limitations. And that's no knock on Grimes and no knock on RJ, but I don't want to add. That's the reason why I'm against Johnny Davis. I don't want to add another player to the mix that has physical limitations, right? I want a player that can do basic stuff easy, right? Basic stuff, I want them to be able to do that easily, right? So if Duren is there, I'm trading a pick. I'm either going to Minnesota or to Charlotte. I'm going to a team that has multiple first-round picks this year. So if I go to Minnesota, I'm getting, where's Minnesota picking at? Minnesota is picking at, I think 20 and 25 or something crazy like that. Let me pull up Tankathon just real quick, y'all. I'm sorry.
While you mention that,
19. I'm sorry. Memphis is who I'm going to. 22, 29. I'm going to Memphis. Like, hey, give me 22, 29, and
Ja Morant.
Yeah. And hurry up and do it. Hurry up.
No, they may want Tyus Jones.
Or somebody. Give me one of your young guys that you can't get in the rotation.
Tyus Jones, maybe.
Right.
Yeah, or a Tyus Jones type that you're literally gonna lose him for nothing and just give him a filler, something like.
Yeah.
Right. Because the thing is how we win in that scenario is say we do 22 and 29. I think it's 22 and 29, right? 22 and 29, right? And give me a first round pick in 2024, right? Give me 2025. Give me your first round pick in 2025, right? And I know that sounds like a lot, right? But they don't know what's gonna happen in 2025. And then plus picking in the 20s is not like picking in the top 10.
Yeah.
So yeah, man. So I would look at something like that, man.
Yeah, just to dovetail back on you mentioned about Johnny Davis. Again, this is my opinion. If I get 8 up in the chat, then so be it. I don't think Johnny Davis. I don't think Johnny Davis fits the Knicks. He doesn't fit. Good player, great, tangibles, this, that, and the other. But for the Knicks, we have that type of player already. He's not a different piece. He doesn't provide something different than what we already have. I mean, mentally, he may be able to, to help in terms of motivation and that aspect. But as far as what he puts on court, I don't see the fit. I really don't. Not for us.
Okay. Is it so what is the fit though? That's the question that I'm trying to figure out. Like, what is the New York Knicks center ultimately under Tibbs? Ultimately, what are we looking for at center?
I would say what we're looking for overall, which would include the center, athleticism. I think we need more athleticism. We do have some skill players. RJ is, he's still developing skill in what he does, Quentin Grimes, so on and so forth. But athleticism, because we've never been an athletic team. We've always had either ham sandwiches or semi-skilled players. But in terms of having players or hard-nosed, dog type of players. But in terms of athletes, we wouldn't really. I mean, we've had a couple of players.
Who's the best athlete? Who's the best athlete the Knicks ever had, in your opinion?
Ooh, good question. I got to think about that for a moment. Let's see.
Right, because they are so few and far between, right?
Yes.
Who's the best athlete? And some people are going to say Obi, and that'll show you how.
Yeah.
Are you gonna say? Are you talking about as in draft or as in us bringing?
Best athlete to ever
overall?
put on a Knicks jersey.
I think an underrated. I think an underrated athlete the Knicks had was Kenny Skywalker.
Frank Ntilikina.
No.
Okay. All right.
No,
Nick
Robinson.
Nate Robinson. Nick Robinson. You had Kenny Skywalker, but then you had Spreewell.
Yeah,
yep.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We gotta keep going back.
Yeah, like you said, they fall in between, Freezy.
Yeah, it's not like.
But we need some athleticism to combine with the other elements, well, not elements, but personnel that we have, because you gotta have a mixed bag in order to get that chip, and we don't have enough athleticism. We don't.
Right.
We need it.
Right, and I had a thing. I think so I think the best athlete the Knicks ever had that I saw is Gerald Wilkins, the brother of Dominique Wilkins.
Yeah, true.
Gerald Wilkins,
another one.
Gerald Wilkins.
Yeah, he was an athlete too. I forgot about him.
He was legit as athletic as Michael Jordan. When you saw them two go at each other, you were like, "Holy crap! Why do we have Bodega Michael Jordan, and they have Macy's Michael Jordan?" You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But just real quick, I had this Queen Steph was on the show once, and she said something, and it kind of like struck me the wrong way, and I was like, I don't get it. I don't understand, because what she said here on this show was she doesn't value athleticism as much as she valued a quality basketball player, people that can contribute. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is this, and I'm not disparaging what she said, for one, because I respect her opinion, right? And I respect her experience and her take, right? But as somebody who differs from what she said, I always felt like give me the guy that can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, as opposed to a guy that can walk really good and chew bubblegum really good, but not at the same time. You know what I'm saying? A guy that can walk his behind off, stop, and then chew bubblegum, chew the hell out of some bubblegum, right? I would rather have a guy that could just walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. And I know that seems like an oversimplification, right? But what I'm saying is if I had to choose between, say, and just bear with me, if I had to choose between, say, a John Stockton who could pass his behind off. John Stockton, to me, had the highest basketball IQ of anybody that ever ran the pick and roll offense, right? John Stockton had the highest basketball, in my opinion, of the pick and roll offense of anybody that ever played the pick and roll offense in the NBA, right? John Stockton, highest IQ, right? Or Kevin Johnson, to me, who was probably the most athletic point guard you ever saw, that when the offense broke down, he'll just take you off the dribble and dunk on Olajuwon. Right? Right? If I had to choose
and then scream on him like your dad.
Right. If I had to choose one or the other, like rebuilding this Knicks team, I have to go Kevin Johnson, even though Stockton in a system appeared to be better, because what happens when the other four players on the floor with Stockton don't do what they're supposed to do? Now you got Stockton out there thinking the game too much, and he's paused because guys are supposed to be guys aren't where they're supposed to be, right? Because you have a young team, and now Stockton is forced to make plays and get outside of his comfort zone because he's not the athlete that Kevin Johnson is. Now on the flip side of that, guys do what they're supposed to do, and the point guard doesn't recognize it in Kevin Johnson, and then the offense breaks down. Then Kevin Johnson is forced to be. So if I had to choose, give me Kevin Johnson over Stockton in that scenario, in a rebuilding scenario. Now, if this was a playoff team full of vets and everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing, give me Stockton. If everybody knows exactly what they're doing, they have chemistry, they've been through the battles before, give me Stockton. But in a rebuilding scenario where Kevin Knox and Obi Toppin are running into each other on the baseline looking like Keystone Cops, y'all remember that 2 years ago? 2 years ago, Obi Toppin and Kevin Knox ran into each other face to face.
Twice in 1 game.
Because Kevin Knox didn't know where to be at. Kevin Knox, why are you in the dunker spot, Kevin Knox? And why are you telling Obi to go to the corner for three? Shouldn't that be the other way around? Right. But when you have young players learning on the fly, you're going to have these type of situations because the defense is going to show them different looks, and they have to try to figure out these things on the fly, right? So
I got a question about that, Freezy. Let me ask you this: being what you said about John Stockton, and I get where you're coming from on that. Do you think John Stockton could have played freer if he didn't have Karl Malone?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Because I think sometimes the reason why I'm saying that, because I think sometimes even when you would see Stockton come down, a lot of times he had to wait for Karl Malone.
Right. I think Karl Malone is the most underrated player in NBA history.
I got you on that.
In my opinion. Because you don't score that many points. You don't score that many points, right? And make that many all-star teams. And get to the NBA Finals against Jordan, take them to Game 6, all this stuff. Because in the very beginning, Karl Malone carried John Stockton. Okay. Stockton was a good player, but Malone carried Stockton. And as they went further along, Stockton carried Malone, Hornacek, Russell, Anderson, Eaton, all those guys. Because Stockton, again, let me say this clearly, because I don't want to sound like I'm hating on Stockton. Stockton, in my opinion, was the smartest pick and roll player to ever play the game, the highest IQ. He could look at a defense bringing the ball up the floor and direct guys, tell them where to go, before he crosses half. So when he gets in the half court, he's calling these pick and roll plays, whether it's side pick and roll, pick and roll up top of the key, all these different things, man. Once Karl Malone, and this is the weird thing, once Karl Malone started knocking down that 20-footer like Horace Grant, they started running the side pick and roll, and they were unstoppable.
When you knew it was coming.
They got 2 or 3 wide open shots in a possession, and they could this excellent shot ain't the shot I want. I want a fantastic shot, because they could manipulate the defense with personnel and scheme.
Yeah, not only that John Stockton was very smart and had a high IQ. He was very he also was tough.
He was tough.
If you've listened, listened to the players that talk about him, they gave him mad respect because he was tough. He was tough as nails. He
you remember when
didn't
Isaiah
take no sugar honey iced tea.
You remember when Isaiah Thomas flagrant foul John Stockton? You remember Stockton came around the thing and Isaiah Thomas came across Stockton with an elbow and knocked Stockton on the floor. And Stockton looked like Wayne Corbett getting hit across the middle by Ronnie Lott. You know what I'm saying? And Stockton got up and he wouldn't show Isaiah that he was hurt, but you could tell deep down Stockton was hurt, bro. And then the next play down, Isaiah Thomas got elbowed across the brow by Karl Malone.
And split him open.
And he had to get 22 stitches. That thing in Isaiah Thomas' eyebrow that y'all see in interviews
is there.
That's because he flagrant fouled John Stockton, and then Karl Malone made him pay the next possession down. That's where that comes from. Yeah. But anyway, I said all of that to just to say this. I wanted to direct this at Andy just to get his thing, because I asked a question and I never got back to it. The Knicks fans like Dyson Daniels, right? Would you be okay with us getting Ousmane Dieng instead of drafting another Frank Ntilikina, another Killian Hayes?
Another Frenchman I got to defend on NBK every night.
Every night. And I'll be in the chat under a different identity. My ID on Nothing But Knicks is Frank Lover 22. So when you see it, just know the hate is coming. I hate Frank.
Freezy, listen. I think the expectations would be definitely lower for a guy like Deng than Daniels, right? So I think that might give him a little bit of more of a leeway, so fans wouldn't be mad at him. And listen, what we fans gotta take in account that some fans are gonna be cool. They're gonna give him a year or two. But the other ones are going to be like, listen, we picked you over here. And there were like 3 guys picked lower than you, and they're way better. So that might be a problem. If there's not going to be, a standout guy that was picked after him, Knicks fans going to be cool. Nothing, you could have done better, right? But if that one guy, like, 5 picks lower, is going to have a 30-point game in the first week, bro, the front office is fired. James Dolan should sell the team again, and all those stories. So
good point.
It's like
good
that.
point, Andy. Good point. Because you know it's going to happen if you get a player like that, and he, because we have to step back and look at what team is that player on that they love that's doing that, and look at how he's used here. Tibbs is not going to throw a young, Dyson Daniels. People talking about he can run the point. Tibbs is not going to throw him out there, so he'll be on the bench singing that old Freezy special, "Splinters in My Behind."
Splinters in
and
your
he's gonna
behind.
be singing that probably at some.
Splinters in your behind. Yeah.
He'll be singing that a lot. So you got to take that in account. And that's, as a fan, you have to look at who your coach is, how the team runs, what are your team's tendencies.
Right.
Draft a point guard, don't look for him. Just forget he's there.
Yep.
Just think of him as a figurine on the bench, because he's not going to get any action right off. Not with Tibbs. He's harder with younger point guards. We've seen it with Deuce right off the rip. So
All right.
you know you got to take that in account.
So
Just
what
where
about but
where I was
Soulfinger,
sitting at
what
looking at
about the
what we
roster
have.
makeup though? What about the makeup of the roster? To your point, what about the makeup of the roster? What is that? How does that play into the pick? Because I understand where you're going and you're making sense, right?
Well, you're gonna have to move. Yeah, yeah.
No.
I
I'm
mean,
talking
the
about
thing is, we
the
gotta
opposite.
move.
I'm
We
talking about the
got people that
opposite
got to
way.
move.
I'm talking about the opposite way. I'm talking about the opposite way. What if we don't have a guy on the roster that fills that need and Tibbs is forced to play him? Now what?
Okay, well, he puts him out there, then you got to figure out the system. I mean, seriously. I mean, you put him, you're gonna have to play him. I mean, my whole thing is I'm for playing him, but I'm not gonna sit him out there I'm not gonna kick him in the deep end of the pool and say, all right, youngster, swim. Because you gotta, and I'm not about to baby him, but I don't want to destroy his confidence. We've seen that happen with a player already on this team who who got picked. Yeah, and Knox. The way things were handled with him, and don't like going back, but you learn from your mistakes. You should learn from that key word right there. So, Knox, even though he had that great workout and everything, his coach even said he was a project. But yet they drafted him. He had his rookie season, and then as things changed. With Tibbs, if in Dyson Daniels, if we're at a situation where you got to play him, then you have to play him, but you need to put him in a position to succeed, not fail.
How do you do that
You know?
though? How do you do that, Soulfinger?
Freezy, for me, Soulfinger, can I take this
Well,
one?
the thing is you're gonna have to play with certain schemes. Yeah, you can have him out there to run the point, but don't have him put him out there where he's got to be the end all be all savior when you got other players you can kind of lean on. Granted, it depends on what veterans we have as well. Because again, I don't want to see Burks running the point for 30 some odd minutes. That's detrimental to the team.
Okay. Hey, Andy,
but you
I'm
have
sorry.
to put him out there. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, listen, guys, that's why, as far as I see it, the perfect pick for the Knicks would be a Jeremy Sohan. Why? Because he's a power forward. We got Julius Randle, former All-Star, most improved player 2 seasons ago. A month ago, we wanted to give Obi more minutes. Then you bring up a guy in Jeremy Sohan, which is third string behind those two. So the expectations are lower. If he beats out any of those guys, gets minutes over them, then you're like, oh, he's doing something good. He won't be playing over Cam probably because I think he's more of a power forward than a small forward.
He's
personally.
raw. He's gonna be Jay Crowder.
Yeah, but listen, that can be in a good way. He's gonna definitely, as the first time he steps into that facility, I bet you that he's gonna be the first one diving for a loose ball in a practice game.
Right.
Over any one of the guys that we have. Over any one of the guys we have with Farron Hunt and Ryan Archidiakono, inserted on the game. He's gonna be the one that's gonna dive for the ball. The other thing is, if he beats out, for example, Obi for minutes, then you have one guy you can trade. And listen, and for me because listen, if you draft a center or a power or point guard, right, that you would love to have straight up into the rotation because those are the weakest points of the current Knicks roster and the lineup. I understand Tibbs not inserting a rookie with these guys into the starting lineup. I understand him. Listen, if you have a team and you're playing basketball organized, and 3 years you're playing, with the same guys, right? And then a guy comes in first time out of nowhere through that door in the gym, and someone's gonna say, listen, he's gonna be playing point guard, and you're gonna be sitting on the bench, even if it's Alec Burks, Deuce McBride, Emmanuel Quickly, whoever. The rest of the guys we got chemistry with these guys. We got, stuff like that. So that ain't going to be that easy as fans say.
Okay.
And listen, I understand that some fans love, for example, a guy like Ben Mathurin. I love him as well. But listen, if we draft him, unless Evan Fournier gets injured or RJ Barrett gets injured, he ain't gonna start for the Knicks. At least first 40 games. He ain't gonna start unless there's an injury occurring. So that would be worse because the front office and the coach would be getting heat on themselves if there's a situation that we got a Ben Mathurin and he's not playing major minutes or he's not playing in the starting lineup.
Right.
So drafting a Jeremy Sohan, it extends the time that you acclimate the guy into the roster, to the fan base, to playing and stuff like that. No matter if he has a perfect summer league, scoring 25 and 10, whatever, you're going to say, like, listen, a month ago, you guys wanted Obi to be the starting power forward.
Right, right.
You saw this guy in 2 summer league games and you want him to start over Randall and Obi? You guys got to make up your mind.
Right.
So
Andy make his Andy coming with
that makes sense, Andy.
Yeah, but listen, in a market like New York, that any decision you make, there's always going to be naysayers and naggers that you made the wrong decision.
Right.
Listen, you the less heat you take for the decision is going to be easier for you to cope with it. So for me, drafting a guy like Sohan is perfect. We were talking half of the season that we don't have that hustle guy, that muscle. And I'm not saying that he's going to be, fighting with Mook Morris, whatever, right? Because he's a young guy. He ain't built like that.
Right.
But if the teammates going to have a guy that's going to hustle, throw his body out like Dennis Rodman, they're going to look and, that guy might be a little bit crazy. So they might feel like, listen, we have something. We lack the play like that. Right. So that's why I really think that a guy like that might pan out a little bit better. Then again, listen, you take a shooting guard or a small forward. What you gonna do with Cam? You just traded your first round pick in Kevin Knox and a first round pick,
right,
for Cam, and now you're just gonna ditch him after a guy that you drafted the next draft,
and you didn't even get to see him play a full season.
Or a shooting guard, and you're gonna dip Grimes deeper on the bench in the rotation when you knew that Grimes was that perfect player, that Klay Thompson, whatever. That would be stupid.
Right.
That would be literally stupid to get a guy. And what you're gonna do with the 11th pick when Grimes was 25?
Right.
You're gonna play a guy that was picked 25 a year earlier and play him over a guy that was 11 this season. Listen, like I said, in the New York market, every decision is going to be critiqued as long as listen, Freezy is like, I don't know if it was you talking this analogy, but I somewhere, heard it about the compliments that you give to your wife. You can say she's pretty, she has, nice nails, nice whatever, right?
Right.
But you say one like bad thing, like, listen, this dress ain't perfect on you. She's going to tell you that thing. Oh, you said this dress ain't perfect on me for the whole year. Hold
a grudge, bro.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why
that's why I told you Andy was my brother, because he know how I am. I do that. I give out compliments like they are the size of manhole covers, and I pass out negative stuff like they feathers. You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, that's the thing with the Knicks. With the Knicks, the fan base is so spread, so wide that you're gonna have hives, you're gonna have camps, you're gonna have whatever you want to call them. Every decision the front office makes, every pick they make, there's gonna be naysayers in the fan base. So they gotta be like, listen, we're gonna play really, really safe, and the heat we're gonna get is gonna be really, really small. But listen, if they don't trade up and someone else does, it's going to be the Halliburton situation. Oh, they didn't even know that Halliburton was available. Meanwhile, they traded an all-star for Halliburton, and he didn't even pan out yet. And already they're calling, the Pacers won that trade. We don't know that if they won that trade. That's going to, we're going to judge that in a year or 2 or 3 even.
Yeah, gotta give it time.
So yeah, so people are really rushing to judge, and that's a bad quality for a person to have. Rushing to judge someone is really bad.
I agree with everything you just said, Andy, especially when it comes down to this draft. Sohan is he's a defensive guy. Yesterday it came up when I was shout out to Ron, still Knicks. We were rocking with him yesterday. Sohan may not he seems more like a Popovich type player if you look at the way he plays.
But
So
listen, he has high IQ and he really sees the floor. He's a great passer. That's why for me he has Draymond Green type of potential for me.
Yeah. And if you think about that, that's a Popovich type player. San Antonio may jump on him with both feet.
Yeah,
and
with
then
the
now,
ninth pick,
with that ninth pick, so he could. It's a possibility. Players that we're looking at that could fit. Because I like, if you look at what he can do, I like what he does. But then, as you said, you bring in another power forward. He's listed as small forward, but he plays more of a power forward, correct?
Yeah. So he's almost 6'10", so
yeah.
Please,
So now we got a log jam. We got a log jam at the power forward position with him and with Sohan, Randall, and Obi, because now you got those that hate and despise, can't stand Obi, gonna want Sohan. Then you got those that love, that hate and despise Randall, wants Obi and Sohan. Get them out of here. So now you got that issue. But then you're talking about the Grimes issue and the Fournier. You're gonna have to move some people. Somebody's got to get moved up out of New York to make room for what you got to do.
And Soulfinger, you can add IQ there in the shooting guard position, because if we are looking to get a point guard, has to be the starter. D-Rose is going to be probably the point guard of the bench. So, and even if you don't want to label IQ with a shooting guard, he's going to be your point guard of the bench. Then D-Rose is going to be your shooting guard of the bench. And then Grimes and Cam are got to battle out for those, small forward minutes. And listen, we are deep with the Knicks fans think that we are deep in every position except the center and the point guard position. We're really not. We think that we should give chances to Cam, to Grimes, to McBride, to all the rest of the guys. But when you ask fans from other teams, they're like, "You guys just got bums on the bench." They're young guys, but they're still bums. So,
see, my thing is, I like for us to get some size. I feel we're small.
Yeah,
I feel we are small, pretty much, especially amongst the wing. Because if you look at it, Cam is the longest one we got. He's 6'8", and that wingspan. The thing is the injuries. You see the physical talent he has, but he hasn't been able to get on the floor to make nothing happen. So now we got Grimes, who plays defense, who's playing defense, but he's listed as a 2 guard that can play a little small forward, but he's been playing small forward a lot. Because the way things have been going. But then you got Burks, who's better coming in as an off guard, give you a little something in certain situations, small forward. But because of the guard situation, all the injuries, then he was put at the point. So I'm running around. What I'm saying is, and I'm not trying to do the whole G-man on this, is you have to put these players in position to succeed. You got to put them in. You got to put them in a position to succeed. Yeah. But guys gonna. They're going to move somebody. It's just a matter of who's going to get moved to get what we need to do.
When you look at the trends of the league, it's becoming long and athletic. We probably have seen that, and that's why I'm definitely an advocate of the Knicks. Definitely becoming athletic, and if we could become, can get guys with these long wingspans, that's very helpful too. So obviously, in order to accomplish that, somebody's going to have to go. If you want to look at that in terms of the draft, you got Jalen Williams, you got Dalen Terry, excellent on defense, long, athletic, guys that can defend. McBride can defend too, but his limitations in defending is maybe like 1s and 2s. Could he guard some 3s? I don't know, but the versatility.
So it depends on where on it depends. That's the other thing too. I want to just clarify is things like guarding multiple positions. Guarding multiple positions is best when it's taken into context. Where are you guarding these ones, twos, threes, and fours on the floor. Can Miles McBride guard a 4 35 feet away from the perimeter? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because a 4 has to put the ball on the floor.
On the floor,
And
but not on the
that
block.
plays to his strengths. Can he guard a 4 in the post 5 feet away from the basket? No.
Nope.
No. That's what I'm saying. So it's like some of the times when you hear, and I'm not bashing content creators because y'all know, again, nothing but Knicks can't do anything wrong in my eye, right? But when others, when you like saying he could guard 2s, 3s, and 4s without any context, you're misguiding your listener. Like, can Miles McBride guard Luka 35, 40 feet away from the basket? Yes. Inside the 3-point line, do you want Miles McBride guarding Luka? No. Hell no.
No,
Right?
he pull right up over him.
Right.
Unless he has 6 fouls to give away.
Yeah.
Right. And so I ain't throwing shade. I ain't throwing shade at nobody. All I'm saying is sometimes when we have these conversations, the contextual approach is left out, right? Because we are always in the sake of trying to save time, like getting so much information in a limited time frame that sometimes we don't mention these things. Like, for instance, is Quentin Grimes a good defender? Yes.
Yes.
Inside the arc, 22 feet to the basket. I like Grimes. Do I like Grimes defending in the open court? No, because he doesn't have the change of direction ability. He doesn't have foot speed and burst. Right.
Need the athleticism.
Right. Say for instance, do I want Quentin Grimes picking up Ja 94 feet? No. Hell no.
Yes.
Right. Would I take my chances inside the arc though? Would I take my chances? Quentin Grimes guarding Ja in the ISO and Ja going to the basket from 22 feet and in. Yes, I like my chances there. Now, will Ja win? He wins a lot, right? He wins a lot. But will Grimes be a deterrent? I think so. Right? And we saw it on film. We saw Grimes can guard Chris Paul inside the perimeter, right? For the perimeter coming in, like 22 feet to 0. He can guard Chris Paul there. What happens in a high pick and roll where Chris Paul is 24 feet away from the basket and Grimes? Grimes is lost. You can't guard Chris Paul. And to be honest with you, not many guys in the NBA over the course of Chris Paul's career could guard Chris Paul. Right. So in fairness to Grimes, I'm not pointing that out as if Grimes is a bad defender. What I'm saying is, and we have to do it in context. Like, is Mitchell Robinson a great defender at the basket? Yes. Is Mitchell Robinson a good defender away from the basket? No. Right? Are most centers? No. Most centers, they can hold. Chris Boucher, maybe, but Chris Boucher is 6'9", 210. He's built like a small forward, right? So he can defend away from the basket because of his frame. But
and he has quick feet.
Yeah, Joel Embiid is not guarding nobody, no 25 feet away from the
God,
rim.
no.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Now,
I'm just saying.
Now, I just wanted to say, Andy, you mentioned about Sohan. When we look at those guys in the league, our Jason Tatums, our Kevin Durant's, our Antetokounmpos, one thing that Sohan does bring to the table where he wouldn't be a bad pick for us is he could guard them one-on-one. Now, I'm not saying that he would stop them, but he would certainly slow them down or limit them. And that makes a difference on the defensive end when you can put your confidence on somebody whom that's that has a strong defensive acumen and that can defend someone whether they're 25 feet away or 5 feet away. So in that respect, Sohan would be good. But if we had players that just have a good basic defensive acumen, I mean, even McBride, even though he's limited with his height and strength, and even Quentin Grimes, that we pointed out their deficiencies, but at least they do give us some effort on the defensive end. Because even Marcus Smart, he was Defensive Player of the Year, but Curry lit him up. Curry lit him up. Curry lit the Defensive Player of the Year up. He did. So, it's like, oh, Marcus Smart. No, Curry lit him up. But my point is that, Marcus Smart, he's good. He can defend a lot of players, even in the post. I mean, at least, defense, like I said, defense is mental, and it's about effort. What effort you're going to give. Not everybody's a good defender. Even Steph Curry even put forth the effort. So that's what it's about on defense. I mean, no one player is blessed with the perfect tools. I mean, of course, if you have better tools, you can be a better defender. And that's why I said for us, in particular, Cam Reddish can be a lockdown defender if he puts his mind to it. And that's where he can relish at in that role for us if we decide to keep him. He could be that guy for us. He could be. I don't even care about the offense right now, because whatever he gives us offensively will be a plus. But defensively, he could be better than, if he puts his mind to it, he could be. Operative word is could. Better than Reggie Bullock defending. Could be, if he puts his mind to it. Because he got the tools. He's got the body, the length. He's got to get his body. Well, he got to get his body right as well as his mind.
Okay. So let me ask you that. So let me ask you guys: Are we suggesting that whoever we pick at 11 should just be a defensive player?
If he's named Jeremy Sohan.
So I alluded to something, man, and Andy, I don't know if maybe I didn't say it right, but I'm gonna say this, bro. I think that the Sohan kid and the Usman Din kid could be Paul George light. Maybe even Kendall Brown. Maybe like a Paul George light, like not a franchise plan, not because in my opinion, I think Kawhi Leonard is a franchise number 2. And I think Paul George is a franchise number 2. Like if you have a Kevin Durant, the Paul George would be the perfect complement to them, right?
Yes.
If you have a LeBron James type player, I think a Paul George or Kawhi Leonard somewhere on the floor in positionless basketball is a perfect complement to them. I think Anthony Davis is the perfect number 2, right? Number 1s are rare. I think James Harden is a ball dominant number 2, right?
Yeah.
Steph Curry is a number 1, right? Steph Curry's a number 1. Giannis is a number 1, right? To search around the league for other number 1s, they're hard to find, bro. Right? What I would say is if you take the chance on a Sohan and a Deng or a Sohan Tari Eason or a Sohan or a Deng Tari Eason combination, I think what you put together is all right. Let me say this in a way that don't blow the chat up, right? I think the
just
Knicks,
say it, Freezy. Just say it. Just say it. Don't worry about it.
The Knicks are being built like the 90s Seattle Supersonics, right? Like the 90s Seattle Supersonics, right?
You know what? I can kind of see that low key.
And so here's the thing, right? Tom Chambers didn't play for those Sonics, right?
Yeah.
But Julius Randle and Tom Chambers put up the same type production from that position, right? And for those that remember, it's like a Tom Chambers, right? Tom Chambers was an athletic vertical scorer before he was just a money knockdown jump shooter, right?
Yeah.
When he started to lose his athleticism, he was a clutch jump. He started to become that clutch jump shooter.
Talking about Tom Chambers with the mullet.
Yeah, mullet Tom Chambers.
Yeah.
Tom Chambers used to kabam on you, boy.
Right. Right. And so I'm asking y'all to think of Quentin Grimes and his limitations at point guard as Nate McMillan. Right? Quentin Grimes as Nate McMillan.
Okay.
Remember Nate McMillan
He was known for defense in that three.
Right. A defensive combo guard.
3-and-D.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you have your athletic power forward, your super bouncy power forward already, right?
Yeah.
And then you bring in your tough wing players like your Vincent Askews, right? Your RJ Barretts.
Yeah.
All the Knicks need at this point is a glove.
Well, you need a deadlift shrimp.
Yeah, well, depending on how you see Cam Reddish.
Or Evan Fournier. Or Evan Fournier.
Or Evan Fournier, yeah, depending on how you see those two players, right? And so,
my thing with,
let me just point out this one.
My bad.
Just real quick. See, depending on how you view basketball, the Seattle Supersonics of those years could dominate in this current era because the Sonics had an undersized center and Sam Perkins, who was 6'9".
Yeah, they sure did. Yep.
Who did all the stuff that a Bam Adebayo does. He could switch maybe 3 through. Yep. He could switch 3 through 4. Sam Perkins,
Swiss Army
3s,
knife.
4s, and
He
5s.
was a Swiss Army knife.
Right.
And the fact that he could shoot that joker too, he could stretch the floor.
A Bam Adebayo, a Bam Adebayo type, right? And so depending on what you want out of your point guard position, a Dyson Daniels might be the guy that you want. Now, with that said, most Knicks fans are 85% old school, conventional basketball fans, 15% other. I'm in that 15% other. I don't think you have to have a defined role to be successful in the NBA nowadays, especially when you have Cade Cunningham being a primary ball handler. You have Luka Doncic being a primary ball handler. You have SGA being a primary ball handler. You have LeBron James being a primary ball handler. You have James Harden being a primary ball handler. You don't need
Julius Randle.
Yeah, Julius Randle. Nikola Jokic.
Traditional prototype.
Right. And so I take pride in thinking that I'm ahead of the curve in terms of where the direction of the NBA is going. I'm not, even though I'm an old school fan, I do understand when eras in basketball change, right? Because I don't think you need a 6'6" shooting guard anymore. Nope. I don't think you need a 6'4" point guard no more. I don't think you need a classic pick and roll ball handler at point guard no more. I think you need to have at least 4 guys on the floor that can dribble, pass, and shoot. Right? One guy is going to be
that's playmaking.
Yeah. One guy is just going to be a certain type player. Like when you watch the Denver Nuggets, Denver Nuggets always have 3 guys on the floor that can dribble, pass, and shoot. The reason why they can't advance because they don't have a 4th guy, right?
Yeah.
But their ball handlers don't start at the point guard and go through power forward. It starts at center and works its way backwards, right? Like, ideally, Denver could roll out. Jokic, Aaron, whatever his name is,
Aaron Gordon,
Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray, and a defensive-minded point guard that don't do nothing except defend 1s, 2s, and 3s. And they could win a championship with that if everybody is healthy at the same time, right? The Knicks are in a situation where they have a Vincent Askew type, right? They have a Nate McMillan coming off the bench. They have a super bouncy power forward. They have a do-it-all, or they could have a do-it-all center in Sam Perkins, depending on how you view Randall, if Randall accepts that role or not, right? And all they need is a point guard or 2. If the Knicks get, and I'm not a fan, okay, Benny, my dog Benny, loves the Seattle Supersonics for some reason. I thought you were a Knicks fan. So anyway.
He's saying, what about Kemp?
Yeah. He in here barking talking about what about Kemp. But what I'm saying is to Knicks fans is, if the Knicks don't draft the point guard or trade for one, don't be upset. Just understand there are more ways to win a championship than one. Because all the previous NBA championships won the championship differently. They all have. The Golden State Warriors are the current NBA champs, right? The champions before them, their best player was a 6'11" power forward.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the team before them, their best player was a 6'7" small forward. Right? And then the team before them was a 6'3" shoot from anywhere point guard. And the team before them had a 6'8" small forward that might be the greatest player of all time. And then the champion before them had LeBron, a big three in Miami. The champion before them had a 6'11", maybe the greatest power forward of all time in Tim Duncan. And so to say there's a blueprint on how to win a chip is incorrect, Knicks fans. So if you think we need Rod Strickland in order to win a championship, consider this. Who did Rod Strickland win a championship with? Who did Kenny Anderson win a championship with? Right? Who did John Stockton win a championship with?
Yeah.
You feel me? Who did Jason Williams, Mike Bibby, Kevin Johnson, who did they win championships with? I mean, Tim Hardaway, who did he win a championship with? It's all about roster construction, man.
No, and you're right
in
about
other
that.
words,
Bruce.
what
You're
you're saying that the point guard is evolved. The point guard isn't the traditional guy that we're used to seeing. Now, for us old school guys, are Nate Archibalds,
JoJo White,
Smiths, JoJo Whites,
Lafayette Lever.
Yeah, because even today,
Norm Nixon.
Let's go back to Golden State. Is Stephen Curry a true traditional point guard?
No.
There you go. Bam. That's it.
Yeah, it depends on what you think a point guard is.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
But like for instance, I say yes. Because I saw the point guard. I saw Nate Archibald lead the league in scoring and assists in the same season.
Yes. In the same
I saw Oscar
season.
Robertson average a triple-double for the season. So if you're not used to point guard scoring, if you don't like point guard scoring, that's a personal preference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oscar Robertson was a point guard.
Heard of that?
Yeah.
Right. Heard of.
I'm for the. I mean, we got to go with the changes because the traditional point guard, as a lot of us would like, they're extinct dinosaurs pretty much. The last one standing is Chris Paul.
Yeah, Chris Paul. He's the
last
last
man
one
standing. So,
he is.
But as a floor general wise, I would like a point guard. I want my point guard to fit into the new era of ball, positionless basketball, and his name should be do it all. He should be able to do it all. He should be able to score. He should be able to distribute the ball, and play defense. That's what I want. Only the key
is playmaking.
Yeah, and that's the other thing right there. The kid, like I said, do it all.
Homework on playmaking. If you have two to three playmakers in your unit, whether it is your starting unit or your second unit, well, you've heard the term lead guard. Lead guard meaning that's the guard that may may traditionally bring the ball down the court, but somebody else can bring it down the court. And we've already pointed examples like in Jokic, even Randall, as much as we didn't like him bringing the ball down, LeBron James. So if you have playmakers compensate for that traditional point guard. But we have to get playmakers, or we need to have playmakers that need to have the IQ to be able to play make. And that's the key.
Right.
You got to have the IQ to play make. You may be able to play make, but you got to have that IQ.
Right. And so you said something right there, Cash, because you and Freezy both touched on two things. Freezy saying how the makeup of the team, how the team is consistent, which is big. And then Cash, the other big part point that you brought up is basketball IQ. Because I don't care how athletic you are, how fast you can run, how high you can jump. I don't care if you're a dead-eye shooter. If you come on the court and your basketball knowledge got you as smart as a big box of hammers, what good are you to the team?
Depending on how big that box is. How big is the box?
I'm talking about a rather large box, Freeze. We talking about a big box or something.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry, man. My phone about to die. I was trying to hold out to the last second, but man,
your phone's soft. Your phone ain't got no heart, bro. Your phone
Hey,
has
Charlie,
no
throw
heart,
that thing
bro.
on the thing. Put that thing on the charger and sit around a little bit longer. Home stayed home, boy.
Yeah, man.
I
Come on,
hear
man.
you, man.
Hey, hang out for a little bit, bro. It's Father's Day, man. I mean, what you gonna do? Cook on the grill? They get ready to put you on the grill?
Well, no, I ain't about to cook on the grill. That's for sure.
Yeah, man.
No, but I do appreciate that, man. You guys have been good. I got a lot out of this show.
We rarely see them.
Right, brother.
I'm begging them
I
to stay
know
because
it,
we rarely
man. I
see
know
them.
it. I appear in the chat sometimes, but I said today I'm a surprise Freezy. I'm gonna get on the panel today. I'm surprising, but I enjoyed all you guys, man. I appreciate.
Great, brother.
Two things that I got today that I am so with. I love the trade you proposed earlier, Freezy, with Marquise Morris and I think it was Tyrus Mann for Julius Randle.
Yeah.
And whatchamacallit? I think it was a draft pick, I believe, was it?
Yeah, BJ Boston. So I'm asking for BJ Boston, the 6'4" shooting guard. I forgot his name. The kid from Duke. And
Luke Kennard.
Kennard,
yeah, Luke Kennard and
oh yeah, Luke Kennard, yeah.
And Marcus Morris and Terrence Mann provides perimeter defense instantly. Him and Quentin Grimes and McBride together guarding 1s, 2s, and 3s. Crazy, right? But it also Mook can play in New York. We've seen it with our own eyes.
He already played there.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, because his money will be coming off the books, it'll be his money. I think he'll be a free agent at the end of this next season or what have you. His money will be coming off the books with expiring contract. Then if we was to draft the SoCan kid that Mr. Andy was referring to, I mean, you have a year, you know, with summer league and whatever else, however you're looking to develop this guy. Then the following year after that, when Morris would leave, you plug in right behind Obi.
Right.
So, but yeah, man, I enjoyed you guys. DJ Cash, it's been a minute, man, but good to see you again, my brother.
It's been a minute. All right.
So Soul Finger, you definitely know what it is.
I know, man. Hey, last time I saw you, Jesus was a baby, bro.
Yo, hey, Jarvis, we gonna send your phone down to the G League, bro.
That's cold-blooded. Man, I appreciate you guys, man. Y'all happy Father's Day. Shout out to the chat, man. Y'all been good, but we're about to be out, man. Y'all be easy.
All right, have a good day, bro.
All right, bro.
All right. Hey, Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, we got to find out which one of these guys is in the next 2 drafts will become a championship talent. It's wide open. It can be pick 1 or 40. He's there. Okay. I can understand that. Depending on where you want to go with it, depending on how you're feeling it. But I'll tell you this. For those that don't understand my Seattle Supersonic reference, take a good look at the Toronto Raptors, who is putting length and athleticism at every position. And so what they do is with Scotty Barnes, OG Anunoby, Spicy P, and Trent, Gary Trent, and
Siakam.
Yeah, Spicy P. Yeah. That's his nickname, Spicy P.
Boucher, Spicy P. Okay.
Boucher. Then you got Boucher.
Yeah, and
Boucher is a nice,
small.
Yeah.
Bucci or whatever his name is.
I think if they add a Mitchell Robinson to that lineup, I think they're going to hold teams into the 90s on defense. Right? They might be the team that holds teams to 102, 103. You know what I'm saying? I don't know for sure. In today's NBA, most teams score at least 105. But I think Toronto, if they add Mitch, that baseline defender, they can hold teams under 100 on a lot of nights.
That's a lot of length
They
on the floor.
only gonna score about that. That's the only thing. They're not gonna be scoring a whole lot. It's gonna be a low scoring game. So in other words, they may only give up that, but that's all they gonna make.
Right.
You know, and the thing is, I know other teams are trying to get Anunoby as well, because I know his name is coming up in trades. Now, the sneaky team when it comes to Mitch, I've said it before, Freeze. You've heard me say it. And I think Andy, you on the show when I said it. It's a dark horse team nobody ever thought about, but I could see Pat Riley trying to get in the Mitchell Robinson sweepstakes. I don't. He seemed like he could probably do something like that. It's kind of low key a Pat Riley move.
But you know why? So, Finger, I wouldn't see that happening. I think if they had a meeting, Pat Riley would see through Mitch that he ain't a Miami Heat material of a player.
Right.
He would say, listen, no. You know, all that BS with his agent changing, stuff like that. No, that ain't for Pat. He ain't gonna bother with guys like Mitch. He wants no BS guys, no, funny interviews, run around the block and stuff like that. Pat ain't playing with you if you're gonna be a jokester. All the guys that came in on the Heat, if they're acting funny, they're on the trading block. So he ain't gonna trade for a guy like that. We see Tyler Hero or Duncan Robinson. You know, they're acting funny and with the dresses, to the press conferences and stuff like that. And now we're hearing them being on the training block. So I don't think he's gonna like a guy like Mitch.
Yeah, the team
I got
that
you
we need
on that.
Yeah, I think the team we need to worry about in regards to Mitch is the Pistons, because they can sign him outright.
Yeah,
because
listen, it was also the Bulls, but I think the Bulls
they have to make a move.
They would have to make a move.
Yeah,
exactly. So
that's
that
why you see
that can sign him outright. Dallas, since they got Christian Wood, that's out the picture. But I think that's the only team we got to worry about.
Detroit. Detroit. Well, Chicago. The whole thing is Chicago's got Kobe White. They're trying to shop him around, and then the only thing with the pick. Yeah, and it's the only reason. And the thing is Mitch has never been. Besides having Tibbs and using like that, it may be a different. But I can kind of see him. I'd say like Miami is a dark horse, but right now Detroit got the money. They can roll a truck right on up to Mitch and like, hey, come on, here you go.
Yeah.
Dump those money bags out on him, and he can go that way. That's the only other team. But far as what we're doing, minus talking about, other than talking about Mitch, I'm looking at, I said, you said we need wing, I could say wing player. I'm looking at the wing because, if we can't move up, look at what you can get, what solid wing play you can get, but we're going to move some pieces. That's the thing. I see pieces getting moved, whether it's going to be to bring in, either move up in the draft or to collect some more assets, i.e. draft picks, and probably be some second rounders at that. I know we got a truckload of second rounders, but with the 2023 draft coming, I think that's where you're going to see us become even more active. We're going to Whoa, look at here, boy, look at here. Man, he didn't look. We heard reports. Hey, we heard reports about some cat that's been seen around the nation with a smoking on, power walking over everybody, making them push, bend and reach and all this other stuff. Welcome back, G-Man. Welcome back.
You're muted, bro.
You muted, G-Man. G-Man, you muted.
It's the same situation that we had, before, right? With someone.
Yeah, I had that problem earlier. Yeah, I had
Yeah,
to pop him out.
you gotta let him know he's muted.
Hey, Soulfinger is muted. I mean, G-Man is muted.
G-Man muted.
G-Man muting himself. That's not me.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
There you go.
There he is, my man. Now we can get started. Let's get this party started. What's up, brother?
So the one thing I wanted to tell everyone, first and foremost, is Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. For sure. Because
Hey, G-Man, you got
YouTube
playing in the background?
I do. Hold on, give me a second. And that's a rookie mistake too. So that's how long I've been off the channel.
we can tell it's been a while. Hey, we can tell it's been a while. Oh.
Man, G-Man in a nice. What is that? Where you at? You at the Ritz-Carlton?
So here and this. Okay.
Look,
There he is.
G-Man got the chimes going in.
I'm gonna go out.
Yeah, he's about to get real holistic
I'm
on
gonna
it.
get my shit together. I mean my stuff. I'm sorry.
Hey, look,
Let me get my stuff
hey,
together.
that's that drill instructor talk right there. He getting ready to get it in.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's good to see G-Man, man. I'm hoping he can get everything together to jump back. Hey, Soulfinger, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was backstage.
No.
I was backstage talking to Stafford Don at the same time. So I'm talking to Stafford Don, and then I see G-Man show up, and so I'm trying to kind of, yeah, man. Yeah,
No, it's all good, bro. Hey, get interrupted by somebody we hadn't seen like that. Last time we saw G-Man, Moby Dick was a sardine, man. So,
Bam.
you know, hey, it's good to see him.
Bam. Exactly right. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. So I missed what you guys were talking about. Were y'all talking about roles? Were y'all talking about roles on the team? Is that what I missed?
You know, I lost my train of thought when I saw G-Man. I had that. I'm having that senior moment right there. You know, I was just saying from me, you know, getting a wing wouldn't be bad. It's just that we got to move some stuff, and we got pieces.
We were talking about the competition for Mitch.
Oh
that,
yeah,
you know,
the Miami Heat part is Miami Heat part is what I missed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Detroit Pistons.
And then when Andy, because Andy brought up, some of Mitch's antics and everything, and I think some of that has to go with what's going on in this organization. But it's a possibility. I was just saying I can see Pat Riley trying to make a play at him, just come out of left field. Some you just wouldn't think. But money wise, it's Detroit because Chicago's got to move stuff around because they're gonna have to decide: are you gonna hold on to Levine, or are you gonna play for go back and try to bring Levine home? And that's why you shopping Kobe to attach a draft pick. So Chicago's at a crossroad. They got to figure out what they're going to do in this situation.
Yeah, but there were reports. I heard that they are also front runners for Gobert.
Yeah,
and that's the other one. So if they go after Gobert, then okay, they shut out the box. Then it just comes down to us in Detroit when it comes to Mitch. But I'm still I just gotta put Miami in that corner over to the side, as that when you been to the casino, you you making your bets and you got them cats who like to make the side bets all the time.
Right.
That's what Miami's doing right now. They the side betting cat.
Right. I'm gonna say this to Knicks fans, bruh. I know you love the young core, right? But you can legit hit a home run this offseason if you sign Miles Bridges to an offer sheet, right? And you go after Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine is unrestricted, right? Miles Bridges is restricted, right? You can hit a home run if you go after them. Now, what happens if you don't get them? You show your fan base that we're aggressive and we're looking to upgrade the roster, right? If you get one or the other, you show the fan base that you're serious about this rebuild. If you get both, without giving up RJ, without giving up Julius, right? Without giving up RJ, without giving up Julius, you just put together a team that all you need is a point guard or a backcourt mate for Zach LaVine that has a pulse, right? Because ultimately you're looking at RJ at the, LaVine at the 2, RJ at the 3, Bridges at the 4, and Randall. Yeah. Yeah. As soon as I say that, as soon as I bring up Bridges and Randall.
Why can't I hear? Oh my God.
You can't hear?
Oh, you know why I can't hear? That you need. Oh my God. You can't hear? Oh. Okay. I don't know what's going on right now. I got this Mickey Mouse setup I got. Not really working. Give me a second. I'll be back.
Okay. All right.
G-Man like MacGyver in that room working on his stuff.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna take 2 paper clips and put it together and make this thing work for sure.
G-Man, you straight.
You need a potato. You need a potato.
G-Man, you straight because we can hear you and you heard Soulfinger. We straight.
I think he hears us through YouTube.
I can't hear you guys though.
Oh, okay.
That's why. I'll be right back.
All right. Oh, he hears through YouTube. Okay. Yeah. So if you put together a push for Zach LaVine and Miles Bridges, Andy, what it does is it shows that this front office is actually looking to do something. Right now, it looks like the front office is looking to do what? Like, what's the front office? Anybody know what this front office is looking to do? Is it just shore up the floor, like make the back end of the roster, fill the back end of the roster with NBA players, or is it? What is it? I don't know.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I like Bridges even when in the Knox trade. Draft. You know, either one of the Bridges brothers would have been good. I know they're not related, but I'd rather say that anyway. It sounds a lot better. But if you could bring them in, but you're gonna have to pay. You're gonna have to pay to play when it comes to them.
In order for the Knicks to get them, I think the Knicks have to do 4 years, $100 million, easy.
At least.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna have to offer them. Right?
Charlotte
is offering. Charlotte last offer was 4 years, 82,
80,
which is about
it was 80 something. Yeah.
Yeah, $20.5 million. The Knicks are going to have to not only top that, but blow it out of the water. And I'm here to tell you, if the Knicks blow it out of the water, the Charlotte franchise is a cheap franchise. You know, if they let Kemba Walker walk, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to sign big time free agents.
Freezy, the only problem with that move is you have to make moves for one to clear the cap space and then to get minutes, because if you're gonna pay someone $100 million, you're gonna start him.
You have to feature them. Yeah, not only start them, but feature them.
Yeah, but you gotta have starting minutes open for that guy. And if you're gonna stick with Julius, then what, you're gonna play him at the small forward position, so you gotta move RJ to the 2.
Right.
So Fournier has to go. But the question is if you're gonna find someone that's gonna take Fournier. So
But one of those, but Andy, in your scenario, one of them guys is gonna have to go anyway to clear cap space.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that you gotta probably attach the 11th pick with Fournier just to get the him off the books.
That's interesting. What I would rather do is because in all the veterans, and what people forget, with all the veterans' salary together, the Knicks are owing these veterans $92 million. And veteran. What's up, G-Man? Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, we go, G.
Oh.
Bam! Bam! He back, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the co-host of the Lawrence Tears special, The Pod Couple, my damn friend, G-Man for life. What's good, boss?
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you something, fellas. Anybody that's watching this that will rewatch this later on, I missed you guys for real. Real life has taken a step into my life that I didn't expect to happen. That has had me on an island for like a long time, for real.
Right.
And
Right.
I didn't expect that to happen, but I want you guys to know I miss you. I love you. You know what I'm saying? And we're about to come up on the draft, ladies and gentlemen. We are
Them.
about to come up on the draft. So what are we gonna
Them.
do with that? What are we gonna do with that?
Yeah, man. Hey, we gonna draft another dude that play OB position. You know us. That's what we gonna. Who's our best young talent? Like whoever the best young talent is on the roster, the Knicks are gonna draft a guy that play his position. Who the best young talent? RJ Barrett. We gonna draft a wing player.
You know
that's what we do, bro. We can't help it. It's like G-Man. You ever seen the fat girl at the buffet with the stretchy pants on? And she looked like a pulling guard, and like girls, big girls. I'm gonna tell you something. I love y'all, big girls. I'm not a chubby chaser, but big girls, I love y'all like y'all my sister. I love y'all in a sisterly way. Don't be wearing no jerseys because it make y'all look like pulling guards, right? It make us look like we about to run. Make it look like y'all about to run the option. Right. Don't be showing up with no pink jersey with 66 on it. You know what I'm saying? And big girls, don't do that. Big girls, wear some stuff.
So no shade, no warm in winter, shady in summer.
No. And I love them. Big girls, I love y'all. I love y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? But don't be wearing no shirts with no numbers on it.
Oh my God.
But anyway, G-Man, listen, check this out. Check this out, G-Man. I think the Knicks are gonna do whoever the best young player is on the Knicks are gonna draft a player at their position. It's like we can't help ourselves, bro.
You got to stockpile it.
So
oh God.
Look, this is my whole thing, right? And I've been seeing this. I've been a Knicks fan my entire life.
Me too.
And I am on the 29th of this month, I will be 53 years old. So that gives you lineage, right?
Andy, am I older than G-Man?
No, you're not.
Am I older than G-Man?
You're not.
Get out of here.
When are you trying?
We ain't gonna talk about that. We'll talk about that on the
yeah. Call me, Freezy. Call me.
Right. Yeah, let's just go to somewhere else.
So I say all that to say this. So when you look at the draft class that we have in front of us right now, what is our primary need? Somebody tell me. And I know everybody knows. Tell me what it is.
A head coach. Can we draft a head coach at 11? Can we draft a head coach at 11?
Trade Obi. Watch him get in his position. No, I'm just messing with
you fellas enjoy the rest of your day. I gotta go. But it was nice chopping it up with you.
Cash, don't leave because I've been telling inappropriate jokes, Cash. Cash, don't leave because I'm telling inappropriate jokes, bro. Come on.
No,
my bad.
Man. The lady needs me, and plus she got my dinner, so I got.
Go put those groceries in your neck, Cash. I understand.
I gotta take care of some things. But it was good chopping it up with you guys, and continue, man. I'll check it out on the rebound.
Hey, we'll see y'all. We'll see you tomorrow, bro.
All right, take care.
All right, boss.
Peace. So I will tell you this: if we in this draft do not pursue a point guard, a real point guard. I'm tired of all these. I'm not gonna call them has-beens. I'm gonna call them pretenders, right? So what we do as Knicks fans is we allot when someone has a good game. Far be it for me to say a good season. But we still, to this day, do not have a true point guard for the New York Knicks. If that's not what we're looking for in this draft, I'm lost. I don't know.
Sergeant, so you're proposing Ty Washington?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. 100%. I'm Andy. This is where I'm at right now. I'm so frustrated. I'm so tired of, we talk about the downfall of the team, but we all know where we need to start. The foundation. If you don't have a foundational point guard, a floor general to be able to organize the talent on the floor, what are we doing? What are we doing? Somebody tell me. If I'm wrong, let me know I'm wrong. I've been wrong a lot of times, but I just want I want to know. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Sergeant, you know what's my Ty Washington story? When we did the first draft prospect show on NBK with Sim, Isaiah was on, and Isaiah said, like, I'm drafting Ty Washington even before the lottery. We didn't know which pick we're gonna have. He was like, I'm drafting Ty Washington. And I was like, okay, I ain't even watching highlights of this dude because Isaiah is a proponent of him being drafted for the Knicks. So I'm like, okay, everybody except Ty Washington. Yeah, but I saw a couple of videos of him. The worst thing is, and I would love for Knicks fans to have the mindset that I have going into this draft, that this player is not going to get us to the promised land. He ain't going to help us that much in the first season, that I have high expectations. If this guy becomes the best triple single guy in the NBA, I'm going to be happy. I'm not expecting, a guy to be a 2010 player in year 2 or, rookie team of the year this year. No, I don't care. If he's going to be playing good, I'm going to be happy. So, that I have literally no expectations. Whoever we pick, I'm going to be happy. I don't see, I rather see, maybe not rather, depending on who we pick, I would rather see these guys on the current Knicks sort out the minutes, and if he cracks that minutes, then listen, he must have been better than the guys we have. But Knicks fans are so high on the young guys we have that I feel like we can win a chip in 3 seasons with these guys. From what I hear on Knicks Twitter and in these shows, right? So I'm hoping that I'm wrong, and I don't see, because I don't see it like that. I think half of the young guys, you're probably going to have to trade them sooner or later, because they're not going to lead us, to the championship team. So
I'm with you 1,000%, Andy. What I will ask you is this: I will ask that even if in the Knicks genre, right, on draft night, Knicks fans get the exact pick that they want. Every whomever it may be, they get that pick. All right, he's on the squad. He's on the roster. Does he play?
Listen, I think the only chances if we trade up and it's Jaden Ivey, I think that's literally the first and only guy from this draft that's going to get starting minutes. Only Jaden Ivey.
I would disagree vehemently because of this. I know who the head coach is.
Nah, he's going to play him.
With a player like that. Just real quick, I
He
just want
has
to
to
say,
play him.
happy belated born day to our man Paris Duggar. I just want to give him a shout out on that. He had a birthday yesterday. Happy belated birthday, Paris Duggar.
Yeah, happy birthday, bro. You're supporting all of us, content creators. Well, I see you always in every show. So
yes,
Paris,
indeed.
Happy birthday, man. Hey, Paris Duggar, I got something coming up special for you. I'm waiting for it to download. I'm gonna play it for a few of these segments, man. Paris Duggar, you support everybody, and you always speak the truth to you. And those of us that are old school that operate by the no BS policy, I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. I'm old school to my heart, man. I operate by the no BS policy. Like when I tell somebody I love them, they have to know that I'm not BSing because I don't have time for that. You know what I'm saying? Or when I don't like something, I'm not saying that to troll. I'm telling you that from my heart. Like I don't like such and such. You know what I'm saying? So Paris Duggar, man, happy birthday and thank you for being a good dude. You know what I'm saying? I think I might have something for you. Let me see if I got a video file or something I can share with Paris Duggar. Let me see if I got something for Paris Duggar. I'm gonna see if I got something. Maybe I can whip something up. We'll see. I just found out, so I whipped something up real quick. Paris Duggar, this is for you. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna let that rock. I'm gonna let that rock for a few minutes. And Paris Duggar says, thank you to everybody. So I'm a rock with us like this and let this rock. Hopefully,
I was thinking.
Oh, go ahead, Andy.
I was thinking you're gonna do the Marilyn Monroe "Happy Birthday" song.
Yeah, I ain't gonna do the Fergie version. I ain't gonna do that one. No, hell no, I ain't gonna do that one. But
no, what you need to do is get corner. If you can get Cornerstone and G-Man sing "Happy Birthday." That's what you do. Oh, G-Man gone? Oh, damn.
Nah, he'll probably be back. He probably having tech issues. But Cornerstone Kev won't stay focused long enough. Cornerstone Kev will start talking about Frank Ntilikina in the middle of Happy Birthday. You know Cornerstone. He won't stay focused long enough for nothing. You know what I'm saying? And then be like, but Uncle Freezy, why you won't let me talk? I'm like, bro, you got to stay focused, man. So this right here be a little bit better. Happy birthday, Paris Duggar.
Mm-hmm. Now I was going to ask you, Freezy, because I've said this name and it's a player that you and I, it's one player that you and I have both been on about, and you brought him up in the trade. Say we made a move, we draft who we draft, but later made a trade with OKC or try to go to OKC. How would you feel about going after Trey Mann?
Oh, jeez.
Yo, Soulfinger, it ain't Freezy's birthday today.
Yeah. Bro, you know I love, man, listen, man. I love some Trey Mann with all my heart, bro. I love, man. Last year, if the Knicks had drafted Trey Mann and Trey Murphy, I would have changed my name to Trey. I'd have been Uncle Trey. Trey Freezy. You know
Freezy?
what I'm saying? I loved him, man.
So instead, you were swinging at the air like Trey.
Yeah, I was like Boys in the Hood. Boys in the Hood, man. So here's the thing. I just want to finish up on Paris Duggar. Hey, Paris, this ain't the most spectacular thing that you'll ever see for your birthday. But I whipped this up really quick. As soon as I saw you put your birthday thing in the chat, I went behind the scenes and whipped this up. I hope you you know what I'm saying, understand that we real about wishing you a happy birthday and how much you contribute. And with that said, you are wrong about the stance the Knicks should be taking to rebuild this franchise. All right. Hey, Soulfinger. Yeah, man, if the Knicks could, man, if the Knicks could pull off a deal for a big guard like that can create his own shot, that can create shots for others, that can help space the floor. His defense is below average in my opinion, but I think in Tibbs,
but you can develop that.
Yeah, in Tibbs' system, all you need is a coach to help you work on defense, bro. And because with Fournier on the floor, with Fournier and Burks as a starting backcourt, the Knicks' defense went from 28 to 11 with Burks and Fournier in the backcourt. That is what you call a miracle, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's a miracle. With Burks and Fournier, You talking about changing water to wine at a wedding, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm not knocking, this is not my random knock on Fournier, right? I'm not doing a random knock on Fournier or a random knock on Burks. What I'm saying is Tibbs can take guys that have bad reputations defensively and make it work within his defensive scheme. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. But I see. I'm not on. I've been throwing that name out there a lot because if I would love to see if you're gonna make a trade for a point guard, if you want to get a young point guard with some size that can do that. I'm looking at Trey Man. Again, I'm all about flipping over every rock and see what's going to happen. I mean, bruh, bump it. I even asked, hey, what's up with Josh Giddey? Like I said earlier today, so I asked with Josh Giddey. They're hanging the phone up on me. I call him back. I'm playing, just playing.
Yeah,
But what's
that
up?
was a phone prank, man. I was just pranking you on the phone.
I was just playing. I was just pranking, man. But what's up with Trey Man?
Right. Right. Yeah, man. The phone prank thing is funny. I gotta tell this story real quick, man. Just real quick. So Andy and I have known each other for quite some time in terms of the Knicks universe realm, right? In terms of the Knicks universe thing, we've known each other for quite some time, which is 2 years strong. And then the time before that, it was kind of like, yeah, I know this dude, Andy. It seems like he's always on when I'm at work, and then I'd be on and he'd be doing something, and we'd kind of be missing each other. It was like us, a dude named Nate the Great, who I still don't understand. Has Nate the Great ever stuck to one thing and just stuck with it? Can I do my Soul Finger? Can I do my Nate the Great impression?
Go ahead and do it, Freeze.
Yeah, you're right, Sam. I never thought about it. Like, yeah, Sam, whatever.
With the Slurpee, right?
right. It is Nate the Great, and I love Nate, yo. I'm joking. I'm trolling Nate, right? I'm not being mean. I'm just laughing. I'm just telling jokes and stuff about Nate, right? So Nate is like, they're like, well, you like the Knicks? Are you from New York? No, I'm from Texas. You from Texas? You want to jump on with this football channel, man? We talk about the Giants. Oh, I don't like the Giants. I like the Detroit Lions. Wait a minute. You from Detroit? I mean, you from Texas and you like the Lions and you like the Knicks? Yeah, I also like the Miami Hurricanes and the Los Angeles Dodgers. And we like, what? Nate is so all, man. I love the dude, man. Nate, I love you, bro. I'm just joking about Nate, man. Right? But anyway, your Trey Man thing, real quick. I would love to get Trey Man, bro. My main thing with this offseason, though, with the Knicks, bro, is just do something. Right? That's all I need to see from the Knicks front office. Now, my appreciation and acceptance of what they do is going to vary by certain degrees and levels based on what that something is. Right? If you say, for instance, if you take a swing and miss at Zach LaVine and Miles Bridges, I'm okay with that because you made an attempt to do something. Right, you made an attempt to make a franchise-altering move to set the franchise in a different direction. Right. What I don't want them to do is make mistakes. Like, don't trade for a big contract that comes here and doesn't produce. Right. Don't go out and, let's say, for instance, man, Al Horford looked good in the finals. Then you trade for Al Horford and he come here and he don't do nothing. But we gave up Grimes and McBride for Al Horford. Now I'm frustrated. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is don't go get a vet that's not going to do anything. Don't go get another guy that's going to take up space. Right? What I'm asking is if anything, do what Andy says. If do a baseline move, go get a triple single guy. If that's what it calls for, if that what the market dictates us to do, go get a triple single guy, right? and then go sign 2 more veteran point guards in free agency because Archie ain't gonna do it. We signed Archie. Archie's a great practice player, but he's not a difference maker, right? Go sign DJ Augustine, bro. Right? Go sign Dennis Schroeder, right? If you're not bringing Kemba back, go sign some placeholders until next year's draft and make sure they come off the books next year, right? So do the bare minimum stuff, but at least have a pulse, right? Because last year's draft, the Knicks didn't have a pulse, and it frustrated me. Right, that every team is drafting quality, high-level starters, and the Knicks trade out of one pick, right, and then picks a ham sandwich with the other pick. To my heart, it just befuddles me. Hey, Keyshawn, what's good, man? Happy Father's Day.
Salute, guys. Happy Father's Day. I'm not.
Hey, what's going on, Keyshawn?
Not much.
Freezy, because I got to bounce, but I'm gonna throw something. I'm gonna throw something at you guys. I don't know if you, because the show is almost 6 hours long, so maybe you can leave it for tomorrow. But you're gonna have a topic because we're talking about the perfect guys, the Trey Mans, the Miles Bridges, and the rest of the guys. Meanwhile, I think that what the Knicks need to do is have as options. The trades, maybe not have, but at least think about trades for the Brogdons, the Turners. And I'm not saying that they're perfect guys. I'm just saying that you can win a trade by getting like a middle tier guy that can stick for a year or two, and then you can maybe flip him or just like run out of like play this season out, something like that. Because like you said that, you would go and try to sign Bridges and stuff like that. I'm not quite sure because it's like, listen, you barely finished high school because your grades didn't allow you, but you're going to apply to Harvard.
Right.
I understand. My father always said, listen, it's better, shoot for the moon because if you don't make it, nobody's going to laugh at you. But listen, in this situation, you shoot to the moon and you don't have ammo to get, the nothing else done, right? So that's the thing that in this situation it might hurt you.
Okay.
So I wouldn't lock money in the restricted free agency, and unless we make the moves prior, then you're gonna have the cap space. And then listen, Knicks fans are gonna ask for Brunson. It ain't gonna be no one else, just Brunson. And we're gonna try to pledge Brunson here.
Right.
So I think that's going to be the case. And listen, I think if I'm Bridges and if I'm looking at the situation at the Knicks, I'm not smiling even at the Knicks.
Right.
I'm like, I got a better here.
Right.
At least at this point, right? So it might be something that it's a huge reach for the Knicks. Still at this point, if we would be a winning franchise, that's totally different thing, right? He looks at us that it's a better situation and stuff. So maybe that, but I really think that the Knicks need to have that second, third tier guys, those mid-levels exceptions that gonna be upgrades over the Burkses, the Noels, the Kemba Walkers that didn't pan out this season. And I really think that this is going to be the plan of the front office, that they are going to look at these guys and try and move, side to side, just flip the names for another name.
Like who? Like PJ Tucker's?
Yeah, exactly. And if the situation comes up, for example, Donovan Mitchell doesn't get moved, but he's not happy till the trade deadline, and he's going to literally like, okay, I'm sitting out till you trade me. Then they're going to be in a quagmire and they're going to have to move someone. So you rather have expiring deals that they're just going to take to make the move happen and stuff like that. Yeah. But listen, I think, plenty of deals are gonna drop on Thursday. So at least several situations are going to be cleared out of the way. And the market is going to be at least, clear for the front office if we don't get on the wagon. So we're going to see what's going to be the situation left over for us. So
Andy, and so just real quick, excellent point. right? So I want to ask you. So when are we going to be able to catch your episodes?
Mine?
Yes.
I was thinking it's going to be this weekend, but Sim was working out with that machine to beat Isaiah. You know, he was shooting drills like hours. He couldn't have time for me, you know, to to set up the stream yards and stuff like that.
Okay.
I was writing Isaiah, bro, Sim is going to whoop you to like 0. It's going to be 21-0 this game. So
no doubt.
But it's going to be coming soon. Next week, I'm going to Italy for vacation. It was supposed to be Croatia, but I had to postpone it to Italy. I saw that IQ is there and Grimes landed in Italy today, so I'm gonna try to, you know, catch up those guys and send them back to the States to work out. Not you know, pleasures for winners. So
right.
You need to put them through some drills. Put them through some drills, man.
And so for those that don't know, those that hadn't caught Andy on Nothing But Knicks, but make sure you see Andy when he's featured. He and Sim do like a coaches thing together. That's dope.
Yeah,
a film
Coach's
breakdown.
Corner.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's dope. He also sits on the panel when Sim does after game stuff and off season or non-game related topics, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes at night, depending on both of those guys' schedule. Make sure you check out Andy, and man, Andy is super sharp.
Listen, guys, just to advertise, Freezy, if I can plug in, before Thursday, I think it's going to be probably before Wednesday even, we're going to do Julius Randle, keeping and dumping, right? Because we do a series, like we get this guy or that guy, and we'll do a keep and dumping. So whoever is on the panel has, you know, to say if you want to keep him or you want to dump this guy. And Julius Randle, we want to do it before the draft because we know that he might get moved on the draft night. So you know, it might be the best situation to do it before the draft.
Right. And make sure y'all check this out. Check him out because it's entertaining. Okay, just real quick. Just the reason why I say Andy is so entertaining is because with me, Andy can be like ice cold. He can let me go on my rants and sit and be patient because he know that I'm esoteric, that I'll go to the moon and come. I'm like Guillermo in a way, Legion. I'm like Legion and the Knicks in a way that I'll go, but I will come back, right? But to watch Andy's face when Isaiah gets in that same rocket to go, knowing that Isaiah will never come back, watching Andy's face like, oh my God, this dude's an idiot. You know what I'm saying? And we love Isaiah. Isaiah, if you're watching, bro, I love you, bro. But sometimes watching Andy face when Cornerstone Kev go on a tangent is priceless. You know what I'm saying? So check out Andy, check out Nothing But Knicks. Right? We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna wrap here because it is coming up on 6 hours. And I did just want to rock with y'all, man. I appreciate everybody coming through. When Andy posts his stuff, I'll be sure to get the link from Andy so that we can post it here so that you guys can go click on his stuff and check it out and show your love for him. Just like, you know what I'm saying, we do for Uncle Fulio, just like we do for Queen, just like we do for Tony Crow, just like we do for Ron and still Knicks fans and those other Knicks MBK family brethren and sisterin. Thank y'all for hanging out on Father's Day. Man, chat, y'all made my day. Paris Duggar, enjoy your birthday and Father's Day at the same time. Keyshawn, I'm sorry, bro. We had been here for 6 hours, man. Where you been?
Nah, it's all good. I had work earlier.
Oh man, you got a job, man. You suck, bro.
I got a job. Yeah, I got 2 of them.
You know, them things are overrated, man. They
Yeah,
just take you away from Uncle Freezy.
Bro, paying bills is very overrated, bro. But anyway, we're gonna get out of here, y'all. We'll see y'all probably later on tonight. I'm gonna probably jump back on tonight at some point and probably do an overnight joint. But I don't know what time and I don't know what the subject is gonna be. So don't hold me to that. But I'm gonna try to get back on and hang out with the night crew also and do the same thing tomorrow. NBK forever. Y'all know how that go. But vibes and stuff in the morning. The KMD tomorrow. And then Knicks at Night podcast tomorrow night. We're going to try to rock out and do those things, man. Thank y'all for coming through. I'll holler at y'all later. Peace.
All right, salute.